The world-famous annual Gallows Creek Harvest Festival is back! We got it all out on Giblet Field. We got the Little Miss Harvest Pageant, Princess Harvest Pageant, Harvest Queen Pageant, Cotton Candy, Corn Dogs, Cornhole, Corn on the Cob, Crokinole, Country Music, Can Jam, Jams, Jellies, Jamborees, Juggling, Roller Rickies, Roller Disco Lessons, Praying. We got baby crawling, balloon popping, balloons for sale, beard contest, horseshoes, hayride, hay toss, hey you there, safe donkeys and ponies, apple bobbing, firearm, fireworks, funnel cakes, fried dough, seed spitting, sand licking, cracker cramming, and cat shop. And fake tattoo, face painting, puppets, petting zoo, amazing maze, square dancing, story swapping, spelling bee, quilting bee, and sewing circle, pie eating, lawnmower racing, hot dog eating contest, flower contest, and of course our famous gourd measure-off. The festival is brought to you by Mayor Linda Cartwright, sponsored by Gallows & Sons Factory, and dedicated to the memory of Garrett Miley, tragically taken from us last festival.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight, in honor of an occasion that's dear to us all, we're presenting a special love story for lovers of all ages. The play, based on a short story by Robert Aickman, is called Ringing the Changes.
When an older man takes a very young wife, he can't be quite so easygoing about it as your average husband. The haphazard is replaced with much deep planning, with special little schemes to wall in happiness. So my wife and I decided that our honeymoon would be our own invention, at no one else's time or place. Instead of June, we were married on the last day of October. And late that very afternoon, we reached what we were sure was a dream retreat for us alone. An old-world village on the East Coast. Holy Haven was so forgotten and obscure, we were astonished to find a tiny branch-line train still ran there. A village at the end of things, we said. Perhaps they tried to warn us. The dead leaves stirred by the crawling train, even the sullen station master. But Fryn and I paid no attention. We had no sense that past the end of things lay horror. I think the railway company is as surprised as we are, darling. But we're here.
Exhaustion makes you cynical, Gerald. Do remember the bags.
I'm not that old.
Sir, madam.
Good afternoon.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Castleithe is the next station on the line. This is Holyhaven.
And this is exactly where we're meant to be.
There's no mistake. Our tickets are for Holyhaven here.
You'd best come inside.
Rather grand station for such an empty place. A bit like one's grandmother all dressed for party and nobody came.
We're here, darling. Party of two.
Too many for them. Look at the porter.
Well, who are they?
Visitors.
Tonight?
Well, that's what the tickets say. Have you a room booked?
Yes, the Bell Hotel.
The Bell. Tonight of all nights.
It's them Pascos.
Yes, that's the name. Pasco.
We don't use the Bell, but you'll find it in Rack Street. Straight ahead, down Station Road. Then down Rack Street. You can't miss it.
Thank you. I wanted to be... Oh, isn't the Bells?
They're starting early.
Every reason to be in good time.
It's very slow. I hope it's not... What do you call it? A passing bell?
Passing?
Why, no, ma'am. Not a passing bell exactly. More like... calling.
Yes. Is there someone who could take our bags to the hotel?
We don't go to the Bell.
I see. Well, I'm sure we can walk. Come on, Frin. And thank you for being so helpful.
You're welcome.
I'll say one thing to you, not a word more.
Yes?
There'll be more bells.
I suppose they have to practice sometime.
We like church bells. We do, really.
It's not the ringing. It's when they stop.
Well?
When the bells stop, you go and lock yourselves away. As far away as you can. For so long as you may.
What horrible old men. I know we wanted to get away from all that grand hotel bowing and scraping, but... do you think we overdid it?
Mustn't blame them too much. We're probably the only visitors they've had all year. They have to practice their local colour on somebody, huh? When the year's bells stop, run thee and I.
Speaking of hiding, where's everybody got to? It's not 6 o'clock yet, and the place is like a tomb.
Where's the hotel got to?
Poor Gerald. Let me help.
I'm quite all right, thank you.
Oh, don't go all stiff upper lip on me. I married you because you were too old to take yourself seriously. You weren't at all like those 1,000-year-old boys I had to go to dances with.
Never too old to stuff a shirt.
Well, the station master said there'd be more. I wish they'd play God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen or something.
Yes, it does sound funereal. Listen. There's a faint echo.
All these narrow stone streets, I should think.
Yeah. They follow the lines of the medieval city. Before the rivers silted up, these towns were some of the most important seaports in England. Now, they're preserved under glass.
Oh, it's like an empty stage set. I wonder what happens when the curtain goes up.
Friend.
What is it?
Look. We just passed it. Our hotel. See, the bell over the door.
Oh, thank God. However did we do that?
Lord knows.
At least it's not cold.
Well, the East Coast, and this time of the year is incredibly warm.
You know, I think it's getting warmer.
Yes?
Mrs. Pascoe?
Yes?
I'm Gerald Horsted, and this is my wife, Frin. We have reservations for the hotel tonight?
No. Not tonight.
Mrs. Pascoe, I have a reservation for the Bell Hotel in Holy Haven, confirmed to our agent in London by telephone in the name of D. Pascoe, here.
Oh, God. Don did this.
Don?
My husband. He's not very well.
Mrs. Pascoe, we have reservations here. The last train has gone, and we may not be very well either if we spend the night in the street.
God, no, you can't do that. You mustn't stay in the street. Come in, quickly.
Thank you. I think we'd better.
I'm sorry your husband's unwell, Mrs. Pascoe.
You know what men are like when they're ill.
Impossible. Or very difficult.
It's his stomach. He takes things for it. Sometimes he takes too much.
Oh, I see.
No, you don't. But you may. You'd better sign the register.
The last entry is quite a long time ago.
We're always quiet here.
We did want to come out of season.
Out of season. Quite. Sign here, please.
Are we alone in the house?
Except for Commandant Shotcroft. You won't mind him, will you? He's a regular.
I'm sure we shan't.
People say the house wouldn't be the same without the Commandant.
I'm sure. Do you mind telling us what those bells are?
Practice.
So many at once?
They have ways of their own in Holy Haven. Here's your key. Room number 7. If you'll excuse me, I have to see Don. Dinner's at 7:30. You have time for a drink in the bar first.
We certainly have. It's only just 6.
Actually, I like church bells.
Oh, very well. But on one's honeymoon, they distract the attention.
Not mine.
You want to see the room?
Not yet. And I don't want to drink. I want to see the ocean while there's still light.
Anything to get away from the bells. Let's go. And find the sea.
Gerald!
What is it?
Not what is it? Where is it? It's dark already. Where's the sea?
Well, they must keep it somewhere. These weeds and great bloody rocks can't go on forever.
You can certainly smell it. Honest sea smell.
If you say so. I don't ever remember it so strong.
Come out, wherever you are.
Friend? Darling? Friend! Friend! Where are you? Friend, for God's sake!
Sorry, darling. Panic over.
Oh, what the hell happened?
I stood on something.
You're all right?
Think so.
Oh, the smell's worse than ever.
I think it's coming from what I stepped on. My foot went right in, and then there was the smell.
I've never known anything like it. Please, darling, let's go back.
All right. But I must warn you, I'm very disappointed. I think that seaside attractions should include the sea.
Take my arm, darling. Gently now.
Look how far away the lights of the town are.
Yes. There isn't a sea.
Gerald?
Hmm?
Listen to the bells.
It can't be.
They're coming from all the churches, aren't they?
Impossible. All the churches on the same night?
I'm quite sure. I can hear one lot of bells with my right ear and another with my left.
Friend? What do you think it was you stepped on?
It was something soft. Something soft and... And bone. things considered, darling, the food might have been worse. And the bedroom is beautiful.
Ah.
Do you know I've never slept in a four-poster?
I don't know how we'll sleep in anything with that damn noise.
It's going to stop, remember? They promised us. And anyway, what makes you think you're going to sleep? Meantime, I want a nightcap.
I'll bring it to you on the lounge.
Kümmel, I think.
Uh-huh.
If either of them are sober enough to pour.
I'll steal some and charge it to the invisible commandant. Well then, bar unattended. Landlord! Service! Kellner! Anybody home? Good God.
You.
Mr. Pascoe, I presume. Gone? A double cognac and a Kümmel, please. And if it's not too much to ask...
Wait.
Wait. Oh, oops, daisy. I think, Mr. Pascoe, you'd better let me pour. Since I don't see any more brandy, I guess it's 2 Kümmels.
Fool.
Yes, well, perhaps, but I'm not a thief, Mr. Pascoe. I'll remind your wife to add them to the bill in the morning.
Run! Run!
What?
Run!
Oh, frankly, there's nothing I'd like better, Mr. Pascoe. But I see no way until morning. And if you'll excuse me, I'd better go and see to my wife whom I got into this bloody mess in the first place.
Run!
I'm sorry, darling. I got involved with the ineffable Don. Lord, it's dark in here. Where are you?
Lower your voice, Mr. Halstead.
What?
Speak more softly. Your wife has fallen asleep by the fire. You should not have left her alone.
She seems to have had a guardian. I presume you are Commandant Shortcroft.
No need to presume.
Thank you for your concern. I had a run-in with our drunken host.
He was a fine man once. Don't think otherwise.
Not my type.
DSO and bar. DFC and bar.
And now bar only, eh? Why?
He got into trouble. He wasn't the kind of man to know about human nature and all its rottenness.
Did he? But even so, isn't this the best place for him?
The worst. For him or anyone else.
Certainly a damn noisy place.
Why did you have to come tonight of all nights?
This doesn't happen often?
Once every year.
They should have told us.
They don't usually accept bookings. When Pascoe was himself, they never did.
How can she control him now?
A woman try to control a man.
Does she have an alternative?
At heart, women are creatures of darkness all the time. Take her away, man.
In a day or two, when...
Now. Now there's still time. This instant.
They can hardly go on practicing all night.
Practicing?
And what are they doing?
They're ringing to wake the dead.
That's a figure of speech.
In Holy Haven, on this night of the year, on All Hallows Eve.
Halloween? Jack-o'-lanterns, witches...
Fool! Look at your wife. You see? She hears them in her sleep.
What happens?
No one can tell how long they have to go on ringing. It varies from year to year. You should be all right for another half hour or so. In the end, the dead awake. First, one or two. Then, all of them.
And the sea?
Draws back. You've seen it yourself, then? In a place like this, there are always several drowned each year, but that's only a few. Most of them come not from the water, but from the earth. It is not a pretty sight.
Where do they go?
Do you think I'd follow them to find out?
You advise me to go. Where?
Where doesn't matter.
I have no car.
Then you'd better walk. Huh? She's young and strong. She's 20 years younger than you. And therefore 20 years more important.
What about you?
I've lived here a long time now. I know what to do.
And the Pascos?
He's drunk. There's nothing in or out of the world to fear if you're thoroughly drunk. Your wife is wakening. I don't think there's anything more to say. You should still have time.
You make me wish I had a Bible.
Isaiah might be useful.
Repent, O Jerusalem, eh?
I had a more specific verse in mind. The satyr shall cry to his fellow. Good night, Mr. Halstead.
Hello, Gerald. Oh, what fun. The bells are still ringing.
Friend, come away. Come away at once. We're leaving here now.
But now, what about our bags? What about...
Never mind the bags. Leave everything. Just pray the front door isn't padlocked. Hurry! For God's sakes, hurry! Only one boat! Time! Still time! Ah!
Listen to the bells. They're like plunging horses in the sky.
Which way do we come? I can't... The bells. They've stopped.
Where are my bells?
Why did they stop?
The dead are awake.
Too late.
The dead are awake.
We're too late.
The dead are awake.
The bells are gone.
Oh, merciful God!
What was that? That just ran down the street.
You didn't see it, did you?
A man, I think. Very dark. And holding some kind of cloth over his head.
That's all you saw?
I think so.
Thank God. Get in. Get in here quickly.
Where can we go?
Our room. It's the only place left. Our room. And lock everything we can between. The Commandant warned me. We should have gone.
Nowhere to go. I don't expect they'll trouble us.
Where's the damn light? It's dark as worse than anything. Yeah, the current's gone. Nothing to see till daylight.
Gerald, don't leave me.
I'm right here, darling. We'll wait it out no matter what happens.
Listen.
My God.
They're coming. They're coming here.
Get a grip on yourself. They don't want us. We don't belong here.
That's why they're coming.
Friend, it's only fear. It's extraordinary how frightened one can be, even when one knows there's no direct menace, none.
No menace?
We'll think of something else.
Do you think we can?
Of course we can. It's only till tomorrow.
They can't be actually dangerous, or it would be stopped.
Of course, of course.
They've broken the street door. They're in the hotel.
Stay quiet. For God's sakes, stay quiet.
They're coming up the stairs.
Shut up. Shut up. They'll hear us.
What do the dead hear, Gerald? What do they hear? The smell! Oh, God! Downstairs! time. Now's the place. Now's the weather. The living and the dead dance together. Now's the time.
The next I knew, there was light in the windows, and the wrecked bedroom was empty. How I got downstairs, I don't know. But there she was. Her nightdress was so torn that she was almost naked.
Darling, look at you.
Look at me. Oh, my darling.
Here I am. Not to worry.
We're not going to talk about it now. You must be in shock. We'll walk to the main road and flag a car. For God's sakes, take my raincoat. You can't go tromping the countryside looking like something from the Folies Bergère. In Rack Street, a milkman was delivering as we passed, but his cart bore the name of another town. When we reached the station road, we saw a small plot of land on which already men were silently at work with spades in their hands. We'd missed it last night, but in the grey light, we saw a signboard. New Municipal Cemetery. The diggers were as thick as flies on a wound, and as black. Don't look, friend. Turn your head. Don't look.
Why, darling? Why ever not?
She spoke to me, but looked at them. And I stared at her hard for a moment. Then once more, she became herself. In those few seconds, I became aware of something dividing us, which neither of us would ever mention or forget.
Teddy Gallows Jr. is a family man, a devout Christian, and a proud patriot. Teddy Gallows Jr. is Gallows Creek. Like his father and all his fathers before him, Teddy Gallows Jr. has worked hard to create jobs, improve infrastructure, and make Gallows Creek a good place to raise a family. Unlike current mayor Linda Cartwright, Teddy Gallows Jr. lives in Gallows Creek. He's our neighbor, and he stands with our neighbors. Like Sheriff Matthews, who, after years of keeping the peace, Mayor Cartwright is trying to force into early retirement. Teddy Gallows Jr. doesn't believe in keeping a good man out of a job. Teddy Gallows Jr. believes in the American dream. Does Linda Cartwright? Help Teddy Gallows Jr. keep Gallows Creek a good American town. Help him become mayor. Take a swing for Gallows Creek. Vote for Teddy Gallows Jr.
My name is Teddy Gallows Jr., and I approve this message.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. This week's Nightfall will tell you everything you need to know about urban transportation and more. The play by Marjorie Stewart is called Cemetery Stuff.
Oh, damn. Here he comes.
Now, look here, Mortland. You're late again. More than 5 minutes. What the hell are you trying to pull?
Look, Ben, I had a few tie-ups back there, that's all.
Tie-ups, eh? Such as Molly in the coffee shop here before you started out? Eh? That's some tie-up. And I suppose you stopped at the other end, too.
Let up on me, will you? Take it out on somebody else for a change.
Now, look, I've had a lot of complaints about you, Mortland. You're pulling away from stops too quickly, leaving passengers stranded, missing stops purposely when you're running late.
Look, Ben, I'll see it doesn't happen again, okay?
Your promises don't count. Not anymore. You've only got one thing going for you, Mortland.
Yeah, what's that?
We're, taking into consideration the fact that you've been through a lot in the last month and...
Thanks, Ben.
Okay. Well, get going. Let's see you back here on schedule.
Goddamn company man. He and his whole transportation system can go straight to hell.
Hey, Portland.
What? Oh, Frankie.
Yeah.
What, you shift over? Now, what are you on these days, anyway? You the Sinclair car?
Yep. Having some hassles with Ben?
He's just trying to throw his weight around. This your stop?
Next one. No, Mortland. You sure don't look like the kind of guy who'd get bothered.
You got it, Frankie. Anyway, I don't need this lousy job.
How come? Got a few million socked away?
I don't know. But I don't mind telling you, I got a few other irons in the fire. My lawyer clears up a few entanglements, then I'm heading out.
Can't take the Toronto pride.
What? Oh, I don't mind Toronto. It's been a city of opportunities, as far as I'm concerned. And I just don't like anyone pushing me around. So, I prefer to do the pushing myself. Now, take this route, for instance. I did a bit of pushing to get a hold of this one.
Yeah, I bet you did. It's a real easy route, isn't it?
Well, it's not too bad. This stretch here, for example, no problem at all. There's no evening stop, so after 5:30, it's clear sailing right through. Frank? Yeah, to hell with him. Well, damn it. Spoke too soon.
Driver, stop.
What? No, you made a mistake, man. There's no point in you getting off here.
This is my stop, driver.
No, there's nothing here, ma'am.
Driver, this is my stop.
You want the next stop, ma'am. You've made a mistake.
Driver, this is my stop.
Okay, have it your way. Crazy. Must have been planning on going into the cemetery. Dressed all in black like that. But everybody knows after 5:30 it's closed.
Yeah, what'll it be? Oh, hi. The regular?
Yeah, easy on the sugar.
So, how's it going?
Look, Molly, I'm running late.
Great. Well, there you are. Listen, call me sometime, will you?
Thanks.
Hey, Mortland, could you wait just a minute?
What? Oh, it's you. Look, Pete, I'll pay you that 10 I owe you next week, okay?
No, it's not that, George. Look, you and I, we've had our differences in the past, you know, but I just wanted to say how sorry I was to hear about Marion. Well, you know, we were kids together, us two. A real shock it was. Especially the way it happened. She was such a good swimmer.
Yeah, look, I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. I gotta get going.
Oh, sure. I won't keep you waiting. See you around, George.
Yeah, okay then. I hope not. I sure hope not. Nosy bastard.
I ran almost half a block. Thought I'd miss you. Does this bus go right into the St. Clair station?
Yeah. You got it.
Treating yourself to a late night snack, eh, driver?
That's right.
That coffee sure smells good on a cold night like this.
You gotta do something to keep yourself awake. Thank God this is my last run tonight.
Yes, sir. I figured it was. How long does it take to get down to St. Clair?
Oh, about 5 minutes. It's a straight run from here. No stops until we get ready to turn off Mount Pleasant. From the corner on, it's just a short run into the subway loop. God damn it. Why the hell would anybody be getting out here? The cemetery stuff. Damn it, anyway.
Driver, will this bus take me to the end?
What do you mean? The end?
Driver, will this bus take me to the end?
Well, yeah, sure. Sure, yeah, it goes right to the end.
I sure wish I could get a job driving a bus. Looks like fun to me.
Yeah, it's hard work, kid, just like everything else.
I like this stretch. You can really open her up, huh?
What?
You never have to stop along here.
Damn. Driver, this is my stop. Driver, this is my stop.
All right, I can hear you. Damn it, she got off here the same time last night.
What'd you stop for, driver? There wasn't anyone waiting to get off.
It's windy out there, driver. And cold. I'll be glad to get home to my apartment.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'll be glad to get home myself. Well, it won't be long now. This is the last half of my final run for the night.
Well, I'm glad I caught you then.
Damn it, there she is again. What's she doing out there this time of night? I'm gonna find out.
Driver, does this bus take me to the end? Driver, does this bus take me to the end?
Ben! Say, Ben, did you see that woman getting off the bus just now?
What woman?
Well, you couldn't miss her. She was all in black. She was dressed in black.
No, I guess I missed her.
You couldn't have. She brushed right past you.
No, I don't remember her.
This, trouble, I don't know. It must have started night before last. Well, yeah, Monday night it was.
What sort of trouble? Hey, look, if you're having trouble with that route again, Mortland, I want to know about it.
No, it's not the sort of trouble you're thinking about. I don't even know yet if it is trouble. Maybe it's just sort of weird.
You'd better tell me about it.
On my last run, night before last, as I was going north, a woman got off at the cemetery stop. There was something about her. I can't really describe her.
Go on.
Well, she rang the bell. I argued with her a bit, but then I had to let her off the bus. And I went on up to the top, up to Eglinton, same as I always do. Then I turned around to head back here.
Yeah?
As I came back down toward the cemetery again, I was sort of looking for her, figuring she'd made a mistake, gotten off at the wrong stop. But I didn't see her again. Instead, an old woman got on, right across the street from where the first woman had gotten off.
So what? You're not trying to tell me that you think there's some kind of connection that...
But doesn't it seem odd to you?
Now, look, you got nothing to worry about. Just as long as they pay their fare and don't make any commotion.
For God's sake, Ben!
Forget about it, Mortland. Do you hear me? Forget about it. There's an explanation for everything if you want to dig deep enough.
What? What do you mean by that?
Like I told you, forget about it. Your nerves are getting the better of you, George, and I'm not surprised. What with the shock of your wife drowning like that. Now, look, go home, George. Get yourself a good night's sleep. You'll see you'll feel better tomorrow.
I am not trying to pick a fight with you, Molly. I just thought we could spend some time together. I don't want to be alone tonight.
Well, yeah, but I can't leave early. Betty has that awful sore throat, so she called in sick, and, well, Mike says...
Forget. I don't want to hear what Mike says. Look, I'm going to try to get some sleep for a change.
But what are you so uptight about?
This job is starting to get to me. I'll be glad to wash my hands of the whole thing.
What do you mean, George? Are you thinking of quitting?
I got plans.
What do you mean, plans?
Oh, never mind. Just never mind.
It's a real easy route, isn't it?
You're late, Morton. You're late.
Driving a bus must be easy. Easy.
Such a good swimmer. Such a good swimmer.
This is my stop, driver. My Take me to the end. The end, driver.
Stop, driver.
My Take me to the end, driver. The end. The end. The end.
Marion, it was an accident. I swear it was an accident. Ben? Look, Can you get someone to take my last run for me?
What's the matter with you? What are you talking about?
I can't do this last run. I got a funny feeling. Ben, just get somebody else to do it.
Come on, George. You know damn well I can't get another man on this much notice.
I won't do it, I tell you. I can't.
Get hold of yourself, George.
You come with me, Ben.
What? Well, okay. But let's get going.
George?
What's going on, Molly?
Oh, hi. Well, Mike let me off early, and I thought I'd ride up with George and kill some time.
Kill some time?
Hi, Molly.
Look, you don't have to kid me.
Hi, George. Hey, you look kind of pale. You feeling okay?
I'm okay.
Look, what's going on with you two?
What?
What? Nothing. Anymore. Right, George? I mean, if you really got to know, Ben, there hasn't been anything since...
Oh, I didn't mean that. Look, I'm riding with him, too.
The more the merrier.
Thanks.
You know about...
Yeah. Well, I've never been on this route before.
Actually, it's a pretty good one. Easy. George is lucky he's got it.
Yeah. I used to think that myself.
See? That's the last stop. Before the cemetery. She's not on the bus yet. If she isn't on the bus, she sure as hell can't get off it. And if you can't see her, she's not there.
There you are, George. You'll see. Everything's going to be just fine.
You don't understand. The fact that I can't see her doesn't mean anything. I never pick her out until I hear the bell.
But there hasn't been a bell, George. And we're almost at the cemetery.
Driver, this is my stop.
Did you see her?
What's the matter with you, George? Why did you stop the bus?
Why did you open the door?
No, I had to. My hand, it went right to the lever. I couldn't stop it.
What are you talking about, George? That doesn't make sense.
Look. She's still out there. Can't you see her? She's waving at me, calling me to go out there. I'll be back in a minute.
George, where the hell are you going?
Don't go out there, George!
No.
George!
No, hold it, Molly. He's got to get to the bottom of this by himself.
Where is she? I should have known. Hey, you there?
See, he knows right where to go.
He's only been here once, hasn't he?
But he does know. Over here, George.
This is your stop, George.
This is the end of the line.
You don't have to go anywhere anymore.
There's nowhere to go now.
There isn't?
No, there isn't. Is there?
Where are they? It's so dark here. I can't see. Grass here. It's getting soft, wet. This isn't grass. It's earth. Oh, my God. It's an open grave. Hey, it was an accident. I swear it was an accident.
You could have helped her, George, but you didn't.
He could?
Sure he could. He's a good boy. He can be very helpful.
I didn't know that. How could George know how to help?
Oh, he just knows.
What you want?
What do you want to know?
Nothing. We finally know now.
We know all about you and Molly, George.
But Marion didn't know, did she?
Even Molly didn't know, did she?
She couldn't understand after all, could she?
But we understand, George, don't we?
We know all about it, don't we, George?
So it's all right, isn't it, George?
Even if Marion didn't know.
Even if Molly doesn't know.
Even if nobody knows but us.
Yes. Nobody knows but us.
I don't think we should be doing this. He's got to work it out for himself.
For God's sake, Ben, he's been wandering around in here for an hour. We've got to help him.
What's that? Over there.
Oh, my God. Come on.
They don't leave them open like that, do they?
How the hell should... Oh, God. You got any matches or anything?
Yeah.
George? Oh, my God. Look at the headstone. It's
Marion's grave. Molly.
What?
Don't look down in there.
Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell.
Do you seek ancient wisdom? Do you want to double your power? Are you ready to unlock your inner warrior for only $24.99? Then step into Master Robbie's deadly dojo of Kung Ra-Te and receive direct by video warrior instruction from me, Master Robbie. You will learn the 4 qualities of an ultimate conqueror. The power of the alligator, the discipline of the tarantula, the speed of the tuna, the poise of the scorpion, and the wisdom of the bullfrog. Using classified techniques, I'll unlock your inner chi after only 5 30-minute video sessions. Ultimate power and wisdom can be yours now for the low, low price of only $24.99. Just call 555-7861 USA to take your first step to becoming a champion. Never forget the element of surprise! If you buy today, you'll receive 2 additional VHS tapes. The Tornado Technique and Karate Lovemaking. Call today!
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight we have an especially dyspeptic program for you. It deals with failures in human communication, and its resolution is more than merely irrevocable. The play by George R. Robertson is called A Shortwave Goodbye.
Fantastic. Oh, Harvey Beasley, you're a genius. It's incredible. The pentode grid link was the key.
Harvey!
Yeah, I'm up here.
I know where you are.
Do you know what time it is?
Oh, I'm picking up the most amazing signals, Harriet. That new pentode that...
Harvey, I'm going out. I need
You
some
wouldn't
money.
believe the signals.
I'm broke.
Listen. This is Antarctica. Hey? It's clear as a bell.
Will you shut that stupid machine off?
This means everything to me and not a damn thing to you. I just can't fathom why you can't...
Shortwave's your problem, Harvey, not mine. Now, once more, I need cab fare.
Wait, listen. Can you hear that? It's the other end of the world.
Shut it off.
Look, this is my big day.
Oh, where's that blasted switch?
I brought in the other end of the world.
And what about this end? Your big discovery going to make any money?
I'm very proud of what I've done, Harriet. You should be, too.
Is there any future in it?
Well, it's taken so long. All scientists, inventors need time before
What's it worth?
Is dinner ready?
I called you 5 times.
Yeah, I guess, didn't hear you.
All you ever hear is your stupid shortwave radio. Other men have hobbies. You have a terminal disease.
Why did you bother to come up here, Harriet?
It's my volunteer night. Sick Kids Hospital.
Well, I can give you 5, I guess.
The last of the big-time spenders.
It's not another new dress.
Well, you can go around looking like welfare if you want, but not me.
How did you pay for it?
Master charge.
Harriet, I can't cover what you've charged already. They threatened to garnish my salary. I'll be fired.
Fired? Who'd notice?
They'd notice.
You haven't got the ambition of a mole.
Yeah, what do you think my shortwave experiments are all about?
Bringing in green land?
Yeah, well, stick around. I might surprise you.
27 years ago, I married a poor bookkeeper with big dreams. Now what have I got? A poor bookkeeper, period.
Who knows how to live within his means?
Don't get smart with me, Harvey. I could have you thrown out of this house.
You could do
I talked to a lawyer last week. She told me there'd be no problem.
Damn it, this is my house. Belonged to my father.
Come out of the dark ages, Harvey. I know my rights.
Yes, so look who's liberated.
And if you don't watch your step, I'll liberate you from half your savings, half your pension, and all of your house. I've spent the best years of my life with you.
Randy, old sow.
My fingers
You'll
to
do
the
it
bone
too, sooner or later. Well, this poor bookkeeper has one big dream left. Putting his hands around your throat. Oh, if only there was a way to kill you without getting caught. What are you doing with that hammer?
I've squandered my life
Harriet,
on you.
put that down.
You and your damn shortwave disease.
Don't throw it. Harriet! My radio. Do you know how much blood and sweat went into that? No, you selfish slob. It means
I
nothing
wish
to you.
I'd aimed it at your skull.
Harriet, just how dumb do you think I am? Volunteer work at Sick Kids. You're off to meet your retread man of the world again. Big romantic stuff. Sagging matron beds, overweight widower. Well, let's see how much damage you've done. Oh, jeez, you bent the new crossover. God knows what else is broken inside. I'll have to start all over. Nothing. No, wait a minute. Maybe if I rotate the crossover. Can't hurt.
Acceptance of a new project which Mayor Farnham unveiled today.
Farnham?
Expropriation of the lakefront warehouses will begin later this month, with construction to start early next year.
Well, how can I be getting local news on the show?
June 16th.
The frequency and amplitude are totally incompatible. You can't bend the laws of physics. Something must really be broken. Tuesday? He said Tuesday, the 16th. How can the... He said Tuesday. Harriet? Harriet, what day is it?
Don't leave your dishes in the sink, Harvey.
Harriet, wait. What day is today?
Oh, for God's sake, it's Monday.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Monday the 15th.
Harvey, get your head examined.
It is Monday the 15th. I must be hearing things. Tomorrow's races.
Paying $17.80.
$17.80? Is that for a $2 bet? I wish I knew more about racing. It's unbelievable. It's Wednesday, but I'm hearing Thursday. There must be a scientific explanation. Why can't I see it?
Hey, Marconi.
Oh, go away.
You bet in there?
What do you want, Philip?
What kind of welcome is that for a neighbor with an extra ticket for tomorrow's game?
No, sorry. I have got a lot of work to do.
You've been up here all week. Never out of this garret.
Look, I'm busy.
How much fun can a guy have listening to the radio?
You'd be surprised.
Even Einstein took a night off.
Einstein?
Wait
a minute.
Yankees are playing. I made $160 last time they were in town.
Einstein.
A lot easier than selling electrical supplies.
Theory of relativity. Einstein said time bends back on itself.
Terrific, Harvey. What do you say?
On another plane, this moment in time has already passed. Without the warp, the future is today. The bend Harriet made in my crossover might precisely counterbalance the bend in the time warp.
Hey, Harvey, I'm talking to you.
Leave me alone, Philip. I have to think.
Well, pardon me.
By sheer accident. But why not? The future is today. Good night, Philip. You pot-bellied man of the world.
Hello?
Philip? Harvey.
Harvey? What's the matter?
Would you mind giving me the number of your bookmaker?
I can't give out his name. What the hell am I doing? Security, you know.
Come on, Philip. What is this?
I can place bets for you, though, Harv.
Well, thanks, but I keep money cards close to my chest.
Yeah, well, I can have the guy call you.
Fine.
But thanks. I don't get it, Harvey. You're not a betting man.
I am now, Philip. You bet I am. Now.
A spokesman for the Prime Minister's office said today. On the local scene, Frank Marcucci, reputed underworld figure, was gunned down late this afternoon outside his Queen Street Tavern. Police say they have no leads.
That's it. That's the chance. If I know the future, maybe I can change it. Undo what's already happened or what's about to happen. Don't call me Harvey. Call me God. Marcucci. Yeah, here. Marcucci's Tavern. He's warned he should be able to escape. Lord, the possibilities this opens up for old plod-along Harvey.
All right, what the hell's going on?
What the hell do you mean breaking in here?
I'm trying to place a bet with Rooney tonight. You know what he told me? He's cut me off.
Why?
Because you've taken him for $23,000 in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's beginner's luck, Philip.
$23,000. That's impossible.
Not according to Rooney.
I want to know how you did it. Huh? I mean, come on, Harvey. We're pals, huh?
Look, I've got an important call to make.
But I...
Alone.
Don't turn that radio on. I've got a headache.
I have to hear the news.
Don't you get enough racket on that stupid set upstairs?
The minister's office said today. On the local scene, Frank Marcucci, reputed
News is
underworld
useless anyway.
figure,
You can't do anything about it.
late this afternoon outside his Queen Street Tavern. Police say they
I
have
said
no
I have a
leads in it.
headache. How dare you tell me to shut up? Isn't enough that I have to listen to that stupid radio upstairs,
didn't
but you have to
believe
turn
me.
the one on in the kitchen.
Maybe the future can't be changed. Just used as is. I'm glad I'm not important enough to make the news. Well, the first priority is dollars and cents. And then, Harriet, it's your turn.
Don't worry
about it, Phil. You're just tired. Now you're working too hard.
No, I'm not worried about that.
Oh, good.
I want to know how he's doing it.
Who? Doing what?
You mean he hasn't told you?
Harvey? All I want to know is how come he quit his job.
You're his wife, for God's sake.
How do you think we're going to survive?
What kind of husband is he, anyway? Not letting you know.
He's not a man. He's a mole.
Damn lucky mole.
Phil, baby, what are you going on about?
Look, if anyone can find out, Harriet, you can. You know?
I haven't the faintest idea what he's doing or how he's doing it.
Listen, if we play our cards right, you and I'll have a very rich future.
Wonderful, Phil. But right now, we've got some unfinished business.
Petroleum led all gainers today as news of a Beaufort sea discovery sparked an 11-point rise.
Can North Pete. Yeah. 27 7/8. So, 1,000 shares would be... Yes?
I brought you a cup of tea.
Oh?
Earl Grey. Your favorite.
Yeah, thank you, but I don't really...
Well... We've been fighting so much lately. I've said some awful things I didn't mean.
I don't see how...
I'm trying to make up, Harvey.
Why?
Because there are no chocolate cookies to go with the tea.
Harriet, what is this tea ceremony all about?
We're both still pretty young, Harvey. Maybe we could start all over. I could give up Sick Children's Hospital, if you know what I mean. Maybe we could take a trip.
A trip? On master charge?
It's not too late for us, Harvey.
You mean this poor bookkeeper's getting respectable?
Harvey, don't make me feel even worse.
Awfully sorry, Harriet.
We've got to think of the future.
Oh, I spend a lot of time thinking about the future, Harriet. Mine and yours.
That son of a bitch.
I wanted to kill him, making me grovel like a...
Maybe that's the only way.
What do you mean?
Would you miss him?
You're not planning to...
It's the only crack I'll ever have at that kind of money.
But, Phil, that's
and
crazy.
He's not going to cheat me out of it.
Phil... I'm still his wife.
And we won't be worth a red cent till you're his widow.
There must be a perfect way, a foolproof way to get rid of you. I can't just take the money and run, Harriet. You'd still be entitled to half. Besides, skipping out wouldn't be playing the game, would it? Maybe I can find something just right for the two of you. What if I readjust the setting?
Being withheld pending notification of next of kin. Tragedy of a different sort. Tragedy with a ray of hope occurred last night in suburban Brentwood when Harvey John Beasley was...
Oh, God. Me? How? When? What day am I hearing? Come on, damn it. Crossover back.
And that's the news for Wednesday, September 19th.
Tomorrow.
Stay tuned now for more music on...
God, I don't want to die. Maybe I changed the setting. Maybe it wasn't tomorrow. Yeah, I changed the setting. Yeah, it could be 20 years from now. There's no way to tell. How do I protect myself? From a death with no date. Well, I made it home anyway. Should be safe here. Oh, my God. It's fused to the cabinet. If I touched that set, I'd have been fried. But what could short it out like that? No, it's not possible. Unless someone... Of course, Philip. He'd know how. The two of them are after my money. But I did it. I changed the future. I'm still alive. Though you won't be much longer, Harriet. The game for keeps begins in earnest.
And here is the evening news.
Oh, Phil, it was horrible. I was crossing the street and the whole paint store just burst into flames. I could hear people screaming inside.
Are you out of your mind coming here in broad daylight?
I had to tell someone. Living with him since we tried to... I can't stand it.
Okay, take it easy. Why were you going to a paint store of all places?
For Harvey. He insisted. Just so thankful I was late.
What do you mean late? To pick up a can of paint?
He said the owner was expecting me at 4:30 sharp.
Which is when the store went up in flames, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in this grimy little chase, the next move is mine.
That's twice you've missed me. Though the electrical trick got closer than that tripwire with the 2 steps taken out of the cellar stairs. Come on, let's get professional, Harriet. Still, what if I haven't cheated the Grim Reaper? Death with no date. What if you two should get lucky? It's possible, isn't it? I think I'd like to leave a monument of some kind. Of course, a monument to the future. I should have the number here. Oh, Harriet, I know you'll appreciate this. That is, if you're still around.
Sick Children's Hospital.
I'd like to speak to the administrator, please.
Phil, let's stop and think about this.
Can't stop now. He knows we did it.
And he knows we'll try again. He'll be waiting.
Well, it's him or us. Take your pick.
Phil.
Yeah?
You won't leave me after it's over.
Oh, I won't leave you.
You sure?
Word of honor.
Oh, Phil, that makes me feel so much better.
Better or worse, we're a pair. No, a trio. You and me and Harvey's money.
Time's running out. Plots are
A
bound to
spokesman
get
for the
brutal.
UN confirmed today that UNICEF and the World Health Organization will coordinate relief
Death
efforts.
with no date.
Tragedy struck on Lake Ontario today when a small excursion boat belonging to Southern Boat Tours exploded about 5 miles from Toronto Harbor. There were no survivors.
No survivors.
No explanation for the blast has been given, and names of the
perfect.
dead are being withheld pending notification of next of kin. Tragedy of a different sort. Tragedy with a
Southern
ray of
Boat
hope
Tours.
occurred last night.
All went down. All of them.
yours?
Oh, yes, I'd like to reserve 3 seats on tomorrow's Lake Ontario cruise. The name is Harvey Beasley.
Where are you going?
I have to pick something up.
At this hour?
Yeah, you'll never guess, Harriet. Our luck is changing.
What?
I finally won something.
No kidding.
Yeah, I bought a travel draw and won some tickets for the lake excursion tomorrow.
Lake excursion?
Well, you always wanted to take that cruise, so...
Harvey, wait a minute. I want to talk to you.
I don't have time.
I can't go on like this. I want to start over.
Harriet, I've got less than an hour.
We got some security now and some money for the future.
Oh? How do you know that?
All that matters is...
that we catch that boat tomorrow.
We do need more time together.
Invite Philip.
Philip?
Yeah.
Why?
Tell him it's about a juicy business proposition. One he can really sink himself into.
All right, Harvey. That's the way you want it. We'll go on your little cruise. But you won't be coming back. I still can't believe it.
It's all over but the shouting.
He's gone, Phil. He's actually dead.
That's damn nice of him, too, saving us the trouble.
If only we'd get our hands on the money.
Oh, don't worry, it has to turn up.
What a great feeling. No more worries.
I'm just afraid I'll never find out his secret.
Seems he took it with him.
But he must have been tapped into the future, huh?
If he had been, he wouldn't have run in front of that car. Oh, it was horrible.
He wouldn't have been so eager to go on that boat cruise. Hey, hold it. Why was he so anxious for me to go along? On a boat that was going to blow up.
Oh, don't talk about it.
And what about the paint store fire?
Stop it. Nobody can see into the future.
You saw his stock portfolio up in the attic. He bought into everything at exactly the right time.
And now it's all mine. After all these years, the mole finally paid off.
All ours, you mean, huh?
Oh, yeah. You want a sandwich?
No, I want to hear what's happening in this very rich world of ours.
No reason for the blast has been given, and the names of the dead are
Shut
being
that
withheld
thing off.
pending notification.
Radios remind me of Harvey.
Tragedy of a different sort. Tragedy with a ray of hope occurred last night in suburban Brentwood when Harvey John Beasley was struck and killed by a car
at least
while
he made the
crossing
news.
street in front of his house. This morning, Donald Anderson, administrator of Sick Children's Hospital, announced that Mr. Beasley had bequeathed his entire estate of $348,000 to equip a new operating room in what will be now known as the Harvey Beasley Wing.
What? That dirty, black, miserable mole.
$348,000.
It's all gone. He left me nothing. Nothing. You're all I've got.
Yeah, now, wait a second, Harriet.
Oh, yes, you did leave me something, Harvey. Up in your attic.
Harriet? What do you... The radio. Harriet, wait!
Damn shortwave disease.
Wait, Harriet, the radio's got to be the answer.
Let go of me.
Give me that hammer.
Get away from me.
She's going crazy.
Let me have that radio.
Oh,
That's Harvey's cancer, that shortwave.
Harriet,
That radio
Harriet, wait.
warped him.
So give the United Way.
Disease out of you, Harvey.
And now, here is the news for Thursday, September 20th.
Did you hear that?
I'll never hear this bloody radio again. No future. He gave away my future.
That announcer. He said Thursday, the 20th. That's tomorrow.
Harvey's disease robbing my future.
That was it?
There's no future.
That was
future.
it, you fat, stupid bitch.
No future.
Of course, there's no future. God's sake,
my
lying on the
future.
floor. Look at it, in pieces.
He stole my future. No future. He stole my future. He stole my future.
You have just heard A Shortwave Goodbye by George R. Robertson. Featured tonight were Arch MacDonald as Harvey, Maxine Miller as Harriet, and Bud Knapp as Philip, with John Stalker as the newscaster, and Elva Mae Hoover played the receptionists. Our recording engineers are Ray Folsick and John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. Our story editor is Earl Toppings, with the production assistance of Mina Callahan. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell. And now, here's a final word from your host.
Hello again. Next week's Nightfall features a new adaptation of a story that has always had a special place in my heart.
Whenever his pale blue eye fell on me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. It was an evil eye, but Weatherby was very kind to me. No one had been this kind. It was too much to bear. You fancy me mad. Mad men know nothing. But you should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work.
Edgar Allan Poe's The Telltale Heart, adapted for radio by Len Peterson and starring Richard Monette. Next week on Nightfall. Until then, careful of the edge.
Oh, I do enjoy an evening with a little light entertainment. But when your video heads get dirty, you lose your picture. Not a pretty sight. Happily, this new Polaroid video cassette will help you. It actually cleans your heads as it plays, so dirty heads needn't haunt you. New Polaroid video cassettes. Get the picture?
Listening distance as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight's play is a new adaptation of the classic short story by Robert Louis Stevenson, the original Body Snatchers.
Down the close and up the stair, Bud and Ben with Burke and Hare. Burke's the butcher, Hare's the thief. Knock's the man that buys the beef.
It is 30 years since I last saw that kind of beef, lying still, oh, so still on its slab. But the rain brings back the sights. 30 years since I was a student of medicine in the schools of Edinburgh. The greatest ornament of all the town was a certain professor of anatomy, a Dr. Knox. You'll call his name to mind, perhaps. When all was done and known, The very children cried it in the streets. And he, God help me, he picked me for a likely lad.
A very pretty dissection, Mr. Fettis. It's a rare delight when a student can not only find the brain, but has one.
Thank you, sir. I cannot tell you what an honor it is.
Oil of clothes is for the toothache, Mr. Fettis. You may spare me your compliments. I have decided to appoint you second demonstrator, which is to say sub-assistant for the anatomy class.
Well, thank you, sir.
You'll be responsible to Mr. Wolf McFarlane here, our demonstrator. The two of you are acquainted, I believe.
We shall know each other better, sir. Congratulations, Fettis.
Thank you, McFarlane. I swear I'll give you no cause for regret, Dr. Knox.
You'll be moving your lodgings, Mr. Fettis, to nearby here in the close. We sometimes have night business, and you'll need to watch sharp for the call.
Night business, sir.
Come now, Mr. Fettis. You know as well as I do that our only legal cadavers come to us from the public hangman. Be he never so busy, he couldn't supply the half of our needs. But there are always the poor. But ask no more questions for conscience sake. McFarlane, instruct your assistant.
Yes, sir.
You'll move here tonight, Fettis, and remember...
Sir?
Be ready for visitors.
Visitors. Did you hear old Knox say visitors in the night? And I not ready for them, does he think?
He'll be as ready for them as ever you were for a wench, Fettis.
Yeah,
Speaking of which, observe.
Our fair serving maid, succulent Jane Galbraith.
Oh, Jane. Everybody's Jane. Observe Miss Galbraith as she negotiates her way among the tables laden with tankards and bottles.
I observe a fine behind out there.
Imprecise, lad, imprecise. You actually observe the relation of her gluteus maximus muscles to her sacrum and coccygeal bones. How is the latter shift vertically?
Yeah, the former flex and bounce horizontally.
Bravo, laddie. You have observed how Latin may decorate a tart, eh? Take your degree. Oh, take your degree.
Oh, Louis, Circus. Oh, what are you doing with such black company as McFarlane there? One look at his viper eye, and I feel somebody's footsteps walking on my very grave.
Well, I'd rather walk to a warmer place for laying you down, Jane.
Come be sexton in my churchyard when you will.
Well, all right, yeah, I'll do that.
Resurrection men.
Hmm? What you saying?
Grave robbers. You know, Fettis, our Lord's remains would be precious little use to us.
What are you saying, man?
Aye, man. Those remains were only available on the third day.
McFarlane, has it ever occurred to you that God might strike you dead in the street?
But God and his angels slept. And so did I. Until one night, in the blackest dark before the dawn, the promised visitors arrived at last.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dr. Fettis, is it?
Mr. Fettis, since you know my name, you must know I'm only a student. Well, get in here, both of you, and what you have with you.
My friend here, sir, my living friend, is Mr. Burke.
Your Honor's servant.
No servant of mine.
And I'm Mr. Hare, sir. My other friend, the silent one here, was poor old Sally. Your Honor will be wanting her unwrapped, of course, before you be naming a price. Mr. Burke, the fixings, if you please.
Right.
My God. She's still stinks of gin.
She died with her last glass still in her hand, God bless her, and all the world a rose of light. Sure, God is kind to his poor, sir.
She's fresh. How much?
Fresh, did you say? She's still warm.
A poor old soul we gave a bed to, sir, to keep her from the streets. She was took of a sudden in the night.
Yeah, we keep a lodge in the
I can
house,
do without your
see.
explanations. £7.10.
For such a fine, fresh cadaver, Your Honour. Surely now.
Take the money or go whistle for it. I don't bargain with resurrection men.
That's a hurtful name to be saying, sir. And it's blasphemy, too.
Mr. McFarlane was giving us £1 a pound when 'twas fresh like this. She's worth more than you're offering.
£7.10.
Well, seeing as you're new, sir, we take the offer.
Good. Here, then. Burke, here?
Sir?
Are you, then, butchers that you price your meat so nicely?
Oh, why, sir, 'tis you that's the butchers.
I beg your pardon.
Sure, we only deliver the meat.
'Tis you that slices it up.
I barred and bolted the street door behind them. And then I went and was sick below the stairs. My accommodation itself was lofty and spacious, but as the weeks went by, the very walls closed in about me, breathing complicity with empty graves. And more. And then, one night... Merciful God. Oh, merciful God.
You know them. You know her.
Surely not, sir.
That's Jane Galbraith. She was alive and hearty yesterday. It's impossible she can be dead.
Sure, sir, you're mistaken entirely.
I know her, I tell you. And what's wrong with her neck? It's impossible you should have got this body fairly.
Well, now, Mr. Fettis, that's a dangerous accusation to be making. A very dangerous accusation indeed.
We dug her up. 6 feet under she was.
It's you that's so firm they be fresh, Mr. Fettis. A body you ordered, a body you got. A bargain's a bargain. And, you'll notice Mr. Burke is between you and the door.
So best you pay up straight now.
Yeah, very well. Here's your money. Now go.
How much?
£10 now. Get out of here.
There now, Mr. Burke. Wasn't it myself told you he was a real gentleman?
Fettis! Fettis!
And there's Mr. McFarlane wanting you, Mr. Fettis. We'll be off now. The world and his wife will be up and about any minute.
Fettis, Dr. Knox wants that preparation of spirits of alcohol ready for the morning class. Did I hear the street door close?
It was a night delivery.
Good. And now, as for this morning's class...
McFarlane, look at the face.
No, are you not? Oh, I see. Jane Galbraith.
You take it very coolly.
Well, should I not?
There's a mark on the base of the neck. Look.
Second cervical vertebra shattered. Aye, it looks fishy.
Well, what do I do?
Do? Well, why do you want to do anything? At least said, soon as mended, I should say.
Well, someone might recognize her.
We'll hope not. And if anybody does, well, you didn't, you see, and there's an end.
But there's the law, the police.
Oh. As to that, I should like to know how any of us would look, or what the devil we should have to say for ourselves in any Christian witness box. For me, you know, there's one thing certain. That, practically speaking, all our subjects have been murdered.
McFarlane?
Come now. As if you hadn't suspected it yourself.
Well, suspecting is one thing, but...
And proof another. Aye, I know. And I'm as sorry as you are poor Jane should have come to this. But the next best thing is not to recognize it. And I don't. I think a man of the world would do as I do.
Would he now? And what kind of a world would he be a man of, then?
We Fetis. Why do you suppose Knox chose us two for his assistants? And I answer, because he didn't want old wives.
Old wives! Old wives!
There's my lad. A man of the world must take his humour where he finds it, eh?
God in heaven, who's that?
Quick, cover her up and take hold of your nerves.
Who is it?
It's me, Richardson.
What the hell do you want? You know anatomy class doesn't start for 2 hours yet.
Let him in, man. Let him in.
What?
Little Richardson won't bite. And we are here to help the students.
It's 7 a.m, Richardson. What do you want?
Well, I want, that is, I need...
Speak up, damn you!
I need a head.
Are you mad?
No. That is, body. You've got a new body. Oh, wonderful. Here, let me look.
No. Hands off, you bloody fool. Hands off, I say.
Sorry.
Intruding bloody fool.
Now, Fetis. Poor Richardson's just a trifle over-eager, that's all. We must not censure zeal.
I only wanted...
Of course. I'm afraid this head is out of the question, unfortunately. It's already spoken for.
Oh, yes. I see. I do understand.
Richardson, I beg your pardon for losing my temper. I am a man of the world again.
And none too soon. Richardson, I call Fetis here to witness. You shall have our very next head.
I shall.
As I am an honest man.
Oh, Mr. McFarlane, thank you. A head all for myself. My very own head.
In a day, in but one day, Jane Galbraith was disposed of in the usual way. And I hardened my heart and drank a nights as hard as ever I worked by day. In our tavern, there was another girl to serve us. And one night, beside McFarlane, there sat a stranger, a small man, very pale and dark, with coal black eyes. He did not improve upon acquaintance, but he exercised a very remarkable control over McFarlane.
Leave already? But a pup, Toadie dear. The night is but a pup. Come along now. Order your friend Fetis here another nip of whiskey. Order up,
Toadie. Pray don't call me that.
Affection, Toadie dear. A mere term of affection.
My name is Wolf McFarlane. Use it.
Isn't he a naughty toddy, Mr. Fetis? Landlord, another rum and water for me and a hot toddy for Mr. McFarland here. And bring him the bill.
Aye, sir.
You use that name again.
Mr. Fetis, you mean to say that darling Toddy here has never mentioned me? Never once?
Well, no, sir, not that I recall.
Toddy dear, I'm hurt. Worse than hurt. Offended. After all we've been through together.
Hold your tongue, Gray.
He and I share certain common pleasures, Mr. Fetis. At least I provide, and he enjoys them. Huh?
Shut up, damn you!
Never told you about those, I'll wager, has he, Mr. Fetis? You see, little...
McFarlane, for God's sake, man.
Do not fret yourself, Mr. Fetis. He and I often exchange these little love taps, but he finds them costly. Yeah, Toddykins? Landlord, your lamb and venison dinner with all the trimmings and the best wine in the house. The bill to my purple-faced friend here.
Aye, sir. Hey, where's that guardian?
Look at him, Mr. Fetters. He hates me, you know. See how my little darling hates me. Have I spoiled your appetite, Toddy?
Why, no, Gray. As a matter of fact, you've just given me one.
By the time we separated, Gray was incapably drunk, and I tottered home myself with devious footsteps, dimly wondering that McFarlane was still cold sober. Next day he was absent from class, and I chuckled to myself. Yes, I actually did that. To think of poor Toddy still squiring the intolerable Gray from tavern to tavern. By evening I was still a wee bit fragile, do you see. So I went early to bed and slept the sleep of the just. Until... I'm coming, damn you, I'm coming. Please, dear Lord, let there be honest earth on this one. McFarlane, you?
Me.
Have you been out alone?
You might say I have. Now stop staring and give me a hand.
Digging up a grave by yourself? How in heaven's name did you manage it?
Never mind, damn you. Up on the slab. Here, I'll get the door.
But where and how did you come by it? I'm as strong as you, but I'd never...
The bolt, you bloody fool!
I was just going to snap it, McFarlane. What the hell's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Fetters. My nerves are playing me up. I'm much better now.
Well, you'd best be home to bed then, and let me get back to mine.
I think first you'd better look at the face.
Well, why should I do that?
Because you know who it is, dear Fetters. But you'll never sleep until you're absolutely sure now, will you? Look at the face. Look at the face.
Oh, God. Oh, God. God.
You see, Fetters? You did know. You're weeping for such scum as Gray.
To see him naked, in rigor mortis, on a slab. The man I left well clad and full of meat and sin, on the threshold of a tavern.
Fetters, what a bairn you are, after all. The wee kirk of the heather got its clutches on you yet. Enough of that. We must to business. See that Richardson has the head. The poor fool will probably kiss you. And talking of business, you must pay me. Your account, remember, must tally.
Pay you? Pay you for that?
Why, yes, of course you must. By all means, and on every possible account you must. I dare not give it for nothing. You dare not take it for nothing. Mr. Gray is the continuation of Miss Galbraith. You can't begin and then stop. If you begin, you must keep on beginning. There's the truth. No rest for the wicked, you see.
My God. What have I done? And when did I begin? To be made a class assistant in the name of reason, where was the harm in that?
My dear fellow, at the first, of course, you staggered. But you're clever. You have pluck. I like you. And Knox likes you. You were born to lead the hunt. I tell you, on my honor, 3 days from now, you'll laugh at these pale scarecrows like a schoolboy at a fuss.
You'd better go home to your bed, Mr. McFarlane. I'll get Gray ready for the students in the morning.
Above all else, Mr. Fetters, the head to little Richardson. Did you see his eyes when I promised it? Do you think anyone will recognize Gray? Not 5 minutes After Richardson's first cut.
Hours passed. The class began to arrive. The pale members of Mr. Gray were dealt out to one and to another, and received without remark. Richardson tasted at last the joys of heaven.
Such a head, Mr. McFarlane. The supraorbital cavity, the occipital.
The pleasure is mine, Richardson. Entirely mine.
On the third day, the dreadful process of disguise was complete. I had outlived my terrors and forgotten my baseness, but the supply of subjects never met the demand. Richardson and all his tribe were insatiable. And so, at last, it came to the point that McFarlane and I must turn resurrection men ourselves. Like vultures on a dying lamb, we came down in rain and darkness on a coffin in the lonely rustic graveyard of Glencourse. The old wife of a farmer, who'd been known for nothing but good butter and a godly conversation, was to be rooted from her grave at midnight and carried, dead and naked, to that faraway city she had always honoured with her Sunday best. The place beside her family was to be empty till the crack of doom. Her innocent and venerable body to be exposed to the last curiosity of the anatomist. Almost there. A little more. Damn it to hell. The lantern's gone out. How are we going to get a corpse up in pitch darkness? To hell with the darkness. The less to see, the better. We don't need light to break her open. Damn it. Now let's get her out into the carriage. Poor Billy will catch us the other cold in this rain. What the hell's got into the dogs? Never mind the dogs. Get her under the shoulders. I'll take care of the feet. God, she's heavy for... McFarlane, what is it now? This is not the body of a woman. Superstitious fool. Feel it, you can... The chest. As flat as any table. Feel the width of the shoulders. I have matches here somewhere. Uncover the face. I'll get a light under my coat. Here. Now let's get a good look at the pitch. So. There. Against all reason, staring up from the coffin, his cold black eyes fixed on us like a knife in a wound, lay the one face that we now knew could never decompose or be disposed of. The face that would henceforth belong to any corpse we should ever encounter. The mocking face of the dead and long dissected Gray.
Oh, boy, there should be some wildlife around here.
Surprise!
The McDonald's Happy Meal guys.
Yep, a sticker McNuggets. Regular soft drink and regular fries.
And they are lying.
Lion!
What do you put in your McDonald's Halloween pumpkins?
Booty McBoom.
matey. Carrots in a goblin. Golden pumpkin, partner.
Now you can collect one of 3 different pumpkins with the purchase of every McDonald's Halloween Pumpkin Happy Meal. What you put in them is up to you.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. We sincerely hope that you'll be able to stay still long enough to hear tonight's story. But then again, perhaps you won't have much choice in the matter. The play, by John Graham, is called Buried Alive.
He comes forth like a flower and is cut down. His days are short and full of woe. Inasmuch as it pleases the Almighty God to take to himself this soul of our brother here departed, we therefore commit his body to the elements.
Keep it up. Good work, Rose. What a performance.
Earth to earth, dust to dust,
Yeah.
ashes to ashes.
What gibberish.
In certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life.
Well, thanks for the hope, friend.
Through our Lord Jesus.
But who needs it? Once again, illusion has been penniless. Well, they can't blame a murder on someone who's already dead, can they? Oh, poor Rose. Yeah, it's too bad. She's losing her looks. Speaking of Rose, I wonder what time it is. She should be along soon with that idiot Phil to dig me up. Yeah. In the dark, the fluorescent dial of this watch is almost blinding. Let's see. It's only an hour left. And then I'll hear Rose's soft, innocent voice over the intercom.
No, stop that, Phil. Not here.
Why not, Rose? I want you.
Not in Santini's bed.
Forget him, Rose. He's as good as dead. That oxygen cylinder won't last more than 24 hours.
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, why not? He's dying, and I couldn't be happier. The way he treated us. Clowns in that 2-bit dirty hypnotism show of his. Well, now he's the clown, and nothing's bad enough for him.
I'm sorry, but he was my husband.
Yes, he was.
You're right. He had it coming to him.
We don't have to hide our feelings anymore. And besides, with all that insurance money, we're free. I love you, Rose.
Oh, Phil.
We don't have to be afraid again, Rose. You love me, don't you?
Of course.
Then forget Santini.
You're good for me, Phil.
Come over here.
Where are they? Damn wife of mine. Get me out! Get me out! I feel like I'm being crushed. No, wait a minute. Calm down, Santini. Calm down. Don't burn up the oxygen. All right, what time is it? They're always late. How can she be so stupid? Well, she'll learn quick enough when I get out. Oh, no. No, she couldn't. Double-cross me? Oh, not Rose. I mean, she doesn't have the nerve. Maybe the intercom's broken. They came, but they couldn't get it to work. I'll check it. The intercom works. I have been double-crossed. She'll leave me here. No. No. I'll just push your coffin lid up. That's it. You just push it up. Come on. Once more. A little harder. Yeah, the lid's moving. No, it's not moving. It's not moving. Oh, I've gone crazy. Of course it's not moving. It's not going to move. The coffin's got 6 feet of earth on top of it. My oxygen will be running out. I've heard what happens to trapped men who are slowly suffocated. The nausea tortures them until they rip out their own throats. My own throat. Rose, you bitch. I'll get you. You're not gonna leave me here. I'll get you.
No, go away.
Rose?
Leave me alone.
Rose?
No.
Rose, wake up.
No, go away. Go
wake
away.
up.
Oh. Phil. Oh, Phil.
It was only a dream. There. Bad one, eh?
I saw him. He was out of the grave. His arms were around me.
Take it easy. You've had a rough day, but it's all over now.
I was in love with him.
Forget him, Rose.
I remember when we met. I tried to fight him, but he kept drawing me back.
Rose,
See,
please.
I was young and naive, but so happy in my lavender dress.
Go to sleep.
No. I've got to go and make sure he's still there.
You can't be serious. Mm-hmm. Why can't you wait till morning?
Now.
But it's late.
I'm going now. Are you coming or not?
Let's just leave it alone. It's done and over with. Leave it alone.
You're afraid.
No, I'm just not going. I don't want anything more to do with him.
I'm on my own then?
Suit yourself. But, Rose, be careful. It's dark out there tonight.
There's a lake. Okay. Now the grave should be right there. Good. And the intercom. Yeah. Everything is here. Santini? Are you there?
What the hell do you think? Where have you been, damn it? Everything's going according to plan, isn't it? Well, say something.
Santini.
What is going on?
We're not going to go through with it.
What the hell are you talking about?
We're going to leave you there.
Rose.
Goodbye, Santini.
No.
Goodbye.
Rose, please. Now, wait. Now, what? Just at least talk to me, Rose.
What's there to talk about?
What's there to talk about? For God's sake, why are you doing this to me?
I'm in love with Phil.
You're in love with Phil?
Yeah.
Phil the clown?
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
No, don't you laugh. He's good to me.
Oh, sure.
Hey, Mel, well, he makes me feel important.
That wimp? You're in love with him? Come on, Rose, you're not serious.
Look, even now you make me feel stupid.
Oh, okay. All right, listen, Rose. Look, I didn't mean it. Now, I've always liked Phil, yes. It's just that I love you so much.
Lies. You'll say anything. When you seduced my little sister, you said you love me. No, that was supposed to be enough.
That's all over now, Rose. I only did those things because I wanted your forgiveness. I loved you. Selfishly, I don't guess. But only because I was afraid of losing you.
Don't talk nonsense. It won't change anything.
Oh, look. If you want to leave me, I won't stop you. You can take the money. Just get me out of here.
And trust you? Why should I? Goodbye, Santini. Goodbye.
One more thing.
What is it?
A letter.
What?
It tells you all, Rose, everything.
What?
I left it with a good friend. He's going to open it. If I don't call him in the next little while, he's going to open it. Then they'll come and get me.
What?
And then we'll be together again, Rose. In jail.
Oh.
Hey, won't that be lovely? All three of us together again. Except it'll be worse for you. Murderer.
Murderer? After the living hell you put me through?
Rose, listen to me. I love you, Rose.
Sleep well, old friend. A letter. Damn it, he's got us again.
It could be a bluff.
I'm not going to rot in jail. I mean, even if we do let him go, we'll still have the money.
What are you talking about? If we let him go, he'll kill us both. You know that, don't you?
Yes. No. I don't know what to think. I can't stand it. He's down there dying, and we're going to get caught. It's not working. It's just not working.
Look, just stop and think for a minute. What friends does he have?
Santini? Friends? Certainly no one he could trust.
Huh?
Maybe it was a bluff.
Of course it was. Imagine him asking someone to wait for him to return from the dead. How could he expect anyone to do something like that?
You know, you're right. It's just more of his nonsense. He's made a fool of me again.
Hey, forget it, Rose. We're safe.
No, that's not enough.
What do you mean?
He tried to make a fool of me. He's going to die with us loving and laughing in his ears. Come on. We're going to make love in that graveyard.
No, I can't do that. I can't.
What's wrong with you? What are you so afraid of?
I'm still afraid of him, damn it. You would be too if you knew it was good for you.
Why are you such a wimp? I'll go alone. I want to see that louse bacon suffer. I want to see him die 1,000 deaths. Good night.
Be careful. He can be very persuasive.
Come on, God. You just give me a chance. I'm offering 50%. I'm talking 50% of the gross. And this scam is just a start. I mean, last year in Philly, we were pulling in 10 grand a week. You figure it out. It's not too hard to take, huh? Just let me get out of here. Come on, God. I'm on your side now, I swear. What time is it? Taking her own sweet time about it. Phil probably wet his pants. Where is that silly woman?
Hello, Santini.
Rose, good for you. I knew you'd figure it out.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, what the hell? It's all behind us now. I keep the money if you want. Well, most of it. I just need enough to buy off my friend with the letter, you understand?
What letter?
The letter... What letter? The letter. Don't play games with me.
You didn't really think I was going to buy that, did you?
So you think you're ahead, eh? What do you want?
I thought you might like to hear about me and Phil.
You want Phil?
Yeah. Some nights he wakes me up, 5, 6 times.
Terrific.
And God, so I can't think of anything else. From one sweet, sweet moment to the next. I'm sort of warm and hazy all the time.
I'm not interested, Rose.
Better than anything we ever had. That's for sure.
I don't want to hear this. I'm going to switch off the intercom.
You do, and you'll never hear another human voice again.
You bitch.
It all started one lousy drunk night in Munich. The show was a flop. We couldn't hypnotize anyone. They were too drunk. So you joined them. You got drunk, too, and mean. Threw me and Phil out in the rain.
Rose.
What a night. A couple has to be very inventive to keep up their interest in a rain ditch. Especially beside attentive singing drunks.
Is this some kind of joke?
Yeah.
You really must take me, Rose.
Yeah, I do.
It hasn't always been this way, you know. There were good times.
I can't think of any.
Naples. Just after we were married. Remember, Rose?
Yeah, just after they threw you in jail for that seance fraud. Oh, I remember it all right.
And the Mediterranean. How blue it seemed. You, in your summer dress.
The lavender one.
Yes, and that funny Greek.
Oh, the one who sang all the time. Spiros.
It's not so long ago. Is it, Rose?
Goodbye, Santini.
One last thing.
What?
Listen. Tomorrow morning, early. Come and watch the sun rise over the water. Just like we did when we were happy.
What's in it for you?
It's all I need to take with me, Rose. An image of you in the fresh morning light.
I gotta go.
Too much to ask? Say you'll come.
Yeah, we'll see. See, I gotta go.
Rose, you'll come.
I gotta go. I said we'll see. Goodbye.
Rose. You'll come, Rose. I got you now.
Good morning. Sleep well?
Yes, Rose. And you?
No, as a matter of fact. Well, I'm here.
Relax.
Yeah, but I haven't got time to waste.
What's the lake look like, Rose?
The lake? It's still there.
Sunrise shining across. It's pretty, isn't it?
Nice enough.
Restful.
Yeah.
Very restful.
Very restful.
Just like Naples, Rose.
Yeah. Like Naples.
All the time in the world, Naples.
All the time in the world.
You want to be back there so much it hurts you to think about it. Yet you do think about it.
All the time in the world.
Keep on looking at the sunrise on the water. You're back there now, aren't you, Rose?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
What's happening in your life?
I'm 17. I just fallen in love with an exciting man.
Yes.
Oh, he's handsome, so handsome. He knows everything.
What's his name, Rose?
Santini.
Why do you love him?
I don't know. I can't help it. The other girls at the convent are mad with jealousy. I can't think of anything else.
Are you happy?
I'm so happy I could burst.
Rose. Rose, when I count 3, you will wake up. You will remember only the good feelings you have now. Forget all our trouble, all our meanness, all our selfishness. Do you understand, Rose?
Yes, I understand.
Good. 1, 2, 3.
What have I done? What? Oh, good God. Santini, forgive me. I'll be right back. I'll get you out. I'll get you out right away. Don't worry.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all, Rosie.
Okay. It's free now. Push it open. Push it open. That's it. That's it. It's opening. Push harder.
There.
Oh.
Fresh air.
Oh, Santini. I'm sorry. I don't know how it happened.
Just get away from me. I can't breathe.
Oh, of course, I'm sorry.
Stupid woman.
Oh, you're not mad at me, are you?
No, mad. No, Rose, of course not, darling. Come here, let me hold you. Oh, why would I be mad at you, my love? Oh, Rose, let me look at you. Oh, look into my eyes, Rose. That's it. Just relax. Relax, Rose. Feeling drowsy?
Drowsy.
Yes.
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 All the time in the world, Rose.
All the time in the world.
To just relax, Rose. Relax. And lie down. Right in here. Looks like it's never been touched. That's a nice view of the lake from here. Rose.
Yes?
How do you feel now, Rose?
I'm happy. So happy.
Glad to hear it, Rose. When I count to 3, you'll wake up. 1, 2, 3.
Where am I? Oh, I can't breathe. Let me out. Santini! Help me! Help me! Santini!
What a lovely day. A lovely day. For a funeral.
Tonight's play was produced and directed by Paul Mills, and coordinating producer for Nightfall is Bill Howell.
There's a vacancy at the Bates Motel.
Norman, is that you?
No, it's Buzz McKenzie, and it could be you. Look for this display and enter Bud Light Psycho Sweepstakes to win a Bud Light party with Buzz McKenzie at the Psycho Mansion. You could even get a mug like Spud's at participating retailers. Wow!
That Spuzz is so cool, it's scary.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight, we'll be a little more literate than usual to give you the inside story of a manuscript they're just dying to get into print. The play, from the pen of Mavor Moore, is called The Book of Hell.
I don't care if it's the deepest book since Kafka, Andy. It still won't sell.
I had hoped for more important considerations than sales.
There isn't a publisher in the country who'd touch it.
But Gordon...
The book industry's broke, for God's sake. We're putting chicory in the office coffee.
Surely it would sell a few thousand.
Violence sells. Sex. Weird religion. Put them together and you clean up.
Clean up. Odd expression for publishing garbage.
Find it all in the Bible.
And Dante and Shakespeare, I know.
So get your academic ass off that high horse.
I'm talking about a highly relevant piece of work, Gordon. A penetrating look at Western society that warns us where we're headed.
I can tell you where
Linda
you're headed.
Agrees with me that it's the
Out. You want to work here, you work to my rules, Professor, or you go back to the cloister you came from.
Sure, Gordon, sure. But you are losing one of the most remarkable manuscripts.
Editors are for editing. Presidents are for calling the shots. Now, you and Linda better get that straight.
Andy? God, have I got something for us?
Oh, hi, Linda. Just let me get my caffeine chaser. Another clobbering by the boss.
I am flying. Listen, last night...
Let me brace myself. All right, what happened?
I got a manuscript from A.J. Yanofsky.
Want a coffee?
Love some.
One coffee. Black as Gordon's soul.
Thanks. I read it last night. Andrew, you would not believe.
I didn't know Yanofsky was still alive.
Hibernating in Mexico.
Long winter.
12 years.
There were rumors, right?
Uh-huh.
He was on the lam from the drug squad? No, he was murdered. No, he murdered someone. He's a Nazi doctor, and he's the bastard son of Greta Garbo.
Who cares? He's a great writer.
Oh, Linda. A.J. Yanofsky was strictly a 60s phenomenon. Who needs that stuff now, all that stream of subconsciousness crap?
That's my time you're knocking, Curly. I was there.
And if he has started writing again, why would he send the manuscript to you?
Because, I knew him. Yeah, like we met. Hung around in Haight-Ashbury.
Oh, cute little California flower children.
He told me once, Linda, I'm going to write the book of hell. I'll send it to you.
And 15 years later, he did.
Yeah, an incredible work. A sort of documentary editor. First-person stuff.
You mean a rewrite of Dante's Inferno?
Dante had a theological wet dream, for God's sake. Yanofsky is hard-edged, relentless.
Yeah, great stuff. Sex, violence, and weird religion ought to make a mint.
Now.
Oh, Gordon will love it.
I want to get Yanofsky on the phone right away.
Put them together and you clean up. Too bad about A.J. He used to be honest, at least.
Andrew, you're starting to bore me. Get useful. Here's the number. Put it through for me while I check the mail, huh?
Is this number his agent?
No, he's home in Mexico. The manuscript didn't come from an agent. Use the phone in my office.
Oh, well. Little diversion helps put in the day. Can't believe I'm doing this. I'll be promoted to Linda's assistant faster than I thought. Hello. May I speak to Mr. Yanofsky, please?
Tell him who wants to speak to him. He won't talk to just anybody.
Oh, thanks a lot. Beg your pardon?
Tell him Linda Ross.
I see. No, there isn't. Yeah. Thank you.
Let me talk. What the hell are you doing?
That was his wife.
Why'd you hang up?
A.J. Yanofsky died 2 years ago.
Si, senores. Yes, ladies, may I serve you?
I'll just have a black coffee, please.
Dos cafés solo, por favor.
Dos coffees solo. Very good, ladies. The coffee is just...
I hope you are enjoying Mexico, Miss Ross.
I am, thank you. Mrs. Yanofsky, I'm a direct person.
Good. So am I.
Sorry if I seem to pry, but I must know. How did your husband die?
He was eaten away, Miss Ross, from the inside. When there was more outside than inside, he died. In my arms, like kindling wood.
And you told no one?
Oh, the doctor, the undertaker. It was his wish. He wanted to keep the mystery. And I have kept it.
You must have loved him very much.
He needed me. Others may have needed him.
I guess I was one of those once.
It means nothing, except for a man's vanity. But vanity, you know, means things that are in vain. At the end, he had only me.
Yes. I wanted to ask you, did he leave any other papers? Any notes or sketches?
That was all he left. Pieces. He became unable to... He could not put anything together. The drugs, you know.
Were they sketches for some particular work, or...?
Oh, no. Whatever came into his head.
May I see them later?
There's nothing to see. All burnt. He told me burn them.
Those coffees solo. You like something to eat, señoras, ladies?
Estoy al régimen, señor.
Qué bonito, señora.
So there was no book?
No book.
But the typing. You said you recognized his machine.
Old typewriters have scars on some of the letters. He's had a crooked O.
Like fingerprints.
The manuscript is from my husband's typewriter.
Then we're getting warmer, surely.
But I sold it. I sell everything, so who knows what writer is using it now.
But the handwriting, the corrections, the signature on a letter, could those be faked?
What do you want me to say? That he came back from the dead?
No, I can't easily believe in...
The dead do not rise again.
There are mediums who say that they can take dictation from the spirit world. Have you experienced...
They take the credit, no? Forgive me, but such people work for money.
If the Book of Hell gets published, Mrs. Yanofsky, the money will come to you. Would you object to that?
I would not personally object, no. But that book will never be published.
Oh? You'd object on behalf of your husband?
Why should I? Obviously, he is trying to get it published.
Do you really believe that?
I believe only that life is mysterious.
Why do you think the Book of Hell...
It will never be published. Because it is probably true.
I don't like the typeface, Pete. And the paper stock looks flimsy.
You get what you pay for, Gordon.
You used to make better-looking books.
And you used to have a better class of writers. You want to upgrade the materials? Fine. But I'll have to upgrade the price.
And we both know I can't afford it. Buckram binding.
A thing of the past. Now it's paperbacks run off a newsprint.
We go back a long way, Pete.
Yeah, sure do. My old man was your dad's printer.
I hate asking for credit, Pete, but I'm in a bit of a jam. Could you carry me for 6 months?
Sure, Gordon. No sweat.
All I need is one bestseller. Paperback rights in 6 figures. Maybe a film option.
Yep. Just one blockbuster. Where you going to find it, Gordon?
Gordon.
What do you want, Andy?
Linda just phoned from New York.
Yeah?
Not a single major publisher has been offered a Yanofsky manuscript in 12 years.
What? How many people know about the Book of Hell?
You and me and Linda.
None of the secretaries?
I don't think so. No letters, no calls.
Where's the manuscript now? Did she leave it with you?
No. I took it with her. Just ran out, flagged a cab, and took her chances.
Well, the minute she gets back, have a photocopy made. No, you better make it yourself. We can't take chances.
Gordon, you sound as if you're going to buy it, and you haven't even read it.
You haven't read it either. Why so superior?
The notion of a real hell went out with the Flat Earth Society. Even the church calls it a figure of speech. We'd be the laughingstock of the scientific community.
Weird religion makes lots of money, remember?
Oh, I just don't follow you. You turn down a major work on the human condition and latch onto a hokey piece of pulp about hell.
I have an open mind.
You've got an open cash register.
Is anybody in a position to sue us?
What? Sue?
Could anyone stand up in court and call the writer a liar? Call the whole thing a hoax?
If that's all that matters to me.
Now listen. Nobody's to find out about this book. No one. When Linda gets back tomorrow, it's not to be discussed in this office.
Why the massive security?
We'll meet at my place, or on a park bench if we have to, but not here. Yanofsky lived his whole life in secrecy.
Enhanced his charisma, I guess.
Secrecy, without the media messing things up, can buy us 3 months lead time. The Book of Hell just might be our salvation.
I keep telling you, Gordon, Yanofsky's wife doesn't want a contract. She's not a businesswoman.
A businesswoman, for God's sake. Is there a contradiction in terms? She's his executor, isn't she?
He didn't leave the book. It's just been written.
Oh, sure. Smuggled out of hell in a diplomatic pouch.
I can only tell you that's what Mrs. Yanofsky believes.
Well, that settles one thing. I don't have to pay any royalties. If there's no copyright, we could even rewrite the damn thing.
What?
Fake the fake.
Not when you've read it, Gordon, you won't.
I've been trying to get my hands on it. Where's Andy with that bloody Xerox?
He should be back any minute from the office.
I want to read it at home tonight.
If this is a fake, it may be harder to explain a hoax than... I mean, there are forces beyond... Oh, I don't know what I mean.
So I gather.
His wife made it all seem completely mysterious.
Am I getting you straight?
Oh, I need to get away from... to get some perspective.
All this documentary eyewitness stuff? You trying to tell me there are pens and typewriters in hell? And paper that doesn't burn? And a post office?
The post office even you could believe.
Yeah, it's probably the model for our mail service.
What I'm trying to say, Gordon, is that the usual marks of a fake are just not there. The Book of Hell isn't even a copy of Yanofsky's old style.
What about the detective stuff? The machine?
Sure, it's his old typewriter, but God knows who might have picked it up in a flea market.
And the handwriting?
How could a phony have forged it so meticulously, and why? Forgery is even less likely
than... Oh, come on, Linda. Feminine fantasy isn't going to solve anything.
Oh, bull.
So let's be logical. Either Yanofsky's still alive...
I've told you, he died in his wife's arms.
Or he's dead, she says. Were there any witnesses?
I've seen the grave.
You didn't dig him up, though?
No, I didn't dig him up.
Then it's unproven, as the Scots say. But as I started to say, either he's still alive, or it's got to be a fake.
Gord! Oh, here he comes like Roger Bannister. Andy, don't drop that briefcase.
I've been all around the park 3 times. Let's synchronize directions next time.
Sure. Meanwhile, I just want to read the damn manuscript before I bet my life on it. You got the Xerox?
Listen, I couldn't.
Give me the briefcase, Andy. But this is the original.
Where's the copy, for God's sake?
I'm trying to tell you. It won't Xerox.
What are you talking about?
I tried it on 3 different machines, and there's something weird. The sheets all come out blank.
Their knowledge of human anatomy is so complete that the worst tortures on earth cannot compare with the exquisite pain they inflict.
That's enough. Okay, play it back, Andy. That's bloody odd. Check the machine again. There's got to be an S.
Yeah, I'll test it again. One, 2, 3, Apple Baker Charlie. Testing. One, 2, 3, Apple Baker Charlie. Testing.
The Book of Hell won't photograph. And it won't record.
Where does that leave us?
The ink could be a chemical gimmick. Wouldn't zero. It's your voice reading, Linda.
I didn't take either.
Yeah.
So the mystery's in Yanofsky's words.
There are more things in heaven and earth,
Save the
Horatio.
scholarship, Professor.
Maybe if we tried again.
We came all the way out to my place to read the Book of Hell, so let's get on with it. Copies or no copies. Pick up where you left off, Linda.
The use of microorganisms, first to stimulate the frontal cortex of the brain, then to frustrate neurohormonal responses, sets up an alternating swing between hope and despair. One group of microbes arouses expectation in the control center, while another renders the receptor muscles unable to comply. These positive and negative forces locked inside care no more about their battleground than ravaging armies on Earth. You are, I am, their Hiroshima. On my second day in Ward 7...
Go on.
What hideous torture.
Get yourself another whiskey. Go on, Linda.
On my second day in Ward 7, they began the injections. The first injection induced a high far beyond any I had ever experienced on Earth. It was as if I were being carried to the top of a demonic roller coaster and forced to look far below at the twisting track of terrors. The second injection plunged me down into an abyss. I thought frantically of escape, only to realize what a trap I was caught in. There was no escape from this insane cross-wiring. I was my own torturer. Shall I go on?
Makes a crazy kind of sense. Like a report from a madhouse.
He'll take it on his own terms if you can accept them. A day, for example, is his metaphor.
Metaphors you play with in our world. Look, all he does is talk about physical suffering, mental suffering.
Exactly.
In hell, you don't have a body or a mind. For God's sake, you have a soul. A lost one.
How do you know, Gordon? You're getting awfully metaphysical.
Well, to come back down to earth, I know when I hear a stoned nut describing hell from his hacienda in Mexico. He's got one hell of an imagination, that's all.
That is not all, Gordon. Dig deeper.
If he's got a body and a mind, he's not dead. And the last time I heard, you had to be dead to go to hell.
For what it's worth, he explains that.
Well, I, for one, can't wait to hear it.
I was then confined in a small cubicle made of what appeared to be mirrors. Though I knew I was dead, the excruciating pain contradicted me. Yet search as I might in the mirrors, there was nothing there. Thus, they drive home their most chilling lesson in damnation. If we do not exist, we must invent ourselves. With no body or mind left to torture, the soul must torture itself by recreating body and mind out of remembered fragments. I was to program my own inferno.
Good God.
Well, he certainly lost his mind.
Listen. In effect, my soul was a monstrous cancer, continually creating within itself the means of my destruction. The lost soul is one that no longer controls its own circuitry. The signal apparatus has been taken over by the enemy, which uses it to destroy me, to destroy you. The sensation is like spontaneous combustion.
I should have taken it off the hook.
Oh, let it ring.
And you take a message, would you? And leave it off the hook?
Yeah, okay, I'll get it.
Go on, Linda. Go on.
It is this control of the circuitry, this ability to send phantom signals to real bodies through their remembered images, like pins stuck in a doll, that gives hell its power on earth. Hell is not a place, but a system for disrupting the plans of God.
Gordon, that was the police. Our warehouse just went up in flames.
You'll never get near it, Mr. McIntosh.
Can you save anything?
What isn't already burned will be soaked. Get that ladder out of there. Over to the right.
My whole life's work. What a bloody mess.
At least we moved the office downtown. Didn't lose everything.
Well, what can we do without stock? There are books to sell.
Well, there's insurance, isn't there?
Insurance.
Andy, that's hardly a consolation.
Don't push your luck, Andy. I've been pushing mine.
Reeler in the other way. Let's go.
Captain?
Yes, Mr. McIntosh. Anything I can do for you?
Any idea what started it?
Well, a little early to tell. Faulty wiring, maybe.
No way. Completely rewired last year.
Any sign of arson, Captain?
Well, not so far, but that's unofficial.
There has to be a cause.
Books, soak up moisture. Then heat sometimes. Could have been spontaneous combustion, an act of God.
Gordon, you still want to go ahead with the Book of Hell?
I don't know. What else have we got to push?
Half a dozen books in the fall list that just might
ease us gracefully downhill to bankruptcy. Why should we give up on the one sensational manuscript that might get us back in the race?
You still think the warehouse fire was a coincidence?
Linda, you are a lovely lady, an intelligent person, and a great editor.
In that order?
But you will never make me believe in ghosts.
Gordon, you're beginning to protest too much.
Extrasensory perception might be okay if we completely explored the 5 senses we already know about.
You need a license to preach in this park,
don't try to convert me to diabolism.
Obviously, the Book of Hell didn't do that.
Not what I've heard so far. I'm the only one who never gets to read it through. Where is it now?
Locked in my office.
Well, let's keep it there. So long as I'm legally clear as publisher, I don't give a damn who wrote it or where it came from.
We sort of gathered that.
A production like this has to be played very carefully, kept under heavy wraps at just the right moment, and published with all the hype we can muster.
And what about the cold, hard looks in retrospect?
Backlash?
Or maybe just knowing grins all over the media.
By that time, we'll be heavily into foreign sales, translations, film rights, all bundle.
Laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, by then, even the fire will seem like a godsend, like a brilliant publicity stunt.
Gordon, ever heard of hubris?
Hubris is contempt for God, Professor. I'm prepared to show a little contempt for the devil.
That's all very daring, Gordon. But how are you going to print a facsimile of the Book of Hell if it won't photograph?
That reminds me. Got to get back to the office and talk to Pete. He'll have to set the whole manuscript in type. When it's finally on press, I just hope it'll print.
Sure, Gordon. I don't see why not. If you got trouble getting photostats, we could set linotype and run it off letterpress. Well, just have to work out the costs. Hold on a sec. Hey, Bill! What's that carton doing on the conveyor belt? It'll wreck the whole run.
You guys want to go somewhere for a cup of coffee?
No, I hate chicory.
And I hate funerals.
You didn't have to go to his funeral, did you?
I felt responsible somehow.
You? What about me? The Book of Hell hadn't been sent to me in the first
cut
place.
it out, both of you. It's nobody's fault. These things happen. Something just comes up with your number on it.
So, what do we do now?
Now, we can get another printer. It's just a matter of booking press time.
Not if word of the book gets out. No one would touch it with a 10-foot pole. They'd say it was jinxed.
I hate to rub it in, but I was against it from the start.
Come on, Andy. You blew hot and cold the whole time.
I was skeptical at first, sure, but when drastic things began to happen...
Where is the Book of Hell? Is it still locked up in your office, Linda?
It's in my briefcase. Gordon,
I want to see it.
Gordon, please.
I've got to make the decision back at the office. I haven't had the damn book in my hands yet.
Be my guest, Gordon. The Book of Hell by A.J. Yanofsky.
Thanks. Now, let's see what a monstrous fake feels like. Huh. There's some sort of smell. Musty. Something acrid.
Good luck.
Yeah! Gordon.
Poor Yanofsky.
Because his book was destroyed?
Because Yanofsky dared to write it. Can you imagine the ghastly things they'll do to him now?
Linda, we've both read the Book of Hell. We're the only ones who know. What will they do to us?
You have just heard The Book of Hell by Maver Moore. Featured in tonight's cast were Bud Knapp as Gordon, Nani Griffin as Linda, and Patrick Young as Andy, with Lynn Darragon as Mrs. Yanofsky, Hugh Webster as Pete, and Alan Doremus as the fireman and the waiter. Our recording engineer is John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. Our production assistant is Nina Callahan, and the series story editor is Earl Toppings. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell.
Toys R Us has the Big Bird Halloween costume and the Yoda Halloween costume for trick-or-treating.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Childhood memories for most of us are often the very best of all. But for some of us, they contain the key to who we are now. The key that unlocks the door to rooms we may never wish to visit again. Tonight's story, from the far from nostalgic pen of Arthur Samuels, is called Child's Play.
Mary? You haven't said a word the whole trip. You still won't tell me what's bothering you.
You know what's bothering me.
Okay. I was hoping it'd wear off, that you'd come around to my point of view.
And what about mine?
Honey, it just doesn't make sense. Well, look, here we are, with a genuine, once-in-a-lifetime windfall right in our laps, and you... Are you sure we're on the right road? You said 5 miles from the turnpike.
It's the right road. Don't you think I'd know? Take a left after that bridge. We're almost there.
Wow, I don't believe it. This house is fantastic. And much bigger than you said. Must be, what, 10, 12 rooms?
I don't remember.
Sitting on 30 acres. It's unbelievable. I'm going to take a look around.
Arthur?
And then what are you going to do?
Mary, dear, you must do as your father tells you. He knows what's good for you.
But why can't I play with the other kids around here? They're nice.
Nice, you say? The spawn of the devil, just like their parents. Lazy, corrupt, evil in thought and in deed. I will not have my daughter contaminated by them.
Daddy! Your father is right, dear. Those children haven't had your upbringing. They're godless heathen.
That's not fair. My teacher at school says it's wrong to say bad things about people, to judge them without even knowing
At
them.
school. They're trying to corrupt her, too. Well, I won't have it, do you hear? I want Mary out of that den of iniquity immediately.
Mother? The den is her education.
Look at these books. Do you know what they mean? Comparative religions. Darwin. Biology of the human body. This isn't education, it's blasphemy.
But, Daddy...
The tools of Satan. No, I've made up my mind. You will not spend another day in that school. We'll attend to your education, and better than they.
But how? Where, Dennis?
Here. Here in this house, where she'll be protected. Away from that school, and away from those children. Here she'll be safe. Safe.
I don't believe it. You weren't allowed to play with other kids, not even allowed to go to school. What kind of religious nuts were they?
They meant well. They knew what was good for me.
Yeah. Now, I'm beginning to understand. I'm sorry, honey. I had no idea.
Arthur, please, let's leave. We can find another place.
What with? We're broke. And your father's will stipulated that you inherit the house only if you marry, and only if you live in it. Otherwise, it goes to your aunt. Wouldn't that be stupid?
I don't care.
Well, I do. Mary, it's crazy to give up a place like this just because of what happened in the past. It's a new life for us.
I couldn't ever be happy here.
You could at least try. Yes, try, and maybe you ought to start by thinking of someone else besides yourself. Mary, what is it?
Listen.
Listen to what?
Voices outside. Children.
I don't hear a thing. Wait a minute, I'll see if I can see something. No one. Not a soul. Anyway, what would children be doing out here? You must have been imagining.
I was so sure. Shh. There, again. Can't you hear them?
No. Hey, you putting me on or what?
They're gone. I don't understand. I was so sure I heard...
Forget it, honey. You're just worn out. It's been a tough day for you. Come on. Let's go to bed.
No. No, Arthur. No, it's no good. Please, I can't. Please.
All right. Forget it.
I'm sorry. You're angry with me.
No, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed, I guess. I mean, it's like going back to square one.
You mean my breakdown, don't you?
Honey.
Well, say it. 2 whole years when you had a wife who was useless in bed.
And we agreed not to talk about it. Come on, take it easy. Mary? Is that the room where your parents... where it happened?
Yes. That's where it happened. My room.
Dennis. Oh. I'm sure I heard someone say something.
Oh, nonsense. Your nerves again, Martha. Waking me up for nothing.
I'm so sure I heard
Well, you said it came from Mary's room. Well, here we are. There she is, sound asleep. I'm going back to bed.
Dennis.
Hmm?
Dennis.
What is it now?
Behind you. Look out.
Huh? Oh!
No. Oh, no. In God's name, please. Not me. Oh, don't.
As coroner, it is my judgment that both the deceased, Mr. and Mrs. Hammond, died as a result of multiple knife wounds at the hand of a person or persons unknown, and that the matter now be handed to the county police for investigation.
Here, one more nail ought to do it. There. How does that look, child bride?
Great. You're a genius.
Genius, sure. But a carpenter? I never thought I had it in me. Hey, look at that veranda floor. Flat and solid. And the railing straight as... Mary? Honey, what is it?
Nothing. I thought I heard...
I hear it, too.
What?
The wind and the poplars. Great sound. Great place, great life. Honey, you know what we've got here? A paradise.
I keep hearing them. Children.
Forget it. Come over here. Now, look around you. Green forest for miles. And there's a fantastic little trout stream just a few hundred yards in. And over there, see, that abandoned farmer's field lined with poplar as far as the eye can see. And this house, when I finish with it, it'll last another 100 years. And to have all this to ourselves, it's almost immoral. Hey, have you been listening to me? Come on, here I am, waxing poetic, and you... You okay?
Yes. I'm fine. Just a little restless. It'll pass.
Well, that was a good day's work, 2 whole chapters. Mary, you keep staring out the window as though you were expecting someone. Another lover, maybe?
What? Oh, I'm sorry, Arthur. What were you saying?
I said I finished another 2 chapters of the novel. I'll tell you, this one's going to make it and big. I feel it in my bones. Well?
Well, what?
Well, I could stand a little enthusiasm. How come you haven't asked to read any of it? You always used to. Or are you afraid it'll be another one of those, Well, Arthur, it's good, only don't you think it's a little weak here and here and here?
You never listen to my opinions anyway.
That's not true. Well, anyway, this time I'd like you to. You're doing it again. What are you staring at out there?
Nothing. I'm just listening. To the children.
What children? Are you on that kick again? Mary, how many times do you...
Don't you hear them out there?
No, I don't. Wait a minute. I do hear something. What the hell's going on out there? I'll take a look out the window. Well, too dark. I can't see a thing.
But you hear them, don't you?
I hear something, but... Children? How could there possibly be...
Arthur.
Stay there. You never know who it might be this time of night. Maybe someone lost, looking for directions. I don't see any... Hey! Who's out there? It's a little girl. What are you doing out here this time of night?
Can Mary come out to play?
What are you talking about? What do you want?
Can Mary come out to play?
Arthur. Mary, don't come near the door. Stay where you are, do you hear? All right, little girl, you're playing a joke. Is that it?
Mary! Can Mary come out to play?
No, she can't. What do you mean coming here this time of night? It's almost midnight. Do your parents know where you... Go away. Go home, do you hear me? Leave us alone. Mary, stay away from that window.
But
Do what I say! I don't believe it. Where the hell did that child come from and the others?
The neighborhood.
What neighborhood? There hasn't been a neighborhood here since that thing with your parents. You told me, didn't you? You told me everybody around here sold and moved out, and there's been nobody since.
Yes.
Then why do you talk about the neighborhood as though it still exists? As though those children exist. I'm going to call the police.
But Arthur...
Listen, this thing's just too weird to ignore. There's got to be some explanation.
Weston County Police, Sergeant Doherty.
Sergeant, this is Arthur Hager. My wife and I are at the Hammond house. It's out near the...
well, yeah, I know the place, Mr. Hager. Your wife, that'd be the Hammond girl.
Yes, Mary Hammond, my wife.
Okay. What can I do for you, Mr. Hager?
Listen, this is going to sound crazy. It is crazy. But these children...
how's that? Did you say children, Mr. Hager? What children?
I don't know. But my wife's been hearing them outside for the last couple of days, ever since we got here.
Oh, maybe families camping nearby.
No, nothing like that. I've scouted the property for a couple of miles on every side, and there's no sign of anybody. Now, these kids must be from the town. There must be a gang of them.
Oh, that's hardly likely, Mr. Hager. You're a good 10 miles from the town. Maybe what your wife's been hearing...
The wind. The trees. Yeah, that's what I thought, too, until a few minutes ago. Now, I heard them myself. I even saw one of them.
Where?
Right at my door. She knocked. And when I answered, she was standing there asking... this is ridiculous. Asking whether my wife could come out to play.
You say this happened a few minutes ago? It's past midnight.
Don't you think I know that? Why do you think I'm calling?
Now, take her easy, Mr. Hager. I just can't figure out how any child from anywhere around here would be hanging about up your way, especially this time of night.
What are you saying? That I'm hearing and seeing things, that I'm drunk or crazy?
No, sir, I'm not saying anything like that, but, for the life of me, I can't think of any kids from this town that would be anywhere near you.
Will you listen to me? I tell you they're out there. I hear them right now, and you keep telling me they don't exist?
Wait a minute. You say you're hearing them right now?
Yes, well, they're gone now, but I tell you they were out there a second ago.
All right, Mr. Hager, I'll tell you what. You just try to relax, and, I'll drive out there first thing in the morning and check it out, okay?
Mr. Hager?
Yes, Sergeant Doherty?
Morning. I see you've been doing some work around the place.
Sergeant.
Your wife not around?
No, she's upstairs lying down. She's not feeling too well.
Oh, sorry to hear that. I remember her real well.
Oh?
Well, I knew her when, 12 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
She'd be, 25 now?
Yes. How did you...
I was heading up the investigation. Damnedest thing I ever saw.
Yeah, must have been pretty horrible.
That, and strange, too. We never did find the killer.
or killers.
Well?
Drew a complete blank. Still don't make sense to me.
What do you mean?
Well, there wasn't a clue. Never found the murder weapon. It's probably one of them long kitchen knives.
Oh.
The weird part was nothing in the house seemed to be missing, including a fair amount of cash the Hammonds kept around.
Well, why's that surprising? Whoever the intruder was must have been discovered by the Hammonds, panicked, killed them, ran off.
Seems like. But, well, that don't rightly explain the stab wounds in the bodies. It was cut up something awful.
Mary couldn't help you much, I suppose.
No, child was hysterical. Well, imagine being woke up out of a sound sleep to see your own parents being murdered. Dark room and all.
Sergeant, about these children.
Oh, yeah, the children. What did she look like?
Who?
The one you saw.
Oh, I don't know. About 7 or 8, I suppose. I mean, I didn't get a good look at her. It was dark out in the porch. I just saw her in the shadows.
And?
And what?
What did she say?
I told you. Can Mary come out to play? Something like that.
Huh. That don't make much sense, does it?
I didn't say it made sense, Sergeant. I'm telling you what happened.
Okay. Take it easy. Well, I checked around on the way up here. Couldn't have been any children within 10 miles of here last night, far as I can make out. Townspeople's kids are all tucked away and asleep at the time you claim.
You still don't believe me. All right, forget it, Sergeant. Forget it. I'll deal with it myself.
Okay. Sorry I couldn't be more help. Anyway, my regards to your wife.
What?
I said my regards to Mary, your wife. She'll remember me. We talked quite a bit after the killings. Poor child. Awful business that was. Never could figure it out.
Ah, boy. Talk about peaceful, eh? Look at that moon. I wonder why it always looks twice as big out here. Mary, you haven't said a word all evening. Honey, where are you going?
Just out for a walk.
Well, hang on, I'll go with you.
No. Arthur, do you mind? I'd like to go by myself.
Yes, I do mind. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea right now. Mary, I said...
Let me go. I am not a child, you know.
I didn't say you were. But until we find out about the... Why do you keep staring out there like that? You hear them, don't you? Don't you? And you want to go to them? Answer me.
Yes. And you can't stop me. Let me go.
Oh, no, you're not going. Back. Family, you're back. Get into the house, Mary.
No. Let me go.
I said get into the house. Now. There.
You've no right.
Mary, listen to me. We're in danger. I don't know what it is, but none of it makes sense. But please, honey, you've got to promise me you won't step out of this house. It's you they're waiting for out there, and I won't let them have you. Do you understand?
Let me go.
All right, that's it. Get upstairs. Come on.
What are you doing? You're hurting me.
I'm going to make damn sure you stay put. Now, give me that key, Mary.
What?
The key to that room upstairs, the one you kept.
It's in my purse.
No, it isn't. I've already checked. You've got it on you, haven't you?
No. Leave me alone. You're hurting me.
Then keep still. It's in one of your jean pockets. There. I thought so.
Give it back to me. You've no right. Where are you taking me?
Nowhere. The only place I can lock you in and know you'll be safe from those damn...
Arthur, no. No, not in that room. Oh, please, not there. I promise. I'll do anything you want. But don't.
I don't trust you. Now get in there.
No. I'm afraid. Arthur, don't.
Get
down
there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, honey. But I can't think of anything else to do. Oh, Mary, please don't. I had to do this, don't you understand? Look, I'll let you out just as soon as they give up and you come to your senses. As soon as this madness ends. Check all the doors, the windows, and get help. Oh, God, no. Not again. What do you want?
Mary, come out and play.
Leave us alone, damn you!
Weston County Police, Sergeant
Doherty, this is Arthur Hager.
Yes, Mr. Hager. Anything wrong?
There's plenty wrong. Listen to me. You don't know what's happening here. They're back. And
now, Mr. Hager.
Damn it! I said listen. Now get over here and hurry.
Mr. Hager? Mr. Hager, you still there?
Oh my God, Mary. Listen, I can't talk now. Please, no questions. Just hurry. Mary, it's me. What's wrong?
They're hurting me. Help me.
Oh, Christ. Mary? Where are you? Why are the lights off?
I'm here, Arthur. Over here.
Where's the damn light switch? Here. Mary, you were screaming. I thought...
You thought you could keep me locked up. Keep me from my friends. Well, you can't, Arthur. Not anymore.
Mary, you're upset. You don't know what you're saying. It was only for your own good.
Oh, that's what they always said. You mustn't go out anymore, Mary. You mustn't ever go out. And you can't play with the other children. Oh, that's what they always said. It's for your own good.
Mary, that was a long time ago. That's all in the past.
And now, you won't let me either. You won't let me go out to play. Well, I'll show you. Just like I showed them.
Mary, what are you doing? Where did you get that?
There wasn't a clue. Never found the murder weapon. Probably one of them long kitchen knives.
That knife. It was you. You killed your parents. Oh, Mary, how could you?
It was easy. I tricked him. Just like I tricked you into coming in here, Arthur.
No.
See? I'm a lot smarter than you think.
No, don't, Mary, please. Put that knife down. You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, yes, I do. It's easy, see? All I have to do is this. And this. And this. See, Arthur? I told you should have let me go. Just like I told Mommy and Daddy. Well, now none of you can stop me. Too bad for you. Too bad for you.
for some new Halloween fun. See what happens on the Halloween that almost wasn't.
The end to a beloved 2,000-year-old tradition. But my mind is made up. Excellent.
Have fun with Judd Hirsch, Mariette Hartley, Henry Gibson, and a wonderful cast of spooky characters. And find out.
Saturday at 1:30.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. I would like to reassure those listeners with tendencies towards claustrophobia that tonight I will be especially careful to take care of them. The play, adapted from a Michael McCabe short story by leading player Graham Haley, is called The Room. Welcome.
It pleases me to see a man save a whiskey.
Does it, Mrs. Watts?
It does. My late husband, the Major, was partial to it.
Husband?
Yes. Do I look like a spinster?
No, not at all.
You seem determined to make me one. I am a widow. I have been a widow for 22 years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Alfred was also fond of a cigarette in the evening. Would you care for one?
No, thank you. I don't smoke.
As you wish.
Well, cheers.
Yes.
It's a lovely scotch.
Atlas, one of the first ever produced in Scotland and not generally available.
Oh, I'm honored.
It's so long since I've been able to offer my whiskey. I've had that bottle for more than 20 years. Poor Alfred was the last one to drink from it. He died the next day.
Oh, really?
Yes, ironic.
What do you mean?
The day before he died, he had a violent argument with Father Doyle. That's a long story. Suffice to say, the Major renounced his faith.
But why do you say it was ironic?
Well, he couldn't receive the last rites, could he, poor dear? Now then, are you willing to spend a night in the Yellow Room, Mr. Todd?
An unlikely partnership in ghostly research. Ronald Todd and Amelia Watts. He, young, brash, and very broke. She, old, self-serving, and wealthy. One could, in fact, well say that 4 walls are all they have in common.
Mrs. Watts, could I just get 1 or 2 things straight?
Of course.
I gather it's haunted, the Yellow Room.
So they say.
Who says?
People.
But nobody's ever stayed there all night?
Oh, yes, they have.
Oh.
Do you remember the 6th Duke of Wallingford? Or was that before your time, Mr. Todd?
Duke of... Oh, yes, of course. The family bribed some famous psychiatrist who certified that the Duke was perfectly sane, but just the same, he was as mad as a hatter.
Quite mad. But he was as sane a man as one could wish to meet once. But that was before he spent the night in the Yellow Room.
You mean he...
the
Duke...
Haunter and the Haunted? Every man's history of ghosts and ghosting? He wrote those books, Mr. Todd. He lived and dreamed the spirit world. He was a hunter of ghosts.
And he came here?
He came. He stayed in this house, in the North Wing, in the Yellow Room. One night he spent 6.5 hours there. By morning, he was quite mad.
My God.
Then there was Captain Bletchford of the 4th Hussars. He was found in the rose bushes 40 feet below, leapt through the window. Help yourself to whiskey, Mr. Todd. There were others who stayed in this room but saw nothing, because I believe they were not alone. It only happens, you see, when a person is entirely alone.
What is it that happened.
Oh, my dear Mr. Todd, if I knew that, I would not be offering £1,000 to any man who could provide me with the answer.
I see.
No one who has spent a night in the Yellow Room has been the same the next morning. Transformed.
Mrs. Watts, I must tell you, I'm not impressed by psychic research, and I have no superstition.
Ah, you are brave.
I'm an atheist.
So are the others.
You mean...
The Duke and Captain Bletchford.
Well, I wasn't always. I was brought up a Christian. Now I'm uncommitted, I'm afraid.
You're afraid?
Just a figure of speech. I'm not afraid. For £1,000, I'll spend a night anywhere.
I see.
One thing, though. If nothing happens, I'll have nothing to tell you, will I?
Well, in that case, you will receive £100 just for your trouble. Not an unreasonable fee for 8 hours' sleep, Mr. Todd.
No, but...
But I warn you, if nothing happens, don't invent. I shall know.
I am an honourable man.
Good. Well, having settled that...
I wonder if you'd mind telling me just why you're so curious, Mrs. Watts. What do you want to find?
I am an old woman. I have lived a long and wonderful life. But soon I shall die.
I hope not.
If I should be taken tomorrow, God forbid, I would go to my grave a disappointed woman, never knowing what evil dwells in the Yellow Room. There's going to be a storm.
Yes, the air is stifling. Why haven't you spent a night in the Yellow Room yourself, Mrs. Watts?
10 years ago, I did. I went into the room and locked the door, had my rosary with me. Unlike yourself, Mr. Todd, I have a very strong faith.
And?
After 15 minutes, I unlocked the door and let myself out.
Why?
Mr. Todd, I did not ask you here to question me. And may I remind you that you have come to earn, if you can, £1,000?
Yes.
For that sum, you have a job to do.
Quite right.
After the job is finished, I shall question you. That is our working arrangement. Would Sunday suit you?
Yes, Sunday will suit me fine.
After all, you won't be in church. But you must meet Father Doyle. Oh, one thing I forgot. I shall lock the door to the Yellow Room once you are inside and settled. It will not be opened again until 8 o'clock on Monday morning. No matter what happens.
So, this is it.
This is it. A bit mouldy, I'm afraid.
Anything more I ought to know about it?
Well, we're having some problems with the wiring. Oh, how I curse electricity.
There are more devastating forces in the world than electricity, Mrs. Watts.
Oh, Father Doyle, don't look so disapproving. After all, candles are much more reliable.
I'll rely on candles, then.
Well, for a night at least. You'll have to go back to those gracious, far-off times, Mr. Todd.
Yes, indeed. I'm still hoping to persuade Mr. Todd to change his mind. It's an unholy experiment you're indulging in.
Now, don't begin all that over again, Father. He is free. He is over 21. What on earth is there to harm him?
Nothing on earth.
Oh, stop being an old maid, Father.
What neither of you seems to appreciate is the existence of evil.
Poppycock, of course I know that evil exists.
But I have experienced evil. I know how it works. The devil is afoot. He is. Don't grin, Mr. Todd. I ask both of you because I know the history of this house, to seal the door, to lock and bar the Yellow Room. Father, you seem to forget that Mrs. Watts and I have an agreement, wager, if you like, for this one night. I'd rather you didn't persuade Mrs. Watts to seal the door just yet. Tomorrow, fine. But there's a small question of £1,000 in cash first. Then you can do what you like. I only hope you know what you're doing. I also know the room's past. And I don't doubt that whatever you say happened to the Duke and Captain... what's his name? Yet I can't accept that anything but their own imaginations made them lose their minds or jump out of windows. I still say it's an unholy experiment.
Now, Father.
Shall we get on with it, Mrs. Watts? It's 10 o'clock, and I've promised myself a few chapters of Evelyn Waugh before a good night's sleep. Looks like a splendid oak bed.
The sheets have been aired, and the pillow is as soft as snow.
And you won't have to worry about ending up in the rose bushes. The rose bushes?
We had the window barred, Mr. Todd.
Well, I haven't come here for the view, have I? Now, Mrs. Watts, Father Doyle, if you don't mind, this is my room for the night. And according to you, my lady, the ghost does not walk unless the watcher is alone.
The yellow room is high-beamed. The shadows are deep. Light comes from only 2 candles. One is behind a great oak bed, above the head of the man who sits reading a novel by Evelyn Waugh. The other candle is on a small table to the right of the door. The yellow room is deathly silent.
Time for bed.
Ronald Todd smiles. In imagination, he spends £1,000 on a multitude of wondrous things. And then, without warning, without the slightest movement of the room, the candle above his head goes out.
Father?
Thank you.
You're quite sure you're not hungry?
Yes, thank you.
Well, there's a kitchen full of food out there.
I'm really not hungry at all.
I enjoy watching a man eat.
Yes. Hearty male appetite.
Well, a man should have one.
Speaking of the other male, our friend upstairs, shouldn't he be told to go home now?
What?
He's been up there 2 hours already.
He's not completed his bargain yet, Father.
But if he's going to be afraid, he'll have been afraid by this time. And if he's all right now, he'll be all right 6 hours later. Let him out, Mrs. Watts.
Father, I am not paying Mr. Todd for being afraid or for not being afraid. I am paying him to sleep in the yellow room and to find out what caused the deaths of 4 people and drove 3 others insane.
4 deaths?
Well, you know perfectly well.
I know nothing of the kind. The fellow who threw himself out of the windows.
Father Doyle, what does it matter how many have died in Chanceford? They were all free citizens, all of them old enough to vote.
I never knew there were 4.
Father Doyle, where are you going?
I think I'll go out and see how Mr. Todd's making up.
You will do nothing of the kind. Come away from that door.
May I have your permission to go up and see Mr. Todd?
Do I have to ask you to leave, Father?
My, Mrs. Watts. How authoritarian.
Father, you and I are old friends, aren't we?
We are. But I don't see what that has to do...
Don't you?
Do I have your permission to check on Todd?
You do not.
Then I think you better order me from your house.
Very well. Will you kindly leave?
I don't really know what you're doing, but I warn you, if something evil happens tonight and there's an inquiry, I shall be bound to say what I know.
What do you mean? An inquiry?
Knowing full well there are evil forces in the North Wing, you hired a stranger to spend a night.
I do whatever I choose in my own home.
Only if it does not harm other human beings.
In this house I have complete freedom.
You're not exercising freedom. It's license. Bribing that young man with money.
Oh, for God's sake. There's nothing to harm him. It was all in their imagination, every one of them.
All merely imagination, eh? Then what can Mr. Todd possibly tell you that's reliable?
He can tell me what he experiences.
Or imagines he experiences.
Father, do atheists sleep well?
Bride's Head revisited by candlelight. I wonder if the spooky setting gives one extra edge. What?
The candle at the right of the doorway goes out.
Strange. Must be a draft. I'll soon fix that.
The candle behind the bed goes out.
Damn, it's pitch black.
He begins to feel his way around the wall.
What's this?
His hand brushes against a switch.
Try it. The light, it works. She said the wiring of the lamp shattered. She must have been right about the wiring. I think I'll forget it and go back to bed. Marching music. Sounds like... Oh, come on, Todd. Just light a bloody match. Yeah, that one's lit. Now the candle behind the bed.
But before he reaches the bed, the room is shrouded in darkness as the candle by the door is again extinguished.
Oh, ruddy candle just blew out. Well, I don't need it anyway. Just this one. Oh. Where are the blasted matches? I spilled the whole box. That music. She must have a tape recorder. The old witch. It stopped. Always hated march music. There, it's lighted. Just one candle in this drafty old room. Like the little nightlight Mum used to leave in my bedroom when I was a kid. Stop that damn music! I'll light it again. I wish I had that nightlight now. All right. I'll play your game. Somebody else in the room, isn't there? Someone's playing music tapes and blowing the candles out. Fine. Let's leave it dark.
The depth of darkness and the drumming march cut through.
Try the candle at the door again. Oh, I need a match. Light. Wet. Must have been water on the floor when I dropped the box. Once more. Nothing. There was a brave old soldier at the Battle of Waterloo. The wind blew up his petticoat and showed his cock-a-doodle-doo. Where's the blasted bed? Just make it back to... The bed's gone. This is crazy. What could it... All right, Mrs. Watts, you win. Built a trick room, didn't you? A maze with air vents and loudspeakers. Todd, get your bearings. You're an old Boy Scout.
And in the blackness, like a blind man, he walks cautiously, his arms groping in front of him. The way feels clear. He bumps into nothing. Then...
Straighten up, Todd. Look sharp.
Who's that?
Sloppy, Todd. Very sloppy. Smarten up, boy.
Where are you?
Can't have any slackness here. Come along into line.
Very good. Nice trick, Mrs. Watts. A tape machine, too. Who's he supposed to be? Your husband, the Major?
She is not listening. And there's no tape machine. But you're right on one count. I am the Major.
Oh, sure. Sure, of course you are. If only I had some light.
Some of us refuse to see the light.
What do you mean, us? Get hold of yourself, Todd. You're talking to an empty room. Us?
Those of us in purgatory, Mr. Todd.
Rubbish. Where are my matches? There must be a dry one somewhere. Let go. Damn you, Major. Those are my matches. Now give them back. Do you hear me, Major? Give them back.
So, you acknowledge me, after all.
Never. You're a fraud, whoever you are.
Not a fraud. A ghost, to be precise.
I don't believe in ghosts, or spirits, or the living dead, or the devil, or any of that bunk.
What do you believe in?
Nothing. What's your game? What do you want?
A favor. A little one. I only want your faith.
I have no faith.
Pity.
Even if I had, I wouldn't help you.
No pity.
What do you want it for?
Your faith for my redemption.
What would it really take to redeem you? Maybe you deserve the Yellow Room.
You're a stubborn man. Just like all the others.
I will not be used. I'm getting out of here. If there is a purgatory, it must be this bloody room. Mrs. Watts, you can keep your filthy money. Open the door.
I'm afraid there's no escape.
Mrs. Watts! Let me out!
Might as well say your prayers.
Come on it! The window.
It's only a 40-foot drop. Once you've got through the bars.
Who are you? Why are you hounding me?
Ronald, what would your mother say?
My mother?
Ronald, dear, time for bed. Say your prayers for Mummy.
Mummy?
Be a good boy now, Ronald. Say your prayers, and Mummy will give you back your toy soldiers.
Mummy!
Sing, Ronald. Sing for Mummy.
Like a little candle burning in the night, in this world of darkness, so let us shine. You in your small corner, and I in mine.
You always were a nosy old devil, Father Doyle, saving your reverence, of course.
No.
You always were. You just hide your nosiness under a cross.
I woke you sharp at 7:30 because I was concerned for his safety.
Of course.
Open the door to the Yellow Room, Mrs. Watts, quickly.
Yes, Father. Be patient. Good morning, Mr. Todd. Would you like some tea?
Give me the keys, woman.
Well, in all decency, I have to warn him we're
There's
entering.
no time for niceties. Soldiers back. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb.
I was saying it right. Stop it. Leave me alone. Go me. I hate saying my prayers. I hate it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Dear God in heaven.
Ronald Todd was committed to an institution for the incurably insane. Father Gerald Doyle visits him twice a week. The old priest carries a profound sense of guilt he can never be rid of. Mrs. Watts died last year without ever discovering the secret of the Yellow Room. Chanceford, her rambling old mansion on Manor Drive, is to be torn down this year to make way for a shopping center.
Pleasure that I declare the Chanceford Mall officially open. Now, we have a special program for you today, and I'm... Hello. Can you hear me, folks? Now, please, folks, stay calm. Just a temporary power failure, I'm sure. I'll let you out again in a minute. Now, keep going, please. Jim, see if you can rustle up some candles.
You have just heard The Room, the Michael McCabe story dramatized for radio by Graham Haley. Graham Haley was also featured tonight in the role of Ronald Todd, with Moya Fennick as Mrs. Watts, Colin Fox as Father Doyle, and Chris Wiggins as the Major. John Stocker was the shopping center MC, and vicarious narration was provided by your series host, the mysterious Luther Krenst. Our recording engineer is John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. Our production assistant is Nancy McElveen, and the series story editor is Earl Toppings. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell.
Halloween's coming. What are you going to do about it? Whether you do a little or a lot, be an original this Halloween and find yourself at Hallmark.
Hallmark has a way.
And at participating Hallmark stores, get your hands on the Spooky Sounds tape, full of creepy sounds and Halloween theme songs. $1.95 with any $5 Hallmark purchase. Only at participating Hallmark stores. It's a scream.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight, we would request your attendance at a formal ball given to honor the most important guest of all. The setting is London. The year, 1750. The play, based on a short story by Peter S. Beagle and dramatized by Len Peterson, is called The Guest of Honor.
Parties. I'm so bored with parties.
But it's expected, Lady Neville.
That I open the season with a gala that leaves everyone gasping. Lorrimond, you're the poet. Inspire me.
Oh, let's see. Poisoned champagne every fifth glass. My lady, you'd be the talk of London and Edinburgh.
Yes, Lorrimond. Now, whom might I invite who wouldn't bore me silly?
The king, of course, the archbishop.
Georgie Porgy, when he goes on and on and on in his German strudel English about his mistresses and his money, my feet go to sleep. As for the Archbishop of Canterbury, all that talk about altar boys. But you have inspired me, Lorimer. Someone I'd not thought of.
Oh?
The ultimate guest.
Who?
Death.
You mean...
Death. In person.
It would never have occurred to me. Such a stunning idea. Death, a party guest. Why not? At Lady Neville's next grand ball. Since her husband died, her life increasingly has been devoted to parties and balls. The leading lords of England, all eager to be invited. She's the wisest and wittiest woman in all London, Lady Neville. And I, David Lorimer, her personal secretary and poet laureate. What a brilliant combination.
Strike the king off my list, Lorimer.
His Majesty off. As you wish. Struck off.
And his queen.
Caroline?
Oh, that royal Teutonic wit. Boring. Ecclesiastical wit. Off the list as well.
The Archbishop of Canterbury?
All archbishops. And bishops.
It should improve the general level of dancing.
And no George Frederick Handel.
No Handel on the harpsichord? Playing for his supper?
Oh, his music's marvellous, but I doze.
My dear Flora, this is beyond my comprehension, this break with... Ask your wisest friends if this is not rash. Inconceivable.
Summon them!
Thank you for coming, Colonel Compson, Lord and Lady Torrance, Condessa della Cantini. I am to break the news to you.
News?
For her grand ball to open the season, Lady Neville has struck off all eminences except you few. Even the king is off the list.
But Flora loves court gossip.
No more.
But a ball without...
And she has had Handel.
Had Handel?
Had Handel. More and more, my dear friends, I find my parties entertaining everyone but me.
But Flora, darling, the secret of your long life...
Not finding anything dull. Oh, now everything is intolerable. Going to parties to be bored. Especially my own.
So you intend...
To my next ball, I shall invite the one guest not even I shall find boring.
Lady Neville, do tell.
The guest of honor shall be Death himself.
Charming. Death?
Lady Neville, you are jesting. Death will come when ready. Why hurry him?
Oh, Colonel Compson, if Death has plans to take any one of us on the night of my party, he will come, whether invited or not.
And if he has no such plans?
Then I think it will be diverting to have Death among us. And if he is in a good humor, offering us a trick or two from the beyond.
Lady Neville, Death is so busy, I doubt he'll accept your invitation.
No one has ever refused an invitation of mine.
Well, it'll certainly be the unforgettable event of the season. Death dancing at Lady Neville's ball.
One difficulty, Lady Neville.
Yes, Lorimer.
If sending an invitation, how do we address him? His lordship, Death?
That puts him only on the level of a viscount or a baron. Yes, His Majesty.
And make him the king's equal?
Well, impossible. Couldn't do that.
His Eminence, Death?
David, so clever with words.
Still, how's the invitation to reach Death? Who knows where he lives?
Well, he must have a good address.
Or does he live among the poor, their only friend?
David Lorimer, Death may be forced to deal with poor people, but I hardly think he seeks them out. Death must be a nobleman.
Well, the question remains, what street and name or number of his residence?
Darrell, my hairdresser, has a sick child. He was telling me just yesterday. It sounded quite despairing. Send for him, Lorimer. We'll give him the invitation. Darrell, in turn, can give it to Death when His Eminence comes to take the brat.
Must be done conventional.
I see no other way.
If your hairdresser refuses?
Why should he?
Milady, you don't think it a cruel thing to do?
Lorimer, get on with it. Fetch him.
No fuss. Darrell, the hairdresser, comes as bidden.
Sir, Lady Neville's wanting me?
Yes. Come in.
But, I'm not to do her hair?
No.
Hair of a guest, then?
Not a guest.
I don't do servants' hair. These scissors and pins never touch but ladies' tresses. She had to test me, sir, scheming to give me a scullery maid to dolly up, and when I does, out I goes.
No, Darrell, no.
Something missing? A valuable? I wouldn't touch a valuable.
Ah, Lorimer, you tracked him down. Darrell, how is your son?
Billy? Poorly, ma'am.
Well, when Death comes for him, will you please give him this invitation?
Death? Lady Neville?
Well, you are expecting him, aren't you? At home?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, why the surprised look? Take the invitation, give it to him. And it's RSVP, mind you get a reply.
This is all, ma'am?
Yes, all. But highly important to me.
I'll, see to it, ma'am.
Lorimer, I was right, as usual. He's happy to do it.
Darrell, the hairdresser, back. After only 2 days, with a small white envelope.
Adam, Death gave me this.
Oh, nice of you, Darrell. Thank you. Ah. Plain, tasteful calling card. Oh, where are my glasses? Oh, you read it, Lorimer.
Death will be pleased to attend Lady Neville's ball.
Marvelous. Darrell, what's he like?
Like?
Yes. What is Death like?
Death?
Lorimer, call Colonel Compson from the sunroom. He must see my little triumph.
Yes, Lady Neville.
Now, Darrell, tell me about his manner, his looks, his dress. Death.
Well, it's hard to...
Oh, why, you are being tedious, Darrell. Ah, Colonel, see what I have. This communication from... guess who?
Yes, I am surprised. And not surprised. What could Lady Neville not demand and get?
Terse, isn't it?
Indeed.
But a plain card. No crest, no embossing. I find that peculiar.
Not as peculiar as the writing. Almost a delicate hand.
Refined? Cultivated?
Well, there was nothing delicate about the Death I saw on the battlefield. Slashing right and left. Black armored. Stride of black horse.
Darrell, how could you be sure it was Death?
What did Death say?
Are you trying to make fools of us?
My little son.
Lorimer, call the footman.
But, my lady...
Take this insolent fellow, give him a sound whipping, and throw him out into the street.
Lady Neville, the poor man lost his son not an hour ago.
And he must learn that I am not to be trifled with. I believe that note is genuine. The ball in Death's honor shall take place 2 weeks from tonight.
Let death come as death pleases.
But, as a skeleton?
I am less frightened of death and less certain of its form than I was. I am too old to be afraid of anything that can still use a quill pen to write a letter. Colonel Compson, David Lorriman, spread the word to my many friends and urge them to speak to their servants so that all of London may be informed. On this one night, no one in the world will die, for death will be dancing at Lady Neville's ball.
Lady Neville's Evening of Evenings. Everyone arrives early. Handsome carriages, fine horses, spilling up the great driveway to the Neville mansion.
Like a grand funeral procession.
Appropriate.
Or not. What is fitting when one's honoured guest is death himself?
Finest musicians in London. But for all their lovely notes, not a single couple steps onto the dance floor. No young lord begs the honour of the first dance with Lady Neville. Everyone clusters against the walls, in corners.
Why have they come to my party if they're afraid? I will die sooner than anyone here, but I'm not afraid. Entertaining death excites me.
Excites or frightens you? Your scarf is twisted in knots and you cannot sit down without rising again.
David, fetch me a glass of red wine.
I brought you 7, my lady. One sip and you set it down and forget it.
I do. Where is
death? Where indeed? Far from punctual, I'm afraid.
Death will not arrive until midnight. I feel it.
Striking midnight.
What form will death take?
Or what disguise? Don't distress yourself.
Death will have my face.
It has not come.
There, my darling. I told you nothing to be afraid of. The whole thing's a joke.
Death will not be invited again.
Loriman, I am ruined. I wanted to give a ball so grand that those not invited would be publicly shamed. But how could I want to shame even their majesties? This humiliation is my reward.
No.
I am ruined and I deserve it. For my spite.
Don't think that.
David, get everyone dancing. Signal the orchestra.
Yes.
Play!
Music will drown out all this mockery.
Dance with me, David Loriman. You will not have another chance. I shall never again give a party.
I am honoured, Lady Neville, to have been invited to this, your last ball.
Let them laugh. I did not fear death when they were all trembling. Why should I fear their laughter now? And this cool chill suddenly through the house.
Am I late? Oh, I am so sorry.
Before the footman can announce her, a lovely young girl in a white dress slips gracefully into the ballroom and glances about, smiling.
Can that be she? I must go and greet her.
Lady Neville, be careful. Take care.
How incredibly youthful, attractive, vibrant she is. Welcome, my Lady Death.
You are Lady Neville. Thank you for inviting me.
You honor us.
I must apologize, but I'd a long way to come, and my horse is tired.
Lady Death, I'll have one of the grooms feed your horses and rub them down.
Oh, no. Don't anyone go near my steeds. They're not real horses, and they're very fierce.
And you, milady? Real enough to accept this glass of wine?
Thank you. Everyone, upon getting to know me well, finds me very real.
I do not doubt it, dear Lady Death.
Beautiful house you have. I wish I lived here. I shall one day.
You what?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lady Neville. I'm cruel without wishing to be. I'm not used to this kind of hospitality. And I do stupid things. Please forgive me.
You have said nothing untoward. While you are my guest, my house is yours.
How can you be now so lovely?
I thought that among so many handsome people here tonight, it would be better to be beautiful. I was afraid of frightening everyone, spoiling the party.
Oh, most of your guests, Lady Neville, thought you would be ugly.
But you, David, knew she would be beautiful.
The musicians play on and on. Lady Neville dances with everyone except Death's captive, Colonel Compson. And now, no woman at the ball dances better than Death herself.
They're jealous of Death.
Passionately.
I am not jealous of her in the least, and not afraid of her. Oh, who will not talk of this night for years to come?
Oh. What has happened?
Poor musicians cannot play forever. Exhausted.
Out the window. Look. The night is almost gone. I, too, must go.
Oh, no. Even though the dancing is done, you must stay a while longer, sweet Death.
I have had a wonderfully worldly time. I will remember this night forever.
Then stay. A while longer.
Dear Colonel Compson, my first real gallant. Not tired of me yet?
Never. Do stay.
Lady Death, stay, so I may dance and talk with you. If Colonel Compson, who plays the harpsichord tolerably, will play.
Such gallants I have. A soldier and a poet. Oh, to be a woman. But this romancing comes too late. I must go.
My husband and I think you're charming. Beautiful, please stay.
Ah. Gracious Lady Torrance. Terrified of me all evening. Clinging tightly to your husband.
No longer.
And the Contessa della Candini. Standing well back. Disapproving. Do you want me to stay? To be one of your friends?
I disapprove no longer. Nor do I envy your beauty. You are a true lady.
And you? And you? And you? All of you? Do you want me to live among you? To be deaf, no more?
Yes.
You want me to visit your homes? Come to your parties? Wear the gowns you wear? Say the clever things you say? And will one of your gallants marry me? The rest of you dance at my wedding?
Oh, yes. Stay. Become one of us.
Be certain. Be sure, all of you. If one of you says, no, go away, then I must leave and never return. Do all of you want me?
Yes.
We are dull and stupid. and grow old uselessly. Stay with us, Lady Death.
Very well. I shall stay. I will be Death no more, but a woman. There is a price to pay. There is always a price. One of you must become Death in my place. There must forever be death in the world. Will anyone choose, any of you, willingly, to be death in my place, so that I might be a woman? No one will offer? Then I must choose. And that is just, for that's how I became death. I never wanted to be this phantom. It makes me so happy that you want me to become worldly, mortal, a woman. I've searched a long time for people fond of me. Now I've only to choose someone to replace me, and it is done. The Contessa della Candini.
Me?
No, Death's vocation is beyond you. And not Colonel Compson, of His Majesty's Household Cavalry. Too kind to become Death. The task, too cruel to him. The Colonel himself wants to die so badly.
Lady Death, must you be so shrewd, so cautious?
Not David Lorrimond, the poet.
No?
You know so little of life. And I'm too attracted to you.
You hurt me. And quicken me.
Lord and Lady Torrance. You care too much for each other to take pride in being Death.
You are less capricious, my lady, than we thought.
I was far from your age, Lady Neville, when I became Death. What must it be like to be your age eventually?
I have been this old mortal far too long.
Lady Neville, the ideal one. I choose Lady Neville.
I am honored. But is there no one more worthy?
No one. No one so weary of being a human. No one who knows better how meaningless it is to be alive. No one else, certainly not here, with the power to treat life, the life of your hairdresser's child, say, as the meaningless thing it is. Death has a heart, but so empty. And your heart, Lady Neville, empty as a dry riverbed.
Not always. But yes, since widowhood.
You will be content as Death, more than I. For I was very young when I became Death. Still life-hungry. But you are aged, and close to the end.
Death comes toward Lady Neville, lightly, her deep eyes wide and full of the morning's red sun. Everyone else moves back. Lady Neville, pale, thin hands clenched, watches Death come toward her with graceful, dancing steps.
Lady Neville, we must kiss each other. That is the way I became Death. Quickly. Quickly. Oh, I cannot wait to be alive again.
You may not like it after a while.
Perhaps not. I'll not be as beautiful as I am. And people will not love me as they do now. But I will be a loved and loving woman. For a while. Then die as humans die. I have done my penance.
What penance? What was it you did? Why did you become Death?
I don't remember. And you too will forget. In time.
Lady Death is smaller, slighter than Lady Neville, and so much younger. Perhaps like a daughter Lady Neville never had. Death lifts her head to kiss the old lady's cheek.
You'll still be beautiful when I'm ugly. Be kind to me then.
I promise.
Lady Neville's last human act. With dry, cracked lips, she kisses the soft, sweet-smelling cheek of young Lady Death.
It was a Halloween party where fantasies come true. I put on Showtime makeup and did a dance or two. The boys and ghouls were hanging out like vamp and tigress too. My Showtime face was all in place then, Rock Angel, I saw you.
It's Showtime, the adult Halloween makeup. Showtime is hypoallergenic, more comfortable than masks, more fun too.
You know you are my fantasy, but I can't speak to you.
Make up a Halloween fantasy with Showtime makeup.
From National Public Radio, NPR Playhouse presents Nightfall.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight, we have a special holiday treat for listeners who really like to settle into a show. It's a kind of box lunch, based on the Victorian short story by Sir Walter Besant and James Rice, and dramatized for this series by John Gavin Douglas. It's called The Appetite of Mr. Lucraft. You wonder. Yes, I see you wonder at me. In the midst of all this holiday cheer and plenty, why I eat and drink so little. Oh, yes, a host of men have killed themselves with gluttony, but be eaten almost to death by the ravenous feeding of another. You'd think, would you not, that I'd been amongst the cannibals? Why, I have. Let me tell you about it. Let me tell you how I disagreed with something that ate me. My appetite was hereditary. One of the few things I can remember of my mother was a constant complaint that my father used to eat her out of house and home. It was the same when I became a strolling player, wandering the provinces with a down-at-heels troupe of actors. We were poor as church mice, but it was share and share alike, and they said I ate for four. For all my hearty feeding, I was slim and played Romeo very badly.
Good night. Good night. This bud of love, by summer's brightening, let me through the beauteous flower when next we meet. Good night. Good night. Have sweet repose and rest. Come to thy heart, as that within my breast.
Oh, wilt thou leave me so unsatisfied?
What satisfaction canst thou have tonight?
The exchange of thy love's faithful vow for mine.
And this was only the truth. For I loved and was loved by Juliet Cairns, named long ago for Shakespeare's Juliet by her father, the theatre's owner. We dared not show our attachment for very fear of Mr. Cairns' anger. But one night, Shakespeare betrayed us. Carried away by our passion, Juliet and I forgot to act. The audience, entranced, seemed not to breathe.
It is my soul that calls upon my name. How silver sweet sound lovers' tongues by night, like softest music to attending ears.
Romeo,
My dear,
at what o'clock tomorrow shall I send thee?
by the hour of 9.
I will not fail. 'Tis 20 years till then. Good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow.
But misfortune of misfortunes. Old Cairns himself was in the audience that night. The audience thought it was good acting. He knew what he saw. Next morning, the instant he caught sight of me...
Mr. Lucraft, be so good as to step into my office at once, please.
Mr. Cairns, sir, I'm very sorry about last night, truly I am.
Now, look here, Lucraft, you're a good young fella and a likely actor. But I can't have you spoiling my Juliet for the stage, so I'm going to put her up without you.
But, sir...
You get away from here to London and find yourself another engagement.
Mr. Cairns, I love Juliet.
That, Mr. Lucraft, is the problem. You needn't say goodbye to her, by the way, because I've had it out with her this morning. Tough job it was, too.
She and I, but... We...
My boy, when Juliet is married, or you get rich or something, why, you see, we shall all be glad to have you back.
They all say that there's no work in London. I'll starve.
Oh. Yeah, well, here. There's a week's pay in advance. That's the best I can do.
The next few weeks were even worse than I had feared. There was no work in the provinces, and in the theatres of London, not even an extra. One day at noon, after paying the rent, I found myself without a penny and gnawed by a hunger greater than I'd ever known. Faint and starving, I leaned against a lamppost outside a dining room where a host of people were lunching. Hares, fowls, and turkeys were piled high in the window with boundless prodigality among a wealth of carrots, turnips, and cauliflowers. And through the open doors came a perfume more delicious than the sweetest strains of music, accompanied by the torturing voices of diners.
Waiter, roast beef with plenty of brown.
Oh, heavens, plenty of brown.
Roast mutton underdone.
I love my mutton underdone.
Roast veal and bacon with stuffing.
A dish for the gods.
Calf's head for two.
I could eat calf's head for a dozen.
Pudding.
Soup.
Fish.
Cheese.
At that moment, as I was nearly fainting, there came down the street a monstrous old man, bearing before him like the Lord Mayor, a gross and swollen abdomen, walking very slowly as if the exertion might kill him, and leaning upon a thick cane. He had white hair, white whiskers, and a purple face. Indeed, he might have resembled St. Nicholas, except for his eyes, flushed with red veins that gave him a wolfish expression.
Young man, you look ill. Have you been drinking?
No, sir. I'm only hungry.
Oh,
so hungry.
Here's a pretty fellow for you. Hungry? The most enviable position a man can be in, and he dares to complain at his luck.
Complain?
What are the lower classes coming to next, I wonder? This London is a gigantic caravan, full of the most splendid things which it only wants an appetite to eat, and he's got that, and he laments.
What is the use if you have no money?
Is yours a small appetite as a rule, or is it a large one?
Large. Huge. Born with it. It's very awkward just now.
Young man, come with me now at once.
But
don't
sir...
talk. That may interfere with the further growth of your appetite. Walk slowly and keep your mouth shut.
Pushing me down a maze of alleys, he lumbered close behind, muttering to himself with that awful chuckle and grunt.
What a fine young fellow it is. What room for the development of the alderman's arts. What a backbone for the support of a belly. Heavens, what a diner might be made of this boy if only he had money.
Turning into a narrow hidden court, he bent with great difficulty to a little black portal. It seemed to blow into the keyhole with his mouth.
What shoulders he has for a table, and what legs to put under it.
And the door opened. And then it shut behind us of its own accord. We stood in a large room, resplendent with the light of at least 40 wax candles, in whose shimmer there gleamed a magnificent dining table, set for one. And beside it stood, what I then thought was a man.
Young sir, permit me to introduce my servant, Boldenage.
My heart be delight to meet friend of Massa.
You have a pretty tasty name, sir. To have a servant black as night and call him Snowball.
Boldenage, what do you think of him?
Oh, him a very fine young man, Massa. Got lovely appetite developed. Him live much longer time than last other young man. How much do you think he eat tonight?
We will try him with a late luncheon first, Boldenage, and then pronounce on his performance. Young men do not always come up to their profession.
What time, Massa? Dine himself?
I don't know. Perhaps not till 9 o'clock. Perhaps not then. Vanish, Boldenage, and serve!
Did the ancient servant go through the floor? Did the table sink when he disappeared and come up loaded with succulent dishes? It seemed so.
Food. A banquet. Oh, let me eat.
One moment only, a single moment. Tell me again the nature and extent of your appetite, and oh, be truthful. Our little tongue should never lie for mutton chop or apple pie. You know the hymn?
I've got the devil of an appetite. What is there to lie about?
My dear young friend, yours may be fierce at first and promise great things and then end in a miserably small performance. I have known such. Is it a lasting appetite now? Is it steady through a long dinner?
Just wait till you see my performance. I never had a long dinner in my life.
But is yours an appetite that recovers itself quickly? Is it good at all times of day?
Alas, I wish it were not.
Hush, young man. Do not blaspheme. Tell me, if you eat your fill now, it is 4:30, when do you think you might be ready again?
I should say about 8. But I might do something light about 7, I dare say. Right now I could eat a mountain.
A mountain! Wonderful are the gifts of Providence. My dear young friend, I am very thankful, deeply thankful that I met you. Sit down and let me take the covers off for you. I long to see you eat. I will wait upon you myself. No one else. Just we two. And the delectables. Lover's eggs. He has eaten the whole 6. Turtle soup. Gently, my young friend, gently. Impetuous youth. More. Stay, let me add green fat. Humor your appetite. Don't drive it. Canopy. Salad with cucumber and lobster sauce. Bless me, it's like a dream of fairyland.
Oh,
Fill it so with my grapes and almonds. It's like watching mighty Caesar. Look at him. Croquet de volaille, gone like a cloud from the sky. Don't move food, my friend. Tasty. Sweetbreads and burgundy wine and mushrooms. Smiles of the dear little innocent confiding calf. Cooperate with it, eh? Mauvettes en casques, larks in baskets. Sweet rapturous singing larks, toothsome cocky yelly larks. Eat them up. Bones are all. My dear sir, and drink something. Here, of champagne, hock, and sauterne. Never touch sherry. It's a made-up wine, even the better of it. Come, a little champagne.
I generally take drop beer, sir, but if you please, a little fizz would be acceptable.
Now, my dear lord, my palace of Troy. Here is a saddle of mutton with potatoes, cauliflower au gratin, buttered eggplant, and garum jelly. Oh, champagne. It's worth sums of money to see him. Curry chicken with salad, rice, and chestnuts. Stuffed quail. Snipe en brochette. He takes all three. My Alexander, my Goliath of Gath. Plenty of rice, my Napoleon. Here's more. Much more. Now, apricot jelly and cabinet pudding. Cheese brie.
Yes, sir.
Got a port with the cheese, huh? Oh, king of Bashan. Now, last of all, strong black coffee and a teeny tiny glass of liquor.
Sir, I'm more grateful than I can tell you.
And the gratitude. Tell me, do you feel any sense of repletion? Is the blood mounting to your head? Quite free from giddiness? No thickness in the speech?
Why, no, sir. I am, as you see, an ostrich.
An ostrich, you say? Oh! It's providential, my finding you. Our blessings truly come when we least expect them. Come, to business.
Business? Are you perhaps offering me a clerkship in your office, sir?
No, listen to me. You have no money. In a few hours you will be hungry again. You will feel great pain and suffering greater than is felt by men less largely endowed with a supreme blessing. Appetite.
Oh. It is a great trouble to be so when I am hard up.
Why, there, we are agreed already. Let us have no more beating about the bush, young man. I will rid you of this nuisance. I will buy your appetite off you.
I beg your pardon?
A strange offer, I know, but nothing easier. Read this.
I, Lucraft, being of sound mind. How did you know my name?
A Dutchman in your detail. Read on.
Do voluntarily and of my own free will and accord agree and promise to resign my appetite entirely and altogether for the use of Ebenezer Grumbelow from the day and hour of execution of this deed.
In return whereof I agree to a monthly allowance of £30. What do you say?
I think I should like some time to reflect.
Reflect? What the devil does the boy want to reflect about? Has he got a penny, a friend, or a chance in the whole world? Now or never. Answer.
Well, I accept your offer.
Why, there's my brave boy. Boldness!
You very lucky man, young master.
Sign here, my dear sir.
But there's no ink. Cut me.
Only tiny prickle, master. Just little drops of blood on pen. So.
We have no ink handy, dear boy. To sign in blood is a mere form, the merest form. That's it. Done. Done. Boldness. Dinner at 7. I feel myself getting hungry already. Oh, blessed day! A huge dinner, bolognese, with curacao punch.
Why, Massa Grumbelow, I think young Massa gonna swoon. Just like the lady in a play.
When I came to myself, I was home again, in my squalid little room. On the table lay...
A letter? Addressed to me?
It was from a firm of solicitors, Crackett and Clarges, dated that evening at 5:30, half an hour after I signed the papers stating that they were empowered by a client whose name they never mentioned
Give
to
Mr.
give me
Lucraft the sum of £30 monthly to begin this present day. Payment will be made in person to Mr. Lucraft, who is requested to call at the firm's offices, 16 Lombard Street, at his earliest convenience.
I stared at the letter with a mixture of stupefaction and horror. The monstrous beast, the bargain, were no dream then. How had they got their instructions? The clock struck 7, and slowly, surely, a sensation began to grow in me. At first a sense of fullness, then repletion, and finally of choking, as if I were eating too much. By a kind of awful insight, I knew at once what was going on. The old man was taking his dinner, and taking more than was good for me. Soon, soon he began to drink too much as well.
Oh, my God! I'm getting drunk and I haven't touched a drop.
My head began to spin. Sugar sweetness, bite of lime, and lemon fumes of alcohol like steam from a volcano filled my throat. He was drinking, gulping the Curacao punch. I would run to find him, tear up the agreement, but I've forgotten the old glutton's name. I was taking his name. I got my Next morning, I woke with my head splitting and my stomach in flames. I hated the sight, the smell, the very taste of food. Forcing down a tiny morsel of breakfast, I went with heavy heart to the solicitors to receive my blood price.
Ah, Mr. Lucraft. I thought you would soon come round to us after the letter. Here, sign that. You haven't been long. None of them are.
May I ask, sir, if you know...
I'm not allowed to answer any questions you may put, Mr. Lucraft, nor to ask you any. So take your money, and good morning to you.
But I have to know...
I suppose, like the rest of them, you don't know the name of your benefactor, and would like to. Yes. But you needn't ask me. Before you say it, I've orders not to admit you to see either Mr. Clarges or Mr. Crackett. They'd trouble enough with the last one of you. He broke into their office once, drunk, and laid about him with a poker.
Drunk? Oh, God!
However, Mr. Lucraft, I hope you will be more fortunate than your predecessors.
Where are they now? Who are they?
Dead and buried they are, all of them. Gone to kingdom come. Delicious trimmings killed them.
Oh, delicious. God forgive you.
Poor old gentleman. Your patron, I mean. He's too good for this world, as everybody knows. He did say when the last went off, he would have no more. He wept over it and declared that his bounty was always abused. But there never was such a benevolent old chap. I only wish he'd take a fancy to me.
What did you say his name was, by the way?
Why, if you don't know, I am sure I do not. Here's your cheque, Mr. Lucraft. But I fear there is a blight on the recipients.
Oh, indeed.
Lord, what a healthy chap Tom Kirby looked when he first came for his cheques. Strong as a bull and fresh as a lark.
A good appetite, had he?
No. Couldn't eat anything after a bit. Said he fancied nothing.
Oh.
Pined away and died in a galloping consumption. Nobody ever saw him drinking, but he was drunk every night, like the rest. Went out in 3 months. Better luck to you, Mr. Lucraft.
From that moment on, I lived in hell. Every day at 1:30, the grossness of his heavy feeding weighed me down. But at least at midday he drank. At night, it was pure horror. His dinner began at 7. At 8, I was gorged and choking. At 9, I was drunk. One morning, I woke up in a police cell with no idea how I'd got there. And on the next, I lost my lodgings.
I thought you was a quiet and a sober young man. Never will I trust your good looks again. Me and the lodgers kept awake till 2 in the morning with your singing and dancing, let alone banging on the floor with the chairs.
Mrs. Grogan, I
Not
swear
an
to you,
hour after your week's up. Not if you was to pray on your knees shall you stay. Neighbours next door threatening the police, and me a quiet woman for 20 years.
I detested food and drink, and I detested life. My bones protruded. My hands began to tremble like a drunkard's.
Your cheque, Mr. Lucraft. Look here, sir. You know, you're going it worse than poor Tom Kirby. What is the good of a fella's drinking himself to death? Your poor old gentleman was here yesterday asking me how you looked and if you continued steady. Pull up, old man, and knock it off.
Asking how I looked. Oh, what a wager he was. That hardened old voluptuary, that secret murderer, he must have noticed by the falling off of his splendid appetite that I was going down. And he was resolved to kill me off by drinking me to death. In my misery, I was determined to forestall him. I prepared to kill myself first. But the next evening at 7, as I sat in my lonely room, awaiting yet another drunken bout, suddenly...
My God, what is it? I've never felt like this before. It's gone. Where's the choking feeling? Where's the drunkenness? It can't be. It can't be that I'm free. Where is he? Where's that damn clerk? Let me see him.
Moderate your language, Mr. Lucraft. This is a solemn moment. It is my melancholy duty to inform you that your patron is dead.
I knew it. I knew it. I've been a free man since last night. Look at me. I'm cold sober.
On such a sad occasion, I should certainly hope so, Mr. Lucraft. I have the honour to present our senior partner, Mr. Crackett.
Mr. Lucraft, my deepest sympathies. The poor old gentleman is gone at last. Apoplexy.
I know. I didn't understand it at the time, but I felt him. I felt him depart last night.
A most affecting sympathy. If you will examine this deed, Mr. Lucraft, you will find that Mr. Grumbelow is as generous to you in death as in life, sir.
Grumbelow. That's the name. Grumbelow. Why generous?
He has left you £500 in his will, Mr. Lucraft. Look.
500. What for? What is he up to now?
An ungrateful turn of phrase, young man. Mr. Grumbelow's love for the poor and humble was a byword to all who knew him. He asked nothing but that you care for his aged servant, Mr. Boldenez here. And cherish him as if he were your own father.
No. Why, Massa, Boudin's very good servant. Cook a lovely dinner, make young Massa rich like Massa Grumbelow.
I'd rather hire the devil.
Mr. Lucraft!
If Massa likes, that can be arranged.
I fled that dreadful presence forever. But I had saved a good deal of my monthly payments from the old monster, and my old master, Mr. Cairns, welcomed me back with open arms, and so did his daughter Juliet. I've been a happy man ever since, except for a certain distaste for the groaning tables of Christmas, as you see. A month after our marriage, I told my darling Juliet the whole story. She asked if I took her for a fool. All the same, she has never allowed me the key of the spirit's case.
You have just heard The Appetite of Mr. Lucraft, the short story by Sir Walter Besant and James Rice, adapted and dramatized for radio by P. Norman Cherry. Featured tonight were Graham Haley as Lucraft and Douglas Campbell as Ebenezer Grumbelow. Nikki Guadani played Juliet with Leslie Yeoh as Mr. Cairns. Abbott Anderson played the mysterious Boule de Neige, and you heard Robert Christie as Mr. Crackett and John Peters as the law clerk. Other voices in the cast were played by Maureen Fitzgerald. Our recording engineer is Ray Folsick, with sound effects by Matt Wilcott. Our production assistant is Nina Callahan, and the series story editor is Earl Toppings. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell. And now, here's a final word from your host.
Hello again. And as they say, here's to you. Tonight's program concludes a 13-week run for Nightfall in the United States, and it marks the first time the CBC has had the opportunity to broadcast one of our radio drama series outside Canada. And what a fine time it's been. Week after week, we've been inflicting ourselves upon you, and amazingly, you've kept coming back for more. Now, this must mean either that you're crazier than you think you are, or that we have more to share together than anybody could possibly imagine. At any rate, the people on the Nightfall unit have asked me to thank you for listening and for writing, and to wish you all the very best of season's greetings. And finally, to remind you, no matter what happens in the coming year, be careful of the edge.
Funds for the distribution of this NPR Playhouse presentation were provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is NPR, National Public Radio.
In the laboratory of Dr. Frankenstein, something incredible was created. The great taste of pure milk chocolate and delicious peanut butter. Unfortunately, no one would listen. And so the world would have to wait for the two great tastes that taste great together in Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in.
Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight, and almost as usual, we'll be taking you out to a nice little place in the country. Of course, we can't promise that you'll know where you really are, even after you've arrived. The play, a first for Nightfall by Randy Brown, is called The Porch Light.
Downstairs porch light on. What time is it? God, 3 o'clock in the morning. Wait a minute. I turned that light off before I came upstairs. Maybe Carol... No. She was already here in bed. I know I turned it off. Could it? Strange. Damn it. Now I won't get back to sleep until I turn that thing off. Shh. Try not to wake Carol. Where are my slippers? Dressing gown. It's cold. Feels as if the window's open. Nope. It's closed tight. Must be a draft from somewhere. Ooh, look at that storm. Must have snowed 6 inches in the last few hours. What's that? Something moved under the porch light down there. Can't see for this frost. Looks like it's... Yes, it is. It's a man. Standing under the porch light. My God, he's looking up here, waving. Like he wants me to come down. What the hell? What's he doing out there in this weather?
Bob? Bob?
I'm over here.
What are you doing?
There's a man under the porch light, waving to me.
Oh, come back to bed.
No. Come and see this.
It's cold.
Well, put on your dressing gown.
Why don't you turn on the light?
Not yet. There's something strange.
Yeah.
Why is he waving like that? He couldn't possibly see me. Why doesn't he knock?
Oh, maybe he knocked before and you didn't hear him.
Well, could be. Something woke me.
Look, he is there.
You thought I was dreaming?
No. What's he wearing?
Looks like a jacket or...
It's not a jacket, it's pajamas.
Pajamas? Yeah, you're right, it is. Where could he come from wearing pajamas?
Well, his car must have broken down.
Who'd drive around the country in pajamas during a blizzard?
Something funny.
Well, funny isn't the word for it.
No, I mean... He's standing there and seeing the pile of snow you shoveled today beside the front door. See the snow shovel sticking out?
Yeah.
See the shadow of it? Well, he's standing right beside it and he's not throwing a shadow.
Oh, Carol, I mean... Well, it's hard to see with all that snow blowing down there. But... Well, it must be a trick of the light or something. Anyway, I guess... I'd better let him in before he freezes.
Look at him waving like that. How could he even know we're home, let alone at this window?
Oh, he knows we're here all right. The car's in the driveway, the porch light's on.
Why'd you leave the porch light on?
Well, I could swear Well, never mind. I'd better get down there.
You still can't see a shadow.
Yes, well, you're right. It is weird. I don't understand. Better go.
Wonder who he is.
Don't know, but we'll find out.
Wait. Bob, I'm coming with you. Bob, come into the kitchen.
Honey, he's knocking at the door. I've got to answer it.
No, wait. Come in here for a sec.
Look, Carol, the poor guy's freezing out there, and
Bob, something's wrong.
Look, he probably just needs to use the phone.
I want you to be careful.
What's the matter?
That man, I don't think he's... I think there's something strange. Here. Take this with you in case.
A knife? Are you really so scared you want me to greet this guy with a knife in my hand?
Just in case.
Listen. Look, he's knocking. I'll be careful. It's only one guy, and he must be half frozen. I don't think I need it. Look, leave the knife on the counter.
Bob, I mean it. I don't think you should let him in unless there's somebody else here.
Somebody else? Like who, for instance? Santa Claus?
Call the police.
Honey, you're too used to Toronto. We're living in the country now. The OPP is 20 miles away. Look, trust me, will you?
I trust you. It's
him, right?
Yes.
Well, don't worry. I'll be careful. You wait here. You can see the front door. If he tries anything at all, phone the cops.
Oh, I don't like this.
Hang on. I'm coming. Hang on to your hat. I'll be right with you, my friend. Right with you. Hello, There's nobody here.
Bob?
Now,
who's
where
there?
the hell could he... Is there somebody out here?
What are you doing?
Yes, sir. All right, somebody's playing tricks. Is that it?
Where's
The guy's gone.
Where'd he go?
Search me.
Come back in here.
I'll just take a look around the side. Hey, come off it, Carol. Stop playing games. Don't turn the light off. Hey,
Carol! What's going on here? What
are you doing? Well, thanks a lot. What'd you lock me out for? Are you idea of a joke or something?
Bob, I didn't touch it. I didn't. It slammed and locked by itself.
Sure. Okay, sure. Maybe the wind caught it, but you must have turned out the light.
I didn't, I swear.
Oh, come on, I don't believe you, Carol.
I swear to God I was standing right behind you, and the light went off, and the door slammed, and I saw the lock turn by itself.
Well, sure, okay, whatever you say, except that happens to be a deadbolt. You have to turn it yourself.
I didn't touch it or the porch light either.
Impossible. Watch. See? It won't move by itself, and the light doesn't move by itself either.
I am not lying.
Okay, you're not lying. The thing is, where's that guy? I can't figure it. Hey, hold on a second. Where are his footprints?
Right there.
No, those are mine. What's going on? There aren't any footprints leading away. None at all except mine. What is going on? Now, you stay here, honey. I'm going to take another look.
No, don't go out there again.
Hold the door this time. And leave the light alone.
Bob, get in here.
Look. See? I'm standing right where he was. No footprints. And look at my shadow. It's huge. We couldn't have missed it. Even from upstairs.
You're crazy going out there.
Cold. I'm freezing.
I told you not to.
I know. I heard you. This is really strange. What do we do now? Carol.
What?
Did you...
What?
Did you really not?
What?
Did you really not turn off the light, or...
No.
Hey, you're shaking. Come here.
Oh, Bob, I'm scared.
Take it easy. Don't worry, all right? That's the main thing. Come on now, brighten up.
What are we going to do?
Well, the first thing we're going to do is take a real good look around.
Look around?
Come on now, open your eyes.
Bob, I can't. I want to go back to bed.
And leave me?
No, I want you with me.
Sure. We'll do that, but first we've got to. Come on now, stop shaking.
I'm freezing.
Me too. And we'll feel better once we start to move. And first, I want to check the living room and then the dining room. Come on now. Are you coming? light. There, that's better.
Bob, that man, who could he have been?
What could he have been is more like it.
I don't even want to think about... Where are you going?
Checking these windows. Nope, all locked. And so are the ones in the dining room. See, there's nothing to worry about. The whole house is locked up tight.
Well, why are you checking the windows? You don't think...
What?
Do you think he might try breaking in?
I don't know, maybe.
Oh, God, I think I'm going to be sick.
Hey, Carol, relax. Just relax, okay? Everything's locked up tight. Nobody could get in. There's nothing to worry about.
Oh, Bob.
Look, why don't we just go into the kitchen and get some coffee?
My neck muscles.
Tense.
Call the police, please.
Oh, for God's sake, Carolyn, tell them what? A man knocked, then disappeared. A lock turned, a switch moved. I can barely believe it myself. I can't understand it. It's like a nightmare.
Just call them.
They probably asked me if he landed in a spaceship.
Then I'll call them. What's the number?
Above the phone.
Something's wrong. There's no dial tone.
Is it plugged in?
Yes.
Take it easy. Let me. Oh, let's see. It must be... Yeah, it is. It's dead.
What are you doing?
Checking the cord.
What are you looking for?
Oh, nothing. Disappears here. Must go down to the basement. I better go down and check.
Bob, no. You think somebody cut it?
I'm not thinking anything. Actually, the storm. The lines are probably down.
Don't go into the basement, please.
Okay.
Bob, wouldn't...
Wouldn't what?
Well, wouldn't... If the telephone lines are down, then wouldn't the electricity be off, too?
Good point.
I wish I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah. I wish you hadn't either.
Bob, I think I hear...
What?
Something in the basement.
Like what?
I thought...
I'll fix that. I'll lock the basement door. There. That'll do it.
I'm sorry. It was probably just me.
Maybe the furnace. I turned the thermostat up.
I hope I don't start hearing things.
Hey. Let's turn the radio on, get some music.
That was Ray Whitaker and his big band for your enjoyment at 3:11 in the morning. Well, I guess it's time for our late night weather report. Up to the minute weather from your local station, CKQE, serving the whole Huntsville region. And as all of you who are up right now at this time of the morning know, there's a bad storm out there. But that's what January is like. I guess we just have to love it, or we go to Florida. That's not a bad idea. Anyway, the main highways are blocked at the moment because of heavy drifting. But we've been assured they'll be open by the morning. I guess all you people out there in the secondary roads better huddle down for a long wait before the plows get to you. Now, don't get out in your car, that is, if you can get out in the first place, and I don't think that's very likely. Now, police are warning everyone, stay off the road, so you pay attention now. We're getting the worst of it, maybe as much as 1 meter. Let's see here, 1 meter. That's 39 inches of snow. Whew, that's expected to fall in the next 24 hours. Now, don't worry, the crews are out, and everything is under control. And for a more cheerful note, tonight's hockey score in the...
The police couldn't get here even if we could phone them.
Nope, and we couldn't...
We couldn't get out, is that what you...
Yes.
I wouldn't go out there with that man. Oh, why didn't we buy a house closer to town?
You know why, Carol? This one was so cheap. We thought there was something wrong with it, like it was stolen or something.
It was okay last summer.
It's all we could afford, and we couldn't have gotten anything half as good for the price in Toronto.
It was cheap even for up here.
Yeah, well, now I understand about that story.
What story?
The story the real estate agent told me.
I never heard it.
I know. I forgot all about it at the time, but...
But what?
This tonight reminded me.
Oh, God, what? Tell me.
Well, it happened 10 years ago. The guy said a couple had been killed, murdered by an intruder.
Here in this house? Well, I never would have bought a house where... You know I never would have. That's why you...
You never asked, Carol.
Don't say that to me. You might as well have lied. Bob, that's... How could
That's why we have a house at all. We couldn't have afforded anything.
Oh, no. Well, where were they? Not...
Killed? No, not in our room. She was found here in the kitchen, and he... This is the odd part.
Stop, please. Don't tell me any more. We're selling this house, that's all I have to say, and... What's that?
Footsteps. Upstairs. From our room. Sounds like steps on a wooden floor, but our bedroom's carpeted.
Where are you going? Don't leave me.
Come on.
Look, our bedroom door's open.
I'm going in. We've had enough of this.
You don't know what he'll do.
If anybody's in there, come out, okay? We don't want trouble. I'm coming in.
No, Bob, please don't.
Stay here, Carol. Okay, I'm coming in. I'm coming in now. I just want to talk. Carol, there's no one in here. Carol! Carol, it's okay. Here, hold it. Calm down, I'm here.
Get me out of here, please.
Okay, yeah, we're getting out of here. Come on, let's go.
Oh.
Be careful. Watch where you're going.
Oh, God,
The ball. Watch your steps. Where are the damn lights? Where are they?
We've got to get help. We've got to get help.
We'll get help. Don't worry. Calm down, Carol. Carol.
There's no lights. There's no lights.
Hang on to me, Carol. Hang on to me. We'll go back into the kitchen. It'll be all right. There's a chair. Sit down. You'll be all right, darling. I'll take care of you. Hang on to me, Carol. Hang on.
Oh, turn on the lights, Bob. It's so dark.
They're out, honey. The lines must be down somewhere.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
We've got candles, don't we? Do you remember where the candles are?
In the cupboard. Bob, won't somebody help us?
Of course they will. Don't you worry. Now, which cupboard?
I don't know.
Below the sink, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, they are. Matches. Here. And there was light. Damn draft in here like a wind.
It's so cold. I'm
draft.
freezing.
It's the draft. Now it's blowing out the candle. There. Got it going now. That's better. Damn it. I can't keep the candle going. All right, Carol. I've got to get the flashlight. It's in the front hall closet.
No, don't leave
Darling,
me here.
listen, we've got to get out of here.
I'm not going outside. That man's out there. Oh, I can't.
You've got to hear me. Now, I'm going to the front hall closet to get the flashlight, and I'll bring your coat.
Oh, what if he's in there?
I'll chance it. Be right back.
Take the knife.
Oh, okay. Where is it?
On the counter.
I need a light. Where? It's not there. Oh, no.
What?
The knife. It's stuck in the wall.
Oh, how did it get there?
God knows, but leave it there. No good against that. Whatever it is up there.
Don't go back upstairs.
I'm not. He can stay up there for all I care. He can have the whole damn house if he wants. Do you hear me? You can keep the whole damn place.
Stop it.
Don't worry, Carol. We're going to be all right. I'll be right back. Damn him. I'll get him this time. Nobody. In the porch light. It's on. How can it be on and no footprints here? The door.
Bob! Is that...
Carol, open the door! Open the door! Carol, I'm locked out! Carol, my God! I gotta get in! Snow shovel! Carol, it's me. I'm coming in the window. Where are you, Carol? I'm coming. Carol, answer me. Are you still in the kitchen? Carol, white. The night. Oh, God. Carol. Carol. Oh, God. No. No. No.
Road's been snowed in now 4 days, you know, officer, and we've been driving our rigs down and plowing them out as fast as we could get to them. Like I was saying, this road's been blocked since the big storm.
When did you see the body?
Well, I was coming slow up the hill, and I saw like a stick coming out of the snow ahead. Thinking it was a tree branch, I stopped. I found him froze solid. Turns out it wasn't a branch, it was his arm sticking out.
Do you know who it is?
Not exactly, but I got an idea. Young couple bought the house about a mile back.
Well, we'll drive down and take a look. You wait here and don't touch anything. There'll be another officer along to photograph him.
Don't worry about me. I'm not going near him. Well, look at his face.
Well, this must be the place. Nobody's been in or out. Car's still in the driveway. Yeah. Let's go. How do you figure that guy got out in the road in his pajamas?
Well, that's the $64 question.
I say he was killed and dropped from a car. There was blood on him. Now, you don't get that from hypothermia.
There weren't any wounds. I got a hunch we'll find our answer, if there is an answer, inside this house.
What makes you so sure?
How long you been on the force?
A year.
Over the last 9 years, we've had a lot of calls from this house. It's been empty for the last year or so. But before this, anyone who rented it would call us to report waking up to find some guy in his pajamas waving to them from the front porch.
Well, how'd they know he was there?
Well, they could see him standing under the porch light. But when they went to the door, nobody there. And footsteps and lights going on and off.
A haunted house? You're kidding me.
Well, everybody who lived here got out faster than they came in.
Here, look. The front door's open, and the window's broken.
Yeah. Looks like it was smashed with the snow shovel there.
And the porch light's on.
I got a feeling what we're going to find. Let's go inside.
Hello? Anybody home? Snow's drifted in. There's no heat.
Take a look in here, in the kitchen.
There doesn't seem to be anyone. My God. A woman. My God, look at her.
Yeah. She looks the same as...
As what?
As 10 years ago. The newspapers are going to have a field day with this one.
But this isn't just a haunting, it's murder.
It was murder 10 years ago. We found the exact same thing. Woman here in the kitchen and the man out there even looked the same. Door open, window broken. Even the porch light was on. Oh, the newspapers played it up. We figured an intruder. But then the forensic lab got evidence from the husband's body. He killed her.
And these people?
God knows.
You have just heard The Porch Light by Randy Brown.
Count Chocula cereal is coming our way. How about a monster for breakfast today? What's this, break dancing?
Give me a break.
I'll give you my Count Chocula cereal. The cereal with loads of chocolatey marshmallows in every bowl. It's a delicious part of this nutritious breakfast.
Who wants my Frankenberry?
They went that away. How about a monster for breakfast today?
dream. You are falling, lost in the listening distance as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight's program is something of a diversion. It's a venture into the realm of melodramatic crime. But rest assured, it still contains a good, healthy sense of dread. The play by Steve Petch of Vancouver is called Beyond the Law.
Buenos días, Carlos. ¿Cómo estás?
Buenos días, Carlos. ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien, gracias. ¿Y usted?
Muy bien.
What the hell is that?
What, dear?
Estoy bien, gracias.
What is that?
But just my lesson. I told you I bought the record.
Mucho gusto en conocerle, señora Martínez.
Mucho gusto en conocerle, señor Martínez.
Encantado de conocerle.
Encantado.
Why do you want to speak like a foreigner anyway? English ain't good enough?
Would you like to have dinner with me? ¿Te gustaría cenar conmigo?
¿Te gustaría? Sure, I'll have dinner.
Don't get your hopes up.
Dance with me? ¿Bailar conmigo?
Bailar? Bailar contigo? You bet. Da 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 dee da 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 da. Oh dear. Will you get that, honey? Honey?
What?
Will you answer the phone? I'm doing my lesson.
Oh, for God's sake.
Thank you, honey. Gracias, Querida.
Querida, my... Hello?
Mr. Smith?
This is him. Who are you, sweetie?
My name is Susan Gilmore, Mr. Smith. I'm a reporter for the...
Oh, Christ. How did you get this number?
I don't see that that's really...
I got nothing to say to you. You just want to write some stupid article and make me out to be a villain.
No.
Well, go ahead. It's my property, and I'll do what I like.
It's not to do with your business, Mr. Smith.
Then what is it?
It's about your partner, Mr. Bryant.
Call him, then.
I'd like to, but I can't. He's dead.
What?
Murdered. About an hour ago. Someone planted a bomb in his house.
How do you know this?
I've just been there with the police. Mr. Smith, do you have any enemies?
John? He was a friendly
But
guy.
there have been death threats, haven't there, in connection with...
Now, just listen, Miss... What's your name?
Gilmore.
I know what you're doing. Trying to set me up for some twisted
No, I'm
story.
not. Really...
Well, I'm not buying.
No, that's not...
Damn.
Well, where are you going? George?
Out.
Has something happened? Tell me, George? George?
That's him. What we could find. They've got a light load, I'm afraid. God, yeah. Rough stuff. Amateurs, you know.
What?
Too enthusiastic. A probe to use 5, maybe 10 pounds of dynamite, just enough to do the job. They wired it into the garage door, most likely. He opens it. Bang.
Who did this? Who did this? I want him caught and hanged.
Well, we'll do our best. Maybe you can help us. You knew the man pretty well, didn't you?
We were partners.
Right. Besides yourself, anyone who would gain from his death?
Besides me?
The business is yours now, isn't it?
It's mine and 2 other guys.
What about his marriage? Any trouble there?
I don't know. They seemed okay to me.
Mm-hmm. You use dynamite in your work, Mr. Smith?
Dynamite? I'm in real estate.
But in the construction and demolition, you'd have some of the Eaton Street site, wouldn't you?
You got me.
It's a controlled substance, you know. Not too easy to acquire without a legitimate reason.
What are you saying? That I'm responsible for this?
No.
No, but that's what you're thinking. Forget it. I didn't kill him, and I don't know who did. Gangsters? Terrorists? Find out. That's your job.
Yeah, that it is. They sure wanted your friend dead. Whoever they were. You back again.
That's right. May I look inside now?
Yeah, I guess so. Careful now. I don't want you breaking a leg or something.
I'm a big girl, Inspector. Are you Mr. Smith?
Yeah.
I spoke to you on the phone earlier. I'm sorry about this.
Great, so am I. Well, come on, lady. I'll give you the tour.
Right.
We don't need you any longer, Mr. Smith, if you'd like to go. Yeah. I'll be in touch. Terrific.
Good morning, Mr. Smith's office. I'm sorry, he's not in right now. Could I? Oh, just a minute. There's a call for you, Mr. Johnson.
All right. I'll take it inside. Hi, Phil.
George, did you hear what happened?
Yeah, I heard.
Oh, it's so terrible. I can't believe it. What are we going to do?
Do? Get back to work. It's what he would have done.
Yeah, but this is different. I mean, a death, murder. I didn't bargain on this.
I know, neither did I. But John had some pretty rough friends. Gamblers. I mean, who knows?
I don't know, George. I don't know at all. Things aren't going easy down here. Yesterday we tried to do more evictions. They attacked the sheriff with clubs. We had to run.
Who did this? The tenants?
Yeah.
Where were the police?
On a coffee break. By the time they got back, it was all over.
Well, for God's sake, hire more guards. This isn't some game. If they want to play rough, we'll give it right back.
Yeah, I know, George. But if this means danger, I mean, if this means our lives...
Phil, give me a break.
Well, what do you make of it? I mean, John's murdered. Now Ted's disappeared.
He hasn't disappeared.
Well, nobody's seen him. I mean, do you know where he is?
He's at his cabin up north. He goes there every few weeks, gets away from the wife, you know?
Oh, well, is he alone? Maybe we better send someone to tell him.
He's not alone, Phil, and he wouldn't like someone barging in on him. I mean, do you get the picture?
Yeah, I guess so.
Good. Now, look, Phil, I want you to...
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your wife is here. She'd like to see you.
Ah, nuts. Now, listen, Phil. I want those people evicted now, today. We've been their patsies long enough. Get them out and start the demolition.
Sure, George, but...
But what?
Well, I've been talking to this reporter.
Reporter? A woman?
Yeah, and she...
You get to work.
Reporter, huh?
Dear, may I come in?
So it's her. She's behind all this.
Downtown, so I
organizing the damn tenants fighting us.
I thought I'd see how you were.
Story for her goddamn paper.
What, dear?
Now some wacko's got the idea again. Where's that number?
I've been with Mary, you know. It's so sad.
Yeah?
We can't even have a funeral. There's nothing to bury. Are you listening to me, dear? You don't seem very interested.
Sure, I'm listening.
Gilmore speaking. Can I help you?
Yeah, this is George Smith speaking.
Mr. Smith, hello.
I want to talk to you.
Sure, talk away.
In person.
Oh, all right. This afternoon?
Yeah, 5 o'clock?
Shall I come to your office?
No, I'll meet you in the bar at the Four Seasons. You know where that is?
I can find it.
Good.
Mr. Smith.
Who is that, dear?
What are you doing here anyway?
I'm worried, George, about us. You're so wrapped up in your business, I don't see you. We never have any contact. Do you think that's pleasant for me as your wife?
Oh, Christ.
Well, what should I do? Live my life all alone? Leave you?
This is important. It's a lot of money. I can't just leave it whenever I want a holiday, you know.
Would you like to take time off, dear, and spend it with me?
Sure.
Well, why don't you? We could take a trip to Mexico or South America. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Maybe a cruise?
I told you I can't.
If you don't want me anymore, I can understand.
Oh, no, Betty.
That was a woman on the phone, wasn't it? Now you're going to see her. Isn't that true?
For God's sake, leave me alone.
All right, George. I will.
No, you're not late. I just like it here.
The martinis especially. You want one?
No, I have to go back to work.
Oh, that's too bad. Hey, you're wearing a dress.
Yes?
I didn't think young women did that anymore.
Well, off duty, you know.
Yeah? What does that mean?
You wanted to see me.
Yeah, I did.
What about?
Look, you're a reporter. You want a story? I can accept that.
Good.
And if making me out to be a villain sells papers, why not? But you've been talking to people and giving them ideas, and I don't think it's doing anyone any good.
Wait a minute.
My partner, for instance. Now, I know Phil's an excitable guy. You tell him something simple, and he imagines all kinds of things. But right now, he's thinking our tenants are responsible for John Bryant's murder.
I think it's possible, too.
Well, then you're just as foolish as he is.
Perhaps?
Oh, come on. I know we all get real serious, but it's not that big an issue. 20 or 30 old houses? They'll fall down by themselves in another 5 years.
Some of your tenants have lived there most of their life. They feel very attached to their homes.
Is it such a hardship to move? A new neighborhood? A new life?
Do you know what
I'd
the apartment
enjoy it.
vacancy rate is in this city?
Sure, but what can I do about it?
Let your tenants stay.
The place is a dump. The houses aren't fit to be lived in.
Make repairs.
Oh, it's gone beyond that. It really has.
You mean you stand to make more money by rebuilding?
Oh, give me a break, girl. Is it immoral for me to make a good living? Well, I may not be a saint, but at least I don't throw rocks at the sheriff or slash car tires, which is what your friends have been doing. And I think you encourage them.
Mr. Smith.
They think if they get their picture in the goddamn paper enough times, some god is going to come out of the heavens and let them stay. Well, it's not going to happen.
You bribed the Public Works Department to okay your plan.
Hey, you can't say that.
I can't prove it.
It's not true.
You did the same thing with the municipal board to advance the date of your hearing.
I asked them to change the day. What difference does it make?
And when your thugs began to demolish the building before the legal eviction date.
We apologized for that and made good the damage. It was a stupid thing to do, I admit it. Brian had some ideas, and he gets carried away.
And the property itself. It isn't in your name or your company's. It took 6 months to find out who the real owners are. Your wife and the wives of
So
your
what's
partner.
wrong with that? You know what death taxes are like?
Sure.
Well, I don't like the tone of your voice, Miss Girl Reporter. I'm an honest, hard-working guy, and if I did anything illegal, they'd put me in jail.
If you were caught.
Yeah, so?
Your partner's murderer hasn't been caught either.
What the hell do you mean by that?
Just stating a fact. You've caused a great deal of bad feeling in this city. People have been beaten up, arrested, thrown in jail. I wouldn't be surprised if someone tried to stop you.
By killing Brian? Don't give me that. They haven't got the guts.
Don't bet on it.
Now, I want you to tell them...
I'm not your messenger, Mr. Smith.
No, I know that. Sorry. But I want you
I
to...
have to go.
Hey, don't take it personally. I like you. What are you doing now, anyway?
Back to work.
Stay a while. Have a drink.
Goodbye, Mr. Smith.
Hey.
Goodbye.
Oh, hell.
George. Oh, thank God.
What the hell are you doing here?
I've been looking for you. It's Ted, George. They found him.
Found him? Was he lost?
Floating in the lake, George. Dead.
It's obvious. It's not obvious. The two killings are quite different. One man was blown up, the other knocked on the head and drowned. Murderers have their preferences, Mr. Smith. They don't try out different methods. Now, my guess is that...
Inspector.
What?
Need you in the lab.
No, not now. Jeez. What was I saying?
My guess is...
Oh, yeah. My guess is there's two different killers.
Oh, sure.
And I'm not convinced this tenant business has anything to do with it. Both your partners are wealthy men. People don't murder for politics. They do it because they want something.
Listen, Inspector, you don't know the situation. These people are crazy. They've beaten up our guards, put rocks through my car windows. They'll kill. I know it.
Protecting their homes, huh? Yeah? Huh. Maybe I would, too.
What?
It's a natural reaction.
I don't give a damn for natural reactions. I want you to arrest those people now. Get them off the streets.
Can't do it. No evidence.
I'm talking about our lives.
Okay, I'll be right there.
You know, Mr. Smith, you've been quite a problem to our department. All those extra patrols around your property, breaking up demonstrations. I got a constable in the hospital, another with a broken arm. I wouldn't be sad if you and your friends just went away.
Well, we're not going away anywhere. And it's your job to protect us.
I don't have the manpower, Mr. Smith. Sorry.
Saying, I don't know, George. Jeez. Look, we can find out who the ringleaders are. We've got their names in those damn manifestos, so we fight back. I'm not saying kill them all, but we break some heads, start a few fires.
Yeah, but the police...
Look, Phil, it's all right to be meek and mild at the breakfast table. That's your choice. But this is the real world. You have to do what's necessary.
I hate this. I hate it. I haven't been able to sleep since it all started. The doctor's given me pills for my stomach and my nerves are... Harriet says I should give it all up. Maybe we could retire to the South Seas. I don't know. Maybe I should do it.
What are you, Phil? Not a man? When the going gets tough, you dirty your pants?
Yeah, I'm a coward, I admit it. You like fighting, I don't. Each to his own.
But life is all a fight. You can't escape it by moving to the South Seas.
At least I won't be murdered.
Well, don't bet on it.
What's your life like at home, George? I mean, do you get on with Betty, talk and everything?
Sure, we talk.
What about?
What do you mean, what about?
Well, I don't know. I sometimes feel like I'm a Martian in my own home. I don't really know Harriet. I don't know what she thinks or wants. I don't even know what I want. It's like I missed a boat somewhere.
Yeah, I know the feeling. But it'll pass. Everyone feels that way sometimes. What you've got to remember is that you made a decision to do what you're doing, and you can't go back now. It wouldn't be fair to anyone.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, you just took one of those.
No, these are for headaches.
What are they, 222s or something?
Yeah, I guess so. I haven't tried them before. No. They sure don't go down easy. I don't know, George. I just sort of like to let it all go.
Phil? Hey, what's the matter?
Stomach. It's a cramp.
Are you okay? Hey, waiter!
It's poison.
Ruthie, get the waiter over here.
They've killed me. It's poison. Ow.
Phil.
Oh, they killed me.
Keep breathing. Phil.
Please, you
Keep breathing. Phil.
Oh, my God.
Phil. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Get in the car.
Mr. Smith.
Get in.
Hey, let go of me.
Get in. Now close the door. There's one thing about these big cars. Automatic lock.
What is this about?
You'll see.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
You don't have much choice. Hey, cool it, girl.
Let me out.
I've got a gun in my pocket. I'll use it if I have to.
What?
You think I won't? You think I'm just some patsy you can push around?
Mr. Smith,
Yeah. Now, we're going to take a little drive. I bet you can guess where.
No, I can't.
Over to my property in the country, my building site.
Do what?
You're going to introduce me, Christ, to the people who killed my friend.
What are you talking about? I don't know who the killers are.
Sure you do. They're the same ones you've been writing stories about. You know them well.
They're not the killers.
Last night you thought they were. What's changed since...
I didn't say that.
No? Well, we'll see. Get moving, goddammit!
What are you going to do, shoot them?
Not necessarily. I want to have a talk. they're innocent like you say, fine. If not... Hey, what's the matter? You're looking scared.
I am scared.
Well, you don't need to be. I'm the one who's in danger. Relax. Christ, what's he doing?
You're speeding.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Nervous, you know. We're getting close.
There's a tenants meeting on now. Everyone will be at that.
I can wait. The night is long, as they say. Hey, no barricades today. What a treat. Where is this meeting?
No, in one of the houses.
Which one? Which one?
Number 36.
Okay. 36. Yeah. There they are. Okay. Well, what's the matter?
I'm frightened.
Hell, you think I'm not? It's my ass that's on the line. You ever been threatened with death, sweetie?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Some quack letter or phone call that never came to anything, right? Well, this is the real thing. Actually, I kind of enjoy it. The tension keeps you awake. Hey, someone's coming out. They all are. Is the meeting over?
Maybe.
All right. You tell me who they are.
I don't know most of them.
But the leaders, you know them. Pick them out for me.
Why?
Just do it. That guy on the steps. I've seen him before.
He's the chairman of the tenants group.
Right. And the girl with him?
She's on the board.
Good.
What are you doing?
Just act natural. Don't worry. Come on, kids. Out onto the street.
What? No! Stop! Stop! Oh, my God, no!
Did I get them?
You bastard! You killed them!
Are you sure?
You pig!
Watch your tongue, girlie. Okay, let's get out of here.
Let me out! Let me out of here!
Sure, you can go. After all, you're my accomplice. You won't go to the police. I've got a good lawyer, but I bet you don't.
Let me go!
Bye, sweetie. Take care. Never mind.
It's late, you know. I tried to call your office, but... Are you all right, George?
I'm okay.
Good. Oh, you must have had a bad day. Let me take your coat.
What are these bags? You going somewhere?
Oh, yes. Oh, I thought I might visit Mother next week, if you don't mind.
Oh?
Would you like a drink, dear?
Yeah. Scotch. A lot. Yeah. Is he in? What? Oh, seeing a client, eh? Well, look, this is George Smith calling. I got a big job for him. Lots of work, lots of money. It involves a death. Tell him to come by my house tonight. I don't care what time it is. Thanks.
Here you are, dear.
Yeah.
Is it good?
It's scotch.
Good. Well, maybe I should heat up some dinner. It's late, but you must...
No, I'm not hungry.
Oh. All right. How do you feel, dear?
Fine.
Why don't you let me take your coat for you, and I'll bring your slippers. There. So heavy. What do you have in the... Oh.
It's all right. Leave it there.
Oh, it's a gun.
Yeah.
When did you get this?
I've had it for years.
I've never seen it.
It was hidden in case I needed it. Don't touch it.
I won't.
Life is rough, you know. Have to do things. Do things. Hey, something's wrong with my hands.
What?
They're numb. And my legs. I can't move my legs.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Good. Don't worry, dear. It's just a drug.
What?
An anesthetic. Is that what you call it? It makes your muscles go to sleep. They use it in hospitals to keep patients from moving.
Did you give this to me?
It was in your drink.
Why?
Well, I'm going to kill you.
What?
Yes, you're the last. Mary killed John, then Janet killed her husband. Harriet poisoned Phil, of course. Now it's my turn.
You?
Oh, don't try to move, dear. You'll just fall, and I won't be able to pick you up again.
I can't breathe.
Yes, you can. Just relax.
Why?
Why? For the money, of course. You've made us very wealthy women, George. We wanted a chance to enjoy it. Our marriage hasn't been very pleasant, you know. Oh, it's funny how the idea came up. We were playing bridge. Well, at first it seemed silly, but why not? So we did it. I know you'd be proud, dear, if it was someone else.
They'll catch you. The police.
They haven't yet. And by tomorrow, we'll be in Argentina.
Ooh.
You're almost asleep, aren't you, dear? It's time, then. Da-da-da-dee-da-dum-dum. I was going to smother you, but with the gun, suicide. It will be more convincing. Da-da-da-dum-dum. Can you hear me, dear? Your eyes are closed. Goodbye, George. Da-da-da-da. Hasta la vista.
You have just heard Beyond the Law by Steve Petch. Featured in tonight's cast were Betty Phillips as Betty, Patsy Ludwig as Susan Gilmore, and Wendy Van Riesen as Ruth. You heard Joe Golland as the inspector, with Hagen Beggs as Smith and Norman Browning as Johnson. The voice of the Spanish instructor was Christian Bernard. Original music for tonight's play was composed by William Skolnick and performed by William Skolnick and Tom Keenlyside. The music recording was done by Don Hardesty. The program recording engineer was Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Jay Hyrene. The production assistant was Dagmar Kafsenki. Beyond the Law was produced and directed at CBC Vancouver by John Giuliani. The executive producer of Nightfall is Bill Howell. And now, here is a final word from your host.
Hello again. Next week's Nightfall will take us back in time, only to prove yet again that superstition is always contemporary.
Your father brings a young wife home with him tomorrow. So there's an end to that.
Hang him.
Don't you speak against him. We can't do nothing.
Oh, no.
You go to market tomorrow. You'll be sure to see them coming in.
Yes.
Give her a look for me. See if her skin be smooth. See if her hands have done any work, as mine have.
Why don't you go and see for yourself?
I wouldn't look up at her if she passed us by this minute.
You got something in your mind.
I got nothing in my mind. It's done with. But I want to know what kind of woman she is.
I can catch them on the road, Mother.
Look at her hands.
Yes, Mother. Touch her hands.
Turn of the Blood, based on a classic story by Thomas Hardy and dramatized for Nightfall by Toronto playwright Paul Bettis. Radio that lets you go, but only for now. That's next week on Nightfall. Until then, careful of the edge.
Mansion at Long Branch is a living, breathing nightmare of more than 30 incredible rooms, each with its own very special surprise. Wander through its myriad of secret passageways and winding labyrinths. Discover the graveyard of the living dead and its unimagined terror. There's Renfield and his spiders, the Prince of Darkness, Count Dracula, and many more. At the Haunted Mansion at Long Branch, it's waiting for you.
When your suspicions turn into terrible truths, it's nightfall. Welcome, dear friends. Frederick Hend, your fellow detective in tonight's disturbing unraveling of a mystery. You know, whether you're looking for a job or whether you're simply trying to perform the one you have, doing all the right things might just open one too many doors for you. In tonight's show, Private Collection by Edmonton writer Warren Graves, we're taken down a path which, unfortunately, only goes one way. Listen.
To take it out to the International in air dispatch to Montreal, okay?
Sorry about that. Rush job. Now then, what can I do for you, officer?
Well, I'm Constable Wood. I'm checking out a list of missing persons. I was just wondering if you'd heard anything from Ellen Yates.
Oh, she's still missing?
Well, I've still got her on the list.
Well, I can't understand that. It doesn't make any sense at all.
And why do you say that?
Ellen wasn't the sort of girl to go missing. I mean, one of my best drivers, absolutely reliable.
Well, you reported her missing just over a month ago.
Oh, so that long ago?
February 7th.
Yeah, that's right. And you still haven't found her?
I wonder if you wouldn't mind just running through it again for me.
Oh, I've done all this before, you know.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that, but I've just been assigned to missing persons, and you never know. You might remember something else.
I doubt it.
Well, why did you report her missing?
What do you mean?
Well, usually the person reporting is a relative or a close friend, and it's not usually the boss.
Oh, that. Well, I guess it was because it all seemed so damn weird. First off, I got bawled out by the company she was supposed to be making a pickup from. Then I went to look for her, and her van wasn't even in the yard.
Yeah, but it turned up later.
Well, yeah, when they were clearing the on-street parkers for rush hour. Got towed away to the pound, and they were the people who phoned me.
Well, just to come and get it?
Right.
Okay, and that's when you decided to report her to the police as a missing person?
Well, sure. Something must have happened to her. I mean, she leaves here to make a perfectly normal pickup. She doesn't make it, and her van is impounded. Doesn't make sense, does it?
That's true.
So, what happens next?
I'll report this back to my sergeant. We'll just keep looking, I guess.
Well, there's something damn weird about it, if you ask me. I mean, how can somebody disappear in the middle of downtown in broad daylight?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Constable Wood.
Oh, morning, Sergeant.
How do you like sitting behind a desk?
Oh, makes a change.
Yes, well, I expect you'll be doing a lot of that. Better get yourself a cushion.
Right.
Any luck on that Ellen Yates case?
Well, I had another chat with the dispatch manager, but he hasn't heard anything. So I'm going to Linda Renfield's office this afternoon.
Who's Linda Renfield?
Well, she's the lawyer that disappeared the day after Ellen Yates.
Aha. Just looking for the girls, are you? We get men reported missing as well, you know.
Well, see, I think there must be some connection between these two.
A connection between a courier and a lawyer? What makes you think that?
Well, they're both very attractive girls, and they both disappeared from the middle of the city during office hours.
That's a bit thin, isn't it?
Well, I think it's unusual.
All right. Check it out. Let me know if you come up with anything.
There's one. Come on down and quick. You wait for us. Don't stick your foot in the door. I'm not sticking my foot in there. These things could chop you in half if you gave them the chance. Oh, God, it's 1:05 already. This is the second time I've been late this week. Come on. Be patient. Patient? I swear to God, I waited 15 minutes for one of these elevators this morning. Come on, Jean, it just felt like 15 minutes. You'd think they'd have them all working, wouldn't you? I mean, with 32 floors and umpteen basements, the elevator system is rather important. They are all working. No, they're not. That one at the end, I've never seen it working yet. Which one? That one at the end. Hasn't even got numbers on it. Well, maybe it's for freight. Nah, that's all around the back by the delivery bays. Come on. I don't know what you're getting so excited about. You could go up the stairs and get some exercise. It's only 4 floors. Yeah, looks like I'm going to have to. See you tomorrow, then. And don't forget, 12:05. Okay. And don't be late. Now, we've got to get down to the box office to pick up those tickets. Don't forget. I'll be here. And you bring your money this time. Okay. Jeannie, here's one. Funny. This is the one she says never works.
I'm sorry I can't be more help to you, Constable Wood.
Well, that's all right, sir. I just thought I'd check.
All we know is that Miss Renfield had an appointment at 2:30 with one of our clients. We know she left the office to go to it. She took their files along with her. But she never got there. And she didn't come back here, and nobody appears to have seen her since. I just can't imagine what happened.
Well, were the files anything particular?
Oh, no, perfectly routine. I don't think she's run away to blackmail anybody. But it does confirm once more the importance of office routine, doesn't it?
In what way, Mr. Larkin?
Never let your files out of the office. You can never tell what's going to happen these days, can you? Anything is possible.
Sergeant?
Come in, Wood.
I've got some figures I'd like you to have a look at if you got a minute.
All right.
Now, these are the figures for last year, the number of missing persons reported in this quarter.
It's a seasonal business, you know. People don't go missing in the winter. They wait for the warmer weather.
Yeah, I know, but look at the figures for this quarter. Now, that doesn't look like much of an increase, but if you work it out as a percentage, the number of people reported missing this quarter has gone up by 34%. Now, that's a third more people in one quarter.
The population has gone up as well, don't forget.
Oh, yeah, but not by a third. Now, look at this. These are all the people that have turned up again. Cases closed. I mean, that hasn't gone up by a third.
What's your point?
My point is that we seem to have a lot more people going missing, and they stay missing. They just don't turn up again. If you work it out on a percentage basis, it's a regular epidemic.
Now, look, Wood, I know you're new in the department and you want to make a good impression, but don't get carried away, all right? All I asked you to do was to check through the missing persons list and give me an update. Now, you know as well as I do, once you start playing with statistics, you can prove almost anything.
Yeah, but Sergeant...
Look, I've got a brand new case you can work on. Just came in this morning. The Ontario Provincial Police are looking for a young student reported missing, and they think she's heading this way. We've had a report from the bus station. Somebody thinks they saw her. How would you like to check that out?
Between 19 and 25? Unmarried? Good-looking girl?
You know something about this already?
Well, no, but it fits the pattern.
What pattern?
The people that stay missing. Now, if you work it out as a percentage, 80% of the people who stay missing are attractive, unmarried women between the ages of 19 and 25. They're not young girls running away from home. They're not married women running away from a husband and 3 kids. They're the cream of the crop.
Now, don't tell me, Constable Wood, that after only 3 short weeks in the department, you are actually on the track of our first mass murder.
Well, I don't think it's murder.
You don't?
No.
And why is that? Don't the percentages work out on your pocket calculator?
Well, no, it's not that.
What is it, then?
We haven't found any bodies, have we? I think if it was homicide, something would have turned up by now.
I would have thought so.
So that means that somebody is collecting them.
Somebody's putting together a collection of young, unmarried women, and they're doing it in the middle of downtown, and they're doing it in broad daylight.
How?
I don't know.
Mrs. Cudlick? This is Jeannie. Donna's friend? Oh, I'm fine, thanks. Mrs. Cudlick, is Donna there? No, she wasn't into the office this morning. I thought she might be sick or something. Oh, would you mind? Thanks a lot.
Well, is there?
She's going to check her apartment.
Well, maybe she had a doctor's appointment.
Well, I'm sure she would have told me. Anyway, it wouldn't take all morning, now would it?
Well, could do. You get into a doctor's office, you never know when you're coming out. What are we going to do about these tickets?
I don't know.
Well, they're $16 a piece, you know. I mean, if she's not coming...
Hello? She's not. Are you sure? No, she was coming home. I'm sure she was. Yes. All right. Fine, I'll let you know if I hear anything. Bye.
Well, what did she say?
Donna's bed hasn't been slept in. It looks like she didn't come home from work last night.
Maybe she had a date.
Donna? I mean, we are talking about Donna, you know. She doesn't go out anywhere with anybody. Why do you think we're taking her to the concert with us? No, I think she's had an accident.
Oh, look, I've got to be getting back to work. So, are we going to this concert or not?
Look, you're not being very helpful, are you?
What do you expect me to do?
You could be a bit more sympathetic.
About what? I mean, so your friend didn't come into work today. So what?
And she didn't come home from work last night.
I've got to go. Do you want me to get the tickets or not?
Yeah, all right.
How many?
I don't know.
I am going to get them now. Do I get 2 or 3?
Maybe I shouldn't go.
Oh, for God's sake.
All right, get 2.
Right. And I'll meet you here tonight at 6, right?
Right.
And if Donna turns up, she's out of luck, okay? Okay?
Okay.
It's like pulling teeth.
Well, I'm worried about Donna. I just know something's happened to her.
Come in. Oh, hello, Constable Wood. You back again?
I'm afraid so. Have you got a minute?
Well, if it's about Ellen Yates, I still haven't heard anything.
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, it is. I was just wondering if you could tell me where it was she was supposed to make the pickup that day.
Oh, some architect's office downtown, I think it was. Look, I've told the police all this before.
Well, I didn't see it in the records. Have you got a manifest or something we could check? February 7th?
Right. Well, it'll be in here somewhere. Now, let's see. February 7th. February 7th. Excuse me. Here, help yourself.
Oh, thanks.
Stanley Messenger. Yes, ma'am. And where do you want it delivered? Sorry, what was that number again? Right. Well, it'll be this afternoon now. About 3 o'clock? Right. Well, thank you very much. So, did you find it?
Yeah, Benham and DeGroot, 24th floor, Medical Sciences building. Is that where they towed the van away from?
I guess it must have been.
Mind if I use your phone?
No, help yourself.
Thanks. Yeah, this is Constable Wood of the City Police. Could I speak to Mr. Larkin? Thank you. Mr. Larkin? I'm sorry to trouble you again, sir. This is Constable Wood of the City Police. If you remember, I was in to see you yesterday about Miss Renfield. Yeah, well, I was wondering if you could tell me where her 2:30 appointment was the day she disappeared. If you wouldn't mind telling us again, sir. Dr. Wyszynski, Structural Genetics. Where's Dr. Wyszynski's office located exactly, sir? Medical Sciences building. Oh, thank you very much, sir. You've been a great deal of help.
Can I help you, sir?
What?
Oh, no, I'm just waiting for someone from one of the offices.
You cold, sir?
No, it's this building. It gives me the shivers. That's quite a security system you've got here. What's it like to have cameras staring at you all day?
Doesn't bother me, sir. Part of my job.
Well, you got monitors on every floor?
No, sir. Just the main lobby and the medical sciences section. They've got some very valuable equipment.
Well, you should have it on all the floors, see who's sneaking off to lunch early. So how big is the medical sciences section?
First 10 floors and the 3 basements.
3 basements? What do you need 3 basements for?
Oh, that's where the laboratories are. Very tight security down there.
Oh, yeah, why is that?
No idea, sir. Oh, probably some of the materials they use.
Yeah, I guess so. There she is. Have a good day.
You too, sir.
Jeannie, over here.
Rick? Oh, hi, Rick. I phoned Mrs. Cudlett again, and Donna wasn't home last night. She wasn't in the office today, and her supervisor reported it to personnel. She's disappeared, Rick. Honestly, she has.
Okay. I think you'd better go to the police.
Will you come with me?
Okay.
Thanks.
Hello, missing persons, please. Thank you. Yes, my name is Constable Wood. I'm checking out that missing student of yours that you thought might be heading out our way. Yeah, that's right. Well, we think she was seen at the bus station, but I was wondering if she had any relatives in this area. Oh, I see. Well, do you have an address? Do you know who he works for? Klein and Sampson. Okay, I'll try that. Thanks a lot. Klein and Sampson. Kleberger, Cleveland, Clean, Clive. Here it is. Klein and Sampson. My God, there it is again. 1302 Medical Sciences Building. Constable Wood? Oh, yeah, okay. I'll be right there. Yes, sir. Can I help you?
No. She's the one that wants to see you.
Yes, miss?
I think my friend Donna has disappeared. Well, I was supposed to meet her, and she didn't turn up. And she hasn't been into the office for the last 2 days, and I phoned her landlady, and she says she hasn't been home either.
Whoa. Just a minute. Let's start at the beginning and take it slowly, shall we? This is your friend from the office that you're worried about?
Well, not really my office, but we both work in the same building.
And which building is that?
The Medical Sciences Building on 2nd Street.
Miss, would you mind coming into the interview room? It's quieter in there.
Sergeant Clement? Good evening, sir. Missing persons? Well, Constable Wood is. Well, he's new, sir. Very keen. I'm sorry, sir. I don't think I quite understand. Yes, I can appreciate that, sir, but... May I say, sir, that I've been in this department for nearly 14 years, and I've never been asked to do anything like this before. Well, I don't have much choice, do I, if those are your instructions? Yes, sir, Constable Wood. Well, I'm not quite sure what I'm going to tell him. Yeah, I could do that. Well, I appreciate you calling me personally, sir, but I... Hello? Hello? God help us all. Come in.
You wanted to see me, Sergeant?
Yes. Come in, Wood. Close the door. Sit down. How you doing?
I'm a bit confused.
Is that right? Welcome to the club. What's confusing you in particular?
Well, it's these missing persons that don't turn up again.
Oh, yeah. 80% of the female population.
No. 80% of those missing are young females.
Sorry.
And I think I know where it is they disappear, and it's a government building.
What?
Well, it all fits. I'm not quite sure why, but it does. A new office building opened downtown about 6 months ago. The Medical Sciences Building. It's a big research center, government funds, international connections.
What about it?
Ellen Yates was making a delivery there the day she disappeared. Linda Renfield, the lawyer, had a 2:30 appointment there the day she disappeared. And that student from Ontario that was seen at the bus station, her father works on the 13th floor. And maybe that's where she went from the bus station. And I've been talking to a young couple who think their friend Donna has just disappeared. And guess where she works? The Medical Science Building. It all fits, and it's a government building.
So?
Well, so if anybody is making a collection, it's them.
Wood? Are you seriously suggesting that the government is spiriting away young unmarried women? Do you know how ridiculous that sounds?
No. Well, you see, according to the latest statistics...
Oh, it's that again, is it? You've really got your pocket calculator working overtime, haven't you?
No, it's not me. It's the United Nations. It's people like that came up with these figures.
What figures?
The decline in the birth rate. In every country in the Western world, the death rate has overtaken the birth rate. You project that 30 years down the road, you find that the baby boom has turned into a very large group of old-age pensioners, and there are no young people to support them.
Would you please explain yourself?
I think they're collecting the most suitable young women they can for genetic research or for breeding or producing babies or something. You see, government's taking over the traditional role of the family.
Are we talking the end of the world here, Wood? Is that what this is about? Shouldn't you have a long beard and sandals, a placard maybe, shave your head?
Sergeant.
I have never heard such a cock and bull story in my entire life. I think I should turn you over to internal affairs for psychiatric examination.
Well, how do you explain it then?
Explain what?
Why all these young women are disappearing at the Medical Sciences Building.
I'm taking you off missing persons, Wood.
Sergeant, you can't. Not now.
I damn well can, and I bloody well am. Tomorrow morning, you report to narcotics. I'll get you on the training program.
But I can't leave this now.
Damn it, Wood, you're being promoted. Can't you see that?
Well, what for? I haven't done anything yet.
Don't you want to be promoted?
Sure, but I'd rather see this thing through for the time.
Well, you can't. Missing persons has been taken out of our jurisdiction for the next 3 months. Those are my orders. Your orders are to report to narcotics tomorrow morning and be promoted. Do I make myself absolutely clear?
Sweet Jesus, I'm right, aren't I?
Listen, Wood, and you just get this straight. They think that you are a very bright young constable who's going to go places. And they think I'm a crusty old sergeant who's going to be retiring on full pension in 4 years. Do you understand what I am saying? Now, you keep your opinions to yourself and get rid of your damned pocket calculator. It's none of our business, not anymore.
I don't believe this.
Don't even think about it. And we never had this conversation, okay? It's getting late. Take the rest of the day off. I'll tell them you'll be in tomorrow. All right? Wood?
What? Oh, yeah.
Just forget about it.
Yeah. Right.
Good night.
Good night.
Can I help you, miss?
No, it's okay. I just left some mail on my desk that was supposed to go out tonight. Won't be a minute.
Do you have some identification?
I'm Jean Parkinson, and I work on the 4th floor. Structural genetics, Dr. Wyszynski's office.
The medical section? Then you should have an identification card with your picture on it.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I've never had to use it before. There you are.
Oh, Miss Jean Parkinson. Thank you, miss. I'm afraid the staircases are all locked now. Perhaps you wouldn't mind taking the elevator?
No, I don't mind. But you could die waiting for those things.
I'll switch the service elevator on for you.
Thank you.
There you go.
So that's what this one is. I've never seen it working before.
It's fully automatic. You did say 4th floor.
Yeah, that's right.
Good night, miss.
It's going down. I'm not going down, I'm going up. Oh, my God. Help! Help! Somebody help me! Oh, my God, what's happening? Help! Help! Somebody, please! Please help!
Excuse me. Yes, sir. What can I do for you? I'd like to speak to Constable Wood. I don't think I know that name, sir.
Well, you have to. My girlfriend and I were here talking to him only a couple of days ago.
Constable Wood. You're sure that was the name?
Well, I think so.
Maybe you can tell me what it was in connection with.
My girlfriend came in to report a friend of hers who had gone missing.
Ah, that would be missing person.
Yeah. Anyway, I tried to call her yesterday, and nobody seems to know where she is. I think she's disappeared. Now, look, I'd really like to speak to Constable Wood.
The man you want to talk to is Mr. Fields of our Special Services Division. He handles all the missing persons now. Just hang on. I'll see if he's available.
Okay. Thanks.
Excuse me.
Yes, miss? Can I help you?
Are the offices closed?
That all depends. Who do you want to see?
Dr. Wyszynski. The man from my last interview said I should be at the Medical Sciences Building at 7 this evening. Another interview, I guess.
You are Miss Barbara Fielding?
Right.
They're expecting you. This way, miss. I'll switch the service elevator on for you.
I hope this interview goes better than the last one. Boy, they asked some weird questions.
Well, you must have given them the right answers, miss, or you wouldn't be here now, would you?
No, I guess not. What kind of work does this Dr. Wyszynski do? It sounds kind of spooky.
Spooky?
Well, how often do you have to go for an interview in an empty building?
I'm sure the doctor will explain it to you, miss. There you go. Just step inside. It's fully automatic.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, miss. Mind the doors.
Some evils, it would seem, don't even have to be all that well guarded to survive. Here's Mr. Hunt with the names of those involved in tonight's show.
Private Collection was written by Warren Graves. In the cast, we heard Graham McPherson as Constable Wood, Tom Peacock as Sergeant Clement, Judith Mabey as Jean, Jill Dyke as Donna, Stephen Walsh as Rick, with Len Crowther as the security guard. The lawyer was played by David Lorraine, Barbara Fielding by Nicole Evans, and the manager of the messenger service by Gordon Marriott. The sound engineer was Al Lambden, with sound effects by Dean Purvis. Production assistant Barbara Galt. Script editor Ruth Fraser. Private Collection was produced and directed in Edmonton by Laurie Seligman. Executive producer for the series, Don Kowalchuk. And now, your hosts.
Join us next week for The Hit by Vancouver writer Lawrence Goff. It's directed by John Giuliani. Until then, I'm Frederick Hend for Nightfall.
Welcome to the world of terror. When I'm not busy embalming bodies, which isn't often, I like to relax with some good family reading. Let me introduce you to my personal library of Fangoria, the leader in horror entertainment. What a fascinatingly hideous cover of Freddy Krueger. and devilishly candid reviews of the latest horror videos, and gloriously bloody color photos from the newest Friday the 13th. They're all here in Fangoria. Can I persuade you to subscribe?
Welcome to Nightfall. Friends. Frederick Hend here, this time with a jaunt into the more distant recesses of the mind. Our play is called Hypnotized, and is the first play for radio by Canadian author Jesse Bodine. Listen.
Subject's name? Cregan. Madeline. Subject presently shows signs of physical and nervous breakdown. Overexploitation a factor. Future sessions must be hurried before total debilitation. Subject used in hypnotic regression. Subject asked for earliest precarnal memory, i.e. the memory of the soul at creation. The origin of consciousness itself. It was secondly to be determined if there is any psychic memory of the creation of Lucifer. Subject's condition: acute hysterical insomnia, decreased weight, stomach cramps, loss of hair. Medication, amitriptyline. Amitriptyline discontinued. Present medication, flurazepam. Complications, depression, lethargy, heartbeat, arrhythmic. Subject notes uncontrolled discharge of bile and phlegm during blackouts. Psychic complications, apparent poltergeist-like apports of objects and furniture. Apparent xenoglossy, clairaudience. One final note. Subject has, in some manner, become a strong presence inside my own skin. And I in her skin. Occasionally, this delusion is of an intense disposition. As though my own personality was becoming increasingly connected with Miss Cregan's. A form of bilocation or otoscopic hallucination. She has penetrated my body, and I can feel her attempting to enter the back of my skull, and I her skull. Therefore, I am asking you, Dr. Ravitch, to complete the experiment with Miss Cregan. I suggest that her files be transcripted anonymously at the Institute to escape scrutiny from naive outsiders. I can be reached through my associate, Dr. Sutherland. I will be at Fribourg, Switzerland, obtaining a much-needed rest. Thank you.
I am Dr. Emil Ravitch. I'll be handling your case for a while, Miss Cregan. Please stop shaking, Miss Cregan.
Yes.
Now, you haven't had any sleep in 3 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
None?
That's
What was that?
Blackouts. I've had blackouts.
And your medication?
Tranquilizers.
Why can't you sleep?
I'll fall inside my spine.
Look, in your own words, for my benefit, what happens? You close your eyes
Closing my eyes. Nauseous. Stifled. Icy coldness, stomach cramps. Wind howling out of my spine. My lower back. Force nearby. I feel very cold. There is darkness.
It is my understanding that your fear of sleep is symptomatic, not prophetic. Symptomatic of an unconscious attempt on your part to obstruct this experiment. Most logically, because we've inadvertently come across some old past life memory you wish to suppress. I want to change your prescription to phenothiazine. It's an interesting antipsychotic compound. Had success in cases similar to yours.
Where's Dr. Lasky? He started this. I thought that I want to see him.
Miss Cragen. Madeline?
Oh, I didn't hear what you said.
I said Dr. Lasky has turned your case over to me. He's left to get some rest.
Oh.
He's gone to Switzerland.
When will...
You were going to say... Still shaking? Would you like me to close the window?
Pair of hands is trying to crawl out of my spine. Does that interest you?
Not precisely. The phenothiazine will help with those kind of hallucinations.
I want to see Dr. Lasky.
Look, you have developed a dependency on Dr. Lasky, and this empathetic neurosis had to be severed.
I could hear his blood. Yes.
Yes. You began experiencing sensations simultaneously with Dr. Lasky.
I could hear his blood. So on.
And so on. Yes.
I could... Could I have some water?
Yes, indeed. You also experience occasional clairaudience.
Yes. Thank you. Since the past life session started, especially towards the end.
And what's the sensation of clairaudience like?
Was garbled. Garbled. Oh, weird. I want to see Dr. Lasky.
He doesn't want to continue with you.
He said I would be sent to a long-term care home until I got better.
Look, you are a very special subject. I am the only one who can help you.
I want to talk to Dr. Lasky.
But he is in Switzerland.
I want to talk to him.
Sutherland?
Get hold of Dr. Lasky for me. Tell him to return my call as soon as possible.
Fine, Dr. Ravitch. I'll leave a message at his hotel.
Thank you. You are a very special subject, Madeline. You must allow me to complete the experiment.
I can't.
Look at me. Your fear of hypnosis is just a mental block of some sort.
I don't want to be experimented on. Hypnotized anymore.
The reason you look so haggard, the reason you have lost 40 pounds, the reason you have lost most of your hair, your skin bleeds, your gums bleed, that you have ulcerated intestines is psychosomatic. You are blocking us from taking you back to the beginning. Let's erase this psychic ligature, Miss Cragen. That's what's creating all the static here. And you've signed a contract. Madeline, the psychic testimony you've given already is too important.
I dreamt of horses. Wild horses.
You see?
No, I don't.
Your subconscious mind is telling you that you are only having irrational nightmares. You see? Nightmares. Night horses. Nightmares. Nightmare. Miss Cragen, your mind is an instrument, a tuning fork. It can be regressed to recall the secrets to the origin of your soul at creation. You are being traumatized by fear. You'll be hypnotized once more. You will be regressed until you need this fear. And then I'll give you the suggestion to dismiss it.
Will you let me talk to Dr. Lasky then?
As soon as he returns my call.
I'm sweating all over. Can I get injected with a relaxant or something?
A relaxant? Yes.
Somebody hold my hand.
Dr. Sutherland.
Dr. Ravitch here. I want you to prepare a patient for hypnotic regression, and I'll need you to assist me as well. Concentrate fully on my voice, Madeline. Now, exhale a deep breath. Droop your arms by your sides. Let your jaw go slack. With each beat of the metronome, your eyelids will become warmer and heavier. You cannot raise them. Your consciousness is retreating deeper and deeper within your mind. You are completely relaxed. Let your shoulders fall. Your mind is falling through eternity. The feeling is euphoric. find yourself going deeper and further from this present life. And as you go deeper and further through the warmth of eternity, you find yourself before your birth into this life. At the count of 3, you will become aware of a life before this one. You will describe your environment to me. Counting. 1, 2, 3. Where are you now?
She's not responding.
What does her EEG say?
Strong alpha response in all lobes of the brain. Heartbeat, respiration normal. She does look pale. Body temperature has slipped to 98.1. SEM movement. No subvocalization as yet.
Madeline? Are you all right? Can you hear me?
REM observed. And REM observed.
Madeline, where are you now? Where are you?
Monastery. Monk. That old man.
Yes? What is the elder man, the old monk, saying to you?
Kill somebody.
Madeline? Madeline?
Blood pressure is dropping.
What happened just now?
I went into that darkness, which was
We can get her past this block. We can take her right back.
Unless she's acting out a daydream.
Madeline? Are you still in the monastery? Where is this darkness then? Is this the darkness at creation? Where is this darkness, Madeline?
Obviously just a mental lapse of some sort.
What are you doing now, Madeline?
Killing the deceased supplicant. I'm killing the diseased supplicant. I was sent to kill the diseased supplicant.
How was he killed?
Yes, Yes, I.
Respiration faint.
Give her 10 cc's of Coramine. How was he killed, Madeline?
It is in my left hand.
What is?
The chisel. The stone corridor. The door.
It's the man.
I see him. Grunt. The man grunting, rancid flesh all. I do.
Madeline, after you killed him, then what happened?
Sleep.
I understand that. But after you slept,
I slept beside him. Wounds blew, warts bobbed at my neck.
Apparently the monastery was infected. We'd better move on.
At my command, you will leave the room. Freely leave the room, Madeline. Where are you now?
Locked in the room.
Who locked you in?
Other monks. Those monks who survived me. Yes. I see.
What?
Grubs of lava pockmark my face. Ants collect my hair. Nesting. Spiders harvest them. Plague and insect-ridden. That
is the soul of the man you were forced to murder nearby.
I do not see it.
Does this experience bother you, Madeline?
No.
How is she doing?
Blood pressure stabilized. Still in NREM state. Body temperature several degrees below normal. Her hands are shaking.
Madeline, can you move your mind? The memory of your soul back to its own creation. Madeline?
She's having trouble visualizing.
Okay. All right. Madeline, concentrate your mind on the metronome. Can you?
I am going away.
Madeline?
Did she say she was Lasky?
I couldn't make it out. Where are you now, Madeline?
Freezing cold, black place.
Well, what year is it?
Timeless place.
What is your name now?
No name now.
Then where are you?
Nowhere now.
Do you see anyone? Anyone with you? She's hallucinating Lasky.
Her skin is absolutely blue and ice cold to the touch.
Hold it. What is she doing?
She's assuming a kind of fetal position, twisting her back around.
Madeline!
Her back looks broken.
She's bleeding from her mouth.
Body temperature is in the low 80s.
Madeline, can you hear me? Look, you must describe where you are.
8:15 p.m. Subject Cragen Madeline. After entering trance state, subject inexplicably went into hypothermic shock, recalling a previous life.
Give her 10 more cc's Coramina.
Subject remains grotesquely contorted in a supine position.
I'm going to administer CPR.
Heart massage applied, 8:16 p.m. Dr. Ravitch. She stopped breathing. All vital signs have subsided. 8:17 p.m. What will your post-mortem diagnosis be?
She induced some sort of psychosomatic state. She wanted this to fail. She wanted to commit suicide. She must have created an inner scenario of freezing to death. All her nightmares. She made her own death come through.
Your medical diagnosis, Dr. Ravitch.
Please answer the phone, Miss Sutherland.
Dr. Sutherland?
You'll have to say hysterical paranoia resulting in a nondescript catatonic state. The patient then went into shock trauma, mimicking the physical features of hypothermia. The rationale for this was her own extremely disturbed personality.
That was the hotel where Dr. Lasky is staying. The manager returned my call from this afternoon.
Yes. I'm sure George will want to be advised of this. Let me speak to him.
The manager indicated to me that Dr. Lasky cannot be reached.
Why?
The manager indicated he had been on a solitary hike outside Fribourg. He's disappeared.
The manager indicated Dr. Lasky can be reached then? Okay, good. All right.
That he had been on a solitary hike. Apparently he cannot be found by searchers. The manager additionally indicated that he believed Lasky may have frozen to death. But he was careful to suggest no one was certain, as the body had not been found.
Be good enough to pull a sheet over Miss Cragen, will you? And try and corroborate this belief that Dr. Lasky froze to death. Will you?
Yes.
Hypnotized was written for Nightfall by Canadian playwright Jesse Bodine and featured Mickey Monsell, Dr. Joseph Scala, Guy Bannerman, and Anna Hagen. Our sound technician was Bill Seaback, with sound effects by Chris Cuttress. Music, Judy Knox. Production assistant, Joyce Tinian. Script editor, Ruth Fraser. Producer, Don Kowalchuk. Don't get too comfortable over the next week. We'll be back on Friday, and we have something special called After Sunset by Brian Taylor. Until then, I'm Frederick Hent for Nightfall.
They are the children of the corn.
They must obey he who walks among the rows. They live in a world where adults are not allowed to live. Children of the corn. A new kind of nightmare. An adult nightmare. Stephen King's Children of the Corn. Rated R.
Coming Friday. Check local newspapers for theaters and showtimes.
When the pressure mounts, you'll do anything to break free. It's nightfall. Welcome, dear friends. Frederick Hend here to guide you to the far north in a rather severe case of cabin fever. Have you ever worried about being trapped, about not being able to get out? Tonight in Weather Station 4 by Arthur Samuels, we take a look at the options for avoiding what might be a lethal situation. We also consider the source of that advice. Here's our story.
This is Weather Station 4 calling Command Central. Are you reading? Are you reading? Over. Why the hell don't they answer? Switch to emergency channel. Weather 4 calling Command Central. Come in. Please come in. Over.
This is Command. State your problem, Weather 4. Over.
State our problem? You know what our problem is, only it's getting worse by the minute. That storm out there is blowing harder than ever. And if we don't get some kind of relief soon, we've had it. I tell you, our situation here is critical. Our emergency food rations are practically gone. We're starving. We're freezing our butts off, and you say there's no emergency? Over.
Repeat, we're aware of your situation, Station 4, and you know ours. Supply planes still grounded at Frobisher, awaiting weather clearance. Meanwhile, we remind you Regulation 1060, respecting unauthorized use of emergency frequencies. We'll look for you at 0400 GMT for routine weather data transmission on prescribed frequencies. Over and out.
You bastard. Sitting on your fat duffs with your stinking regulations while we... He's back. I better...
Lord, like a devil's own purse up there. If we had all we could do to make it back to the hut. Professor.
Come on, McNabb. I thought we'd agreed you'd leave your damned husky outside.
Oh, that we did, Devlin, that we did. But that storm's got so bad it's not fit out there for man nor beast.
Well, didn't you tell me that those malamutes can take all kinds of cold? You said they thrive on...
Aye, when they've been fed decently. The thrasher here is hungry. He needs all the heat he can store.
He's hungry. What about us? Oh, it's bad enough being cooped up in this lousy hut without that dog stink,
too. Come off it, Devlin. I reckon most of the stink in here belongs to two men long overdue for a bath, wouldn't you say? We're lucky Thrasher here tolerates us.
It's not funny, McNabb. I got some rights here.
Oh, quit your belly aching, man. Let me get some hot tea in my vitals.
Any luck with the traps out there?
Not much. Most of them buried in the drifts. There was one sprung, though.
And? What was it?
Patrick Fox. Poor beastie left a foot in the trap. Must have chewed it off and hobbled away. Like a fair trail of blood. I don't like to see that. It's cruel. At least the foot provided a wee morsel for Thrasher here. Hey, boy.
Yeah, sure. So long as that precious dog of yours gets fed, we can go hungry, right? I'll tell you. If the storm keeps up, maybe that dog will be a Sunday. What? You know what I mean? Now you steak, right?
What's your step, laddie? Thrasher can read that kind of talk in your look. You try to harm him, you'll have to get me first. You hear?
Come on, McNabb. I was only kidding. Can't you take a joke?
Aye, when it's a joke. You just watch your step in your mouth with it, laddie. I'm fed up with your belly ache.
Oh, and I suppose you're thrilled at the idea of our being marooned up here in the middle of an Arctic storm without a prayer? few miserable scraps of food, no booze. Down to our last pack of cigarettes.
I've been through worse. We'll manage. As for the cigarettes, health and welfare advisors that they're a danger to your health. Didn't you know?
Oh, you're so goddamn funny, McNabb.
Anyway, this storm can't last.
Those bastards in Central Command.
Hang on.
Staying there.
Have you been on the radio to command again?
Sure, why not? Let them know what we're up against.
All right,
here.
Devlin, I'll say this just once more. I am the senior officer up here, and I've told you that radio transmitter is to be used for our routine weather report
McNabb.
and nothing else. Must I say so?
All I told them is that we're in an emergency situation.
Correction. We're into a difficult situation, and we're handling it. There's no cause for panic. Not yet,
Oh,
anyway.
there isn't. What if that storm doesn't let up? Huh? And that supply plane, what if it doesn't get
We'll
through? What
deal with the ifs as we come to them. Meanwhile, you better try to relax. You'll last longer here. Pour yourself a cup of tea.
Have you called that? How many times have you used that same stupid tea bag? Easy, lad. Don't hand me that crap, McNabb. I am sick of making do, as you call it. I'm sick of being hungry and cold. Sick of you and that dog. Sick of this stinking hut and this stupid job. God.
That's because you're new to it, laddie. You've got a sweet case of cabin fever.
What?
Cabin fever. I've yet to see anyone on his first tour of duty up here who doesn't get it sooner or later. Goes with the job, you might say.
It's not just the job. It's this whole God-forsaken country. Cold, empty, cruel. It makes you feel like you're nothing. That wind out there that never stops. Those nights without end.
Oh, I don't know. We're getting about 18 hours of dark right now, but that still leaves us 6 hours of daylight such as it is. Wait till you get the full treatment, my lad, where you'll not see a wink of light for weeks on end. Aye, that's when you see grown men.
Well, you're pretty damn smug and superior about it, aren't you?
No, but after 30 years up here, I've made my peace with it. And those that don't, my boy, pay the price. Can't figure you, Devlin. You must have known that the North was no place for soft city bred goods like you. What made you take this job in the first place?
I fell for that go north young man garbage. Because there were no jobs for what I was trained for in university.
What was that?
Humanities.
For humanity. Did you hear that, Thrasher? This mama's boy comes up here with a head full of fancy knowledge. You'd have done better to bring some guts.
When was the last time? Forget it. Just lie here like a zombie and count the minutes. Listen to your stomach howling for food. What I would give for a good steak. Some nice red wine to wash it down with. Kid, you'd settle for stale beans and a flat beer right now. What are you staring at, you ugly brute? Can't you sleep either? Look at your master. Snoring away like he didn't have a care in the world. If you like this damn country, you can have it. First chance I get, I'm heading back south. Feel like a human being again. If I ever make it. Freeze or starve to death. Take your pick. Or two for the price of one. Terrific. You're hunting unglued, man. You know that? Cabin fever. What do you do? Take an aspirin and call your shrink in the morning? What the hell? Incoming message signal. All right, I'm coming. That's weird. Nothing yet. You meters registering incoming messages. It doesn't make sense.
Hi there, weather station 4. How are you doing?
What? Who is this? Come in, over.
But I am in. And I'm your exact wavelength, aren't I?
Oh, wait a minute. I don't believe this. Who are you? How come you're coming in so
loud and clear? Well, that's because I'm really close by. Jack, really close.
You know my name. Oh, no. I'm dreaming. I must be. Is this some kind of joke? McNabb, wake up.
Oh, you don't really want to wake him up, do you, Jack? Here, I thought you and I could have a nice private talk. Oh, well, if you're not interested, we'll try another time. Bye now.
No, please come back. Come in, please. Oh, please.
Yes, Jack. Was there something else?
Yes, I mean, I just want to know what this is all about. I mean, it's crazy.
Oh, Jack, if you could just see your face.
Stop that. I mean, stop laughing at me and just talk to me, please. Who are you? Where are you transmitting from? How can you be so close when we're thousands of miles from the nearest...
Oh, my, that's such a lot of questions at once. Why don't we take them one at a time? My name is Mira.
Mira. That's beautiful.
I'm beautiful. At least that's what they tell me.
Mira, but how... Why... Where are you? I've got to know where...
How? Why? Where? Oh, dear, I'm afraid this is becoming a very dull conversation. Why don't we try again some other time?
No, please. Mira,
Over and out.
God. It was real. She was real. You heard her too, didn't you? Look at you. Trembling all over like me. Look at him. Yeah, but no. Snoring away as though nothing had happened. As though nothing had happened.
Devlin, if you ever want to survive up here, you'd better get to know the cold. Aye, the cold. It's a crafty enemy waiting for you just to make one mistake. When you leave your shelter, you'd better know what you're about. You take one outward step too many, and you'll find you've passed the point of no return. You freeze and you frax and you're done for. Devlin, you keep pacing up and down, staring at the radio. You expecting a message?
No, I'm just restless. There's nothing to do driving around the bend.
Well, up here, patience isn't just a virtue, it's a necessity.
To hell with it. I'm going to make some coffee.
I wouldn't. That wee bit is all we have left. I think we'd better save it.
Save it? For what? So we're too weak to drink it? Come on, McNabb.
I tell you what.
Why don't we take every scrap of food we have and blow it all in one shot? I mean, let's have a party, you know? Our last day.
Steady down, lad.
What's the use of saving it? For what? So we can survive another day and then start dying by inches. I tell you, I can't stand it anymore. No, I don't. Get him wild. Get him away from me. Now, leave him be. You stop the message. Why did you hit me like that?
To bring you to whatever senses you got left. And I'll do it again if you don't start showing a little backbone.
I'm sorry, McNabb. I guess my nerves are shot. No sleep. Up the whole night. McNabb, I've got to tell you that there was this voice on the radio last night.
What voice?
A woman. Says her name's Mira. Her voice just seemed to come out of nowhere, but it was beautiful.
Oh, was it now? And what did the charming lady have to say?
She seemed to know all about us. I think she even knew our names.
All right, Devlin. You listen to me. You've been under a lot of strain. The mind can play tricks, especially up here. You start to hear things, and then before long you're seeing things that don't exist.
You're saying I imagined it all.
Aye. I'm saying it's dangerous. Forget it, laddie. You just keep telling yourself, she doesn't exist. She doesn't exist.
I don't exist? Do you really believe that, Jack?
He could hear you. But you only come when he's asleep. Or away, like now. But why?
Can't you guess? I'm only interested in you, Jack. How about you? Glad I'm back?
That's all I've been living for these last 2 days, just waiting to hear your voice.
Oh, that is sweet. Now let's talk about important things. Tell me how you feel.
Tired. Hungry.
And? Lonely?
Until now.
That's really sweet. But haven't you left something out? Aren't you afraid?
Not yet. If the storm doesn't let up soon, we're going to die up here.
And you want to live. Say it, Jack.
I want to live.
Of course you do. But I'm afraid you won't, Jack. You see, the storm is going to last another week.
Oh, God, no. Help me, Mira. There must be something I can do.
Maybe there is. Why don't I let you think about it for a while? I'm sure you'll think of something.
He's back.
Yes, and I think I'd better go. Think about what we talked about, won't you, Jack?
Mira.
Think, Jack. As though your life depended on it.
All right. I'm coming.
What's the idea of locking us up like that? He's hospital and I damn near froze right there.
I'm sorry, McNabb. I bolted the door because I was afraid. I was afraid it would blow open in the wind. I guess I just dozed off, didn't hear you.
It's all right. No harm done. Turn up that Coleman, will you? Get some heat into our bones.
We're almost out of heating oil, McNabb. It's getting colder all the time, isn't it?
Aye, that bloody storm. I can't recall anything quite like it. Should have let up by now. It's almost unnatural.
You sound worried, McNabb. You're getting pretty scared, too, aren't you?
Scared? No. Concerned, yes. Bloody bad luck. More out there today.
What happened?
Lost another weather balloon. Hit an outcropping of ice and exploded. Managed to retrieve the radio song. Might be damaged. I'll have to check it out.
Sure, let's check it out. Let's go through all the motions. All our stupid little routine duties. Let's keep pretending we're going to get out of this frozen hell alive.
Enough! Evelyn, I warn you. I've had enough of your hysteria.
And you're so sure of yourself, aren't you, McNabb?
You're daft now. Where'd you get your latest information? Did you hearing voices again?
No, there was only one voice. We agreed I just imagined it, didn't we?
All right. You better get some sleep. Keep what's left of your wits together.
No, look, McNabb, you've been doing all that heavy work outside. You must be worn out. Why don't you turn in and I'll...
It's my shift.
I know, but I can't sleep anyway, so let me take it, eh?
Oh, I must say, that's decent of you, laddie. Maybe I've misjudged you.
Yes, I did, didn't I? Well, here I am.
Oh, God, I'm so afraid you wouldn't.
Why are you whispering, Jack?
I don't want to wake Nana.
He won't. Trust me, Jack, he won't. Relax. From now on, it's just you and me, right?
I'll tell him anything. He doesn't believe me anyway.
Good. Well, Jack, have you thought about what we talked about? What are you going to do?
I don't know. What can I do?
Oh, really, Jack, I'm disappointed in you. I thought you'd have worked it out by now. Oh, well, you'll do nothing, I suppose. And you'll die. Is that what you want?
No. Mira, please. Help me. I can't think.
Yes, you can. Think, Jack. What stands between you and survival?
The storm?
No, not the storm. The storm will pass in time.
Food.
Right. Tell me about the food, Jack.
It's not nearly enough of it to keep us both alive. As though that weren't bad enough. He keeps feeding that damn dog of his the scraps that we should be keeping.
There. You see how simple it is? As simple as arithmetic. Your food supply divided by 3 means neither human will survive. The dog probably will, by eating your flesh. The bottom line, Jack, is that only one can survive. Why shouldn't it be you? I'd like it that way.
Mira. What are you suggesting?
What am I suggesting? Show a little imagination, Jack. Kill him.
Kill? McNabb. I couldn't.
Why not? Are you so fond of him?
Fond of him? I hate his guts. Oh, he's so damn sure of himself. He doesn't know fear, and he keeps rubbing mine in my face, thinks I'm weak.
Then be strong. Kill him.
In cold blood.
Think of the rewards, Jack. Enough to eat, survivor, and me.
You.
How long has it been since you've known the touch of a real woman, Jack? A real woman.
It's just a voice. Yeah. I just noticed your voice. It's not coming from the radio anymore. Where are you?
I can be anywhere you want me to be. When the time comes. And not just a voice either. But first things first, Jack, right?
Yes, I do. But what about the dog? He'd never let me hear McNabb. He'd tear me to pieces.
My, can't you even handle that little problem? I'm beginning to wonder why I ever bothered about you.
No. I'll find a way, I swear. I just need time.
You don't have much time. You'll have to do it while he's asleep, won't you? Well, I'm sure I can leave you to work out the details. Can't I, Jack? Just think of the reward.
He's gone. What am I to do? Okay, just settle down. Hey. The dog's awake. I'm staring at. You know what I'm thinking? Maybe. Come on, boy. Over here. Look what I've got for you. Huh? Yeah, look. That's right. The food. You want it, don't you, boy? Okay, come on. Come and get it. Come on. Come on, over here. Over here by the door. Come on. Come on, boy. That's it. Oh, you are hungry. Okay, ready? Go. That's. I did it. He's outside. Yeah. Where's all the bloody rock? Just some ice fall off the roof, McNabb. Go back to sleep. Oh. Wait a minute. Where's Flasher? Flasher? I just let him out. That storm, you crazy Zeppelin. You'll die up there. I know. Bloody net for this. But first I'll get Flasher. No. Stay right where you are, McNabb. What the hell's got into you, Devlin?
Kill him, Jack.
For God's sake, man. Put that rifle down. It's got a hair trigger and it's loaded. I know, and I intend to use it. But why, Devlin? What do you gain by it? My life? And her?
Kill him.
Her? There's no her. There never was. You're that man. You won't use that gun. You don't have the guts. Come on, Maggie. Hand it over or by God, I'll... Stay back, McNabb. Stay back.
No.
Evelyn, for the love of God, help me. Still time. Help me. I have to do it. Don't you understand? I want to live. And you... Stop looking at me like that. Just die, will you? The door. Yeah, the door down. I've got it. In case you do. Now.
Good thinking, Jack. All done. That wasn't too difficult now, was it?
McNabb, oh, God. I want that last shot to do his face. Oh, God, why did I listen to you? Why did I do it?
For the rewards, remember? And we're about to begin, Jack. Listen.
I don't hear anything. The winds died down. The storm
is over. And the best is about to begin. I'm waiting for you, Jack. Not just a voice this time, but everything you've always dreamed a woman could be. Come to me.
Where are you?
Here.
so dark.
Just follow my voice. Faster. Come, Jack. Hurry.
It's cold.
Soon we'll be warm. Oh, so warm. Just a few more steps. That's it. Hurry.
I can't. It's so cold. I'm freezing. God, Mira, where are you?
Look. The woman of your dreams. I'm all yours.
No.
Oh, yeah. Don't tell me I'm not up here. Isn't Jack?
No. Stay away.
Nice. Horribly beautiful. Isn't it, Jack?
Really feeling it's here. I'll get back to the hut. Got to get back.
Oh, really? You really think you can make it?
Don't let me die like this. I'm so broke. I feel my legs.
Oh. But you can still move your arms, can't you? Why don't you just wave to them, Jack? That's it. Wave to them.
No.
Oh, my. You're not much of a man. You make a beautiful sculpture, Jack.
Some rewards that are best left uncollected. Here's who was involved in tonight's show.
Weather Station 4 was written for Nightfall by Arthur Samuels and featured Timothy Weber as Devlin, Earl Pennington as McNabb, and Jane Woods as Mira. Len Watt was the voice of Command Central. The sound engineer was Gilles Laroche, with sound effects by René Lavoie. Production assistant, Jane Lewis. Weather Station 4 was produced and directed in Montreal by John Jessup. Executive producer for the series, Don Kowalchuk. And now back to our host.
We'll be back again next week with a story about a fortune teller who can do more with the future than predicted. In The Brides of Holovera by Clara Ellick. Until then, this is Frederick Hent for Nightfall.
Is CBC Radio.
Trick or treat! Darn, I knew I should have worn a costume. Yo, Bo Peep, what you got in your bag?
Introducing Roy Rogers' Big Chicken Deal. 2 plump and juicy pieces of fried chicken, hot, crisp fries, and a fresh baked biscuit. Roy Rogers' Big Chicken Deal, just $1.99.
Don't you even think about it.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight we're going to take especially good care of you. All we ask is that you make sure that everybody gets what's coming to them. The play by Martin Kinch is called Special Services.
Hello?
Miss Catton?
Speaking.
Miss Catton, you probably don't remember me. Name's Jake. I live up here north, up by your Aunt Estelle. Along the 4th line?
No,
Well, it's no matter. It was a long time ago we met. I wouldn't even be calling you now if it wasn't for your aunt.
Is something wrong?
Let's put it this way, Miss Catton. I don't know for sure. I mean, I know she's sick. I mean, I wouldn't be calling you if she wasn't.
Well, can't you be a little more specific?
Specific, you want, eh? Well, I figure if you want to see her again, you'd better get up here.
What do you mean? Can I talk to her?
She don't have no phone, Miss Catton. Don't believe in it. She wouldn't even let them take her to the hospital.
But, just a second. I need some information.
Miss Catton, I don't have no more money for this. I said what I gotta say.
But listen, no, we were just leaving on our vacation. My husband... Look, I know this sounds callous.
Miss Catton, your aunt is dying.
I'll be right up.
That's what I thought you'd say.
And, Jake, I'll pay you for the call when I get there.
Right, Miss Catton. I'll be expecting you. Yeah, I'll be expecting you. And your husband, you can pay me when you get here. Yes, ma'am.
Same place we are.
Well, if they are, I wish they'd let me know. Every time I think of those empty seats flying to Barbados, I...
Look, I'm sorry, Jim. It's not my fault.
Yeah, I know.
God's sake!
Well, you want to get there, don't you?
In one piece, if possible.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's stop fighting, huh? I know it's crazy, but...
No buts, Diane. It is crazy. Really crazy. We could be flying south for my first vacation in 4 years. A vacation which, incidentally, my doctor recommended, but we're not, are we? No, we're...
Jim!
We're driving into the land of the midnight sun. Oh, because some old codger, whatever his name is...
Jake.
Jake. Even the name sounds phony. How do you know this isn't all a practical joke?
If you don't relax, we're never going to make it down south.
I'd be a lot happier if we knew who this Jake was.
Jim?
I know. Relax.
No, listen.
You don't suppose your aunt started an epidemic, do you?
It's not funny. You know, that's the 4th ambulance in the last half hour. And? Spooky.
How do you know it's not the same one going round in circles? You're sure moving fast enough.
You better pull over.
Where?
I don't know.
I can't pull over, Diane. It's sheer rock on both sides.
Well, stop then.
Oh, sure. This guy'd run right over me. Oh, there's something ahead of us.
Honk your horn, Jim. Jim!
I can't see!
Look out!
The lights!
Excuse me.
Yes?
What's happening?
Pardon, honey?
With my husband?
Oh, well, he's still in the operating room, honey.
Are you sure? I mean, well, can you check?
Oh, of course. You see? Operating room 3.
But that's impossible.
Honey?
I'm sorry. I mean, I don't understand. We've been here for 7 hours.
These things take time.
7 hours? He was talking to me in the ambulance. He walked in here. He couldn't have been that badly hurt, could he?
Don't worry, honey. Dr. Druitt's the best in the business.
I'm sure he is, but I'd feel a whole lot better if I could see him.
Well, he's not one for small talk. He's, reserved. A bit scary, you know what I mean? But you can bet your boots he's in there doing everything he can.
Yes. I guess it's I just can't stand the waiting.
I know what you mean.
I don't think you do.
Oh, yes, I do, honey. When it comes to waiting, this place takes the cake. It's so exclusive that... Well, do you know your husband's the first subject I've...
Subject?
Patient. He's the first patient I've processed in a week.
This is a hospital, isn't it?
Honey?
Well, you've got to admit there's something weird. I've been here for hours and I haven't seen a single doctor. Hell, I haven't even seen a nurse. And now you tell me you haven't got any subjects.
Patients. We do have patients.
Where?
Look, honey.
I wish you'd stop calling me honey.
All right, Mrs. Catton. I don't think you realize how lucky you are. This is a special services institution, one of the best in the world. Dr. Druitt does special work for very special people.
What special work?
And it's very exclusive. We have got the most sophisticated equipment. We've got computers linked with the whole world. We can find a kidney, a heart, a liver, anything, anytime, anywhere.
But every hospital's got that.
What?
Every hospital has a computer. I'm an organ donor myself, and so is my husband. Our family doctor, and he's no genius, he told us about it. He never told us about special services, though.
It's no big mystery, honey. It's just that I don't know. Look, we've got patients, okay? We've got one coming in tonight, a real Mr. Big. I don't know who he is. If I did, though, and if I could tell you, you'd know him. I mean, you'd know him.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm worried, that's all. I'm nervous and edgy. What the hell is that? Battle stations?
Admission.
Good evening, gorgeous. Where do we take him?
Just a second. Operating room 3.
Right.
Excuse me.
No time to chat now, miss. This here under the sheets an A #1 priority. Night, gorgeous.
Night.
Who was that?
314Y26. Other than that, I don't know, honey. Security.
Where is Jim?
I told you.
You told me operating room 3. Then you told him operating room 3. Now, something doesn't make sense.
I must have made a mistake.
I don't think so, Miss Novak.
Honey,
First, we're run off the road by an ambulance. Then we're brought to this... What is this?
I told you. It's a special services institution. That patient was probably a president of something or a big star.
Miss Novak.
Dr. Cornell, you frightened me. I was just...
Take this tray, please, Miss Novak.
Yes, Doctor.
Mrs. Catton, I'm Dr. Cornell.
Yes. How's my husband?
Sit down, Mrs. Catton.
Is he all right?
You sit down.
Dr. Cornell.
Mrs. Catton, I'm sorry, Mrs. Catton. Your husband is dead.
What?
I said.
I heard what you said, but... Look, he walked in here. He was talking to me in the ambulance.
A rib pierced a vital organ. And...
No. There's something crazy here. Now, I want to see him.
Mrs. Catton, we're working in a very sensitive area. We can't risk infection.
They won't even let me down there, honey.
I thought I asked you to get rid of that tray.
I was only trying to do what... Reception?
Mrs. Catton, I wish there was something I could say.
Don't you touch me.
Yes, sir. Dr. Cornell? Dr. Druitt would like to see you right away.
Oh, right. Yes, I'll be back.
Doctor, I want to see my husband. And if I don't
All right. Perhaps in 3 or 4 hours, when we're finished. I mean, when we're finished cleaning up.
The little fake thinks he's Dr. Druitt.
I wonder if they used these on Jim.
What?
These instruments.
Oh, you shouldn't play with them, honey. You might cut yourself.
There is something wrong here.
Honey?
I don't know what it is, but I think they blew it. He wasn't special enough, you see. I think they're so worried about Mr. Big, they made a mistake, and they killed him.
Oh, that's silly, honey. Dr. Druitt is not the kind of person...
I want to see my husband.
Well, honey, there's nothing I can do.
Miss Novak, either I see my husband now before they clean up the evidence, or I'm going to stick this scalpel in your innocent little face.
Okay. I think he's over there.
I can hear him breathing. Where's the light?
I don't know. I told you I've never been in this room before.
Liar.
You're hurting me.
You'll be dead if you don't shut up. You stay here.
What are you doing?
I'm going to try to find the light. I've got to get through the door here somewhere.
I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you're not. Keep quiet.
No! Leave me alone! We should go.
God. He is alive.
Don't you think if I
He's
were
alive. Jim. Oh, thank God, Jim, you're alive. You're alive. What was that?
Nothing. I knocked something over. I thought we had better get a doctor.
What?
We might have broken something.
All right. I'll have to trust you.
Okay, honey.
It's okay, Jim. I'm here. I'm here. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you anymore. I'm not gonna hurt you. My God, what's going on here, Miss Novak? Don't you see? They told me he was dead. Miss Novak? Miss Novak? Miss Novak! No! Oh, God! Miss Novak! Oh, Miss Novak, come back! Oh, please! Oh, please let me out! Please come back!
Tom? You wanted to see me?
Dr. Cornell, sit down. Do you like music?
I don't have much time.
You should make time, Dr. Cornell. Good for the nerves. Your nerves bad, Dr. Cornell.
I don't think so, sir.
Are you tired? Sick?
No, sir.
And perhaps you can explain why at this very moment Mrs. Catton is blundering around OR3 and our receptionist is attempting to escape from the grounds?
Well,
Sit down. You can handle it later.
I guess I didn't... I'm sorry.
Well, you're no diplomat, Dr. Cornell. It's doubtful that you're even a doctor.
Sir?
Sir? My poor boy. Look at that thing, that specimen on my desk, Doctor. That useless piece of meat.
But the computer...
The computer, Dr. Cornell, is a tool to be used with discrimination and intelligence. But nothing. It's only by the sheerest luck that you haven't botched the whole thing. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, if you'll follow me, we'll attempt to correct your mistakes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Doctor, bring that revolting specimen with you.
Don't worry, Jim. We're getting out of here. There's got to be a way, something. We've got to find the light. It's got to be here somewhere. I'm going to find it, Jim.
Not over there, Mrs. Catton.
Who's there?
My name is Druitt, Dr. Jacob Druitt. I'm the director of this hospital.
You stay away from me.
Shall I turn the lights on, sir?
No, I don't think so. Let's leave Mrs. Catton in the dark for a few more minutes.
But the patient...
The patient is breathing, Dr. Cornell. It's enough.
You mean you can save him?
Of course I can save him. Despite your messy efforts and the stupidities of my assistant.
He told me he was dead.
Yes, Dr. Cornell has made a number of mistakes this evening. I'm sure he's sorry. Aren't you, Dr. Cornell?
I'm sorry.
I'm sure Mrs. Catton forgives you.
Yes. Only please.
Patience, Mrs. Catton. It may be immodest, but I'm going to enjoy demonstrating my skills at this late hour.
Of course. I'm sorry.
We'll need a little help from you, of course.
Anything.
Shall we have the lights, Dr. Cornell?
That's not my husband.
Very observant, Mrs. Catton.
You said there was a mistake. You said you could save him.
I can save him.
Oh, please, Dr. Druitt.
Oh, call me Jake. Your Aunt Estelle and I, you'll be happy to know she's perfectly healthy.
Oh, no. I want to see my husband.
Very well. We'll show you. Dr. Cornell, if you just, yes. Now, Mrs. Catton, if you turn your attention to the specimen jar in my assistant's hands, you'll notice that the heart it contains is enlarged.
Oh.
I take it you remember your biology. Now, if you...
Oh, my God.
Oh, dear. She fainted. Pity. Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
We wouldn't want another of your little mistakes.
No, sir.
Now, Mrs. Catton, awake at last.
Where am I? I can't move.
I'm afraid we've had to strap you down. Now, let's just remove this sheet.
No, leave me alone, please. I haven't... You've taken my clothes.
Mrs. Catton, I am a doctor, huh? There. Pretty. Very pretty. A shame, really. Still, you'll be doing your bit.
I don't understand.
Well, it's simple, really. The gentleman in that bed beside you is a very important man. More important than you. Or me. Although, for the moment, he's rather dependent on both of us. Are we ready to sterilize this charming area, Dr. Cornell?
Right away, sir.
Oh, please, leave me alone. Oh, Jim.
You'll forget, Mrs. Catton, that Jim is no longer with us. We had hoped to use him for our little rescue job, but, you see, our computer told us to...
Shall I proceed, sir?
Patience. Let us finish our story first. It's the least we can do. Now, your Jim, well, it's too bad. Still, in the end, it was painless. A favor, really. You see, Jim had heart disease.
We were going on vacation.
Yes, but it wouldn't have worked. He was due for a massive coronary at any moment. Still an unfortunate mistake.
You mean this is all a computer mistake? No, I don't believe that.
And you'd be right not to. The computer was correct, as usual. Unfortunately, my young colleague is not as detached. He assumed that a male subject required a male heart. Ridiculous. He gets overexcited and has some strange sexist prejudices.
Oh.
Right, Mrs. Catton. Nature knows no such prejudice.
Oh, no, please.
The heart we wanted was actually your own.
Oh, please, no.
I think we're ready, Dr. Cornell. Scalpel.
No.
Tonight's play was produced and directed by Paul Mills, and the series coordinating producer is Bill Howell.
I'm Freddy Krueger, and you're invited to my special get-together. But beware, you may never leave. Dial this number now. I've got some grisly new tales for you. And if you're one of my lucky callers selected at random, you'll talk to me live while you're awake and safe. So dial this number now if you dare. Talk to me live. Freddy Krueger is waiting just for you.
dream. You are falling, lost in the listening distance as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. To be completely honest, we can't be entirely sure just where we're taking you tonight. And in fact, before we're done, we may find that we've taken all the time in the world. We offer a play by Vancouver playwright Ian Weir that's called A Glimpse of Eternity.
Bloody rain.
Hi, Tom.
Oh, Jody.
Got a class.
Oh, Jody, do you have a minute?
You could phone me later.
Our students seem to be getting younger every year. No, we just get older. You know, I think I'll always miss that old dog. Well, he wasn't an old dog, that's just the thing. 12 years old. Lots of dogs live till they're 15, 16.
We all have to die sometime.
Oh, that's profound, Frank.
It's not profound at all. It's just realistic. You get that way after your second heart attack. Wait and see.
Oh, why did it have to be my hound? Why not my ex-wife, the hooded fang?
The dog had pneumonia, Tom. He was just too weak to fight it. He was suffering. Let's just slow down for a minute.
Bloody rain. Why the hell is it always raining? Give me the sun. Look, Frank, I appreciated your taking him in for me. I just couldn't drive him to the vet. Turn him over to some horn-rimmed angel of death with a white smock and a hypodermic needle.
You really loved old Manfred, didn't you?
12 years. I was already over 40 when he was a pup. Then he got old, and now he's dead. My days are in the yellow leaf. The flowers and fruits of love are gone. The worm, the canker. Oh, Byron. A poem written upon the completion of his 36th year. Another month, and I complete my 56th. My days are in the yellow leaf.
Come on, this way.
I thought we were going to the faculty club.
I just have to stop by the lab.
To admire the vivisections your medical students are performing on poor, furry creatures?
Why don't you pop in with me?
I'm going to the club for a drink. You can meet me later.
No, come on. There's something that might interest you.
There is nothing in a medical laboratory that could possibly...
Just for a minute. It'll get you out of the rain.
The bleeding remains of Puskins the cat and little Sissy's bunny rabbit who disappeared one moonless night. And... Now, you didn't turn my dog over to those ghouls.
Of course I didn't. Now, come on. Just for a moment.
Ghouls.
It's just through this door. Can you see the cage? Big cage?
Well, not until you turn the lights on. It's dark as the pit of hell. What's that? Oh, my God. Manfred?
It's something I've been puttering at for years. My little project.
Manfred. Good God. How have you done it?
I think You're not going to believe this. I think I've managed to retard his aging process.
I had a dream, which was not all a dream. The bright sun was extinguished, and the stars did wander darkling in the eternal space, rayless and pathless, and the icy earth swung blind and blackening in the moonless air. Morn came and went, and came and brought no day, and men forgot their passions in the dread of this their desolation. All right, we'll finish the poem next class. Jody, you're dashing off.
Oh, yeah, I have to hand a paper in.
Oh, we're still on for tonight, eh? Jody, I have to tell you something. Something incredible. I told you I had to have my dog put down.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, Frank Marley in the Faculty of Medicine, a man who has done nothing for an entire career, and now, out of the blue...
Tom, look, I don't think I can make it tonight.
What?
Some of my friends have this dinner thing lined up. I said I'd be there.
Oh, well, that's all right. I'll go with you.
Well, when we're alone, it's great. But when it's a bunch of people and everybody's my age...
And I'm a 55-year-old man.
It's not that, really. It's just...
I'm sorry I let you down.
Oh, hey, it isn't your fault. Everybody gets old. Older. I mean, that's life, right? There's nothing you can do about it.
You can't be serious. I've seen how it works on Manfred. I'm willing to risk it.
I don't care what you're willing to risk. I'm talking about restructuring body chemistry, and you come to me, a middle-aged adolescent, trying to chase back time in his students' beds. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
Is there something wrong with wanting to live? Is that a moral failing? Yes, I'm afraid of dying. Yes, I'm afraid of growing old. Yes, my mouth gets dry when I go to the funerals of men who are younger than I am.
Now, don't spread this all over the faculty club.
Well, just tell me again how this thing works.
It's really too complex to... All right. Essentially, you use a combination of drugs to reduce body temperature. That slows down the rate of cell breakdown. It's nothing really new. The idea's been around for years. The trick has been to find a way to lower the temperature without short-circuiting the rest of the system.
And you found it?
I don't know that.
What do you do now? Bury it?
I wait, and I work. In 5 years' time, perhaps I write a paper on it. Then perhaps someone younger than I am, someone better than I am, gets a grant to work on it. Then maybe, just maybe, in 10 years or 20 years or 50 years, someone tries it on a human being.
Are you really so limited that you can't conceive what it would mean to be the researcher who'd be remembered
forever? Of course,
I
let myself think about it. I'm only human.
Tell me, then, what would it mean to be that researcher? If only you had a volunteer, the two of you, in different ways, living on and on.
What else would you expect from an English professor? Listen to what you're saying. Go ahead, take the gamble. Even if I won, there isn't a research center in the world that would let me work after a stunt like that.
Well, why would you want to work after making the medical breakthrough of the century?
Are you listening to what you're saying?
How wrong could it be to take the first small step? One injection. If we weren't sure, we'd stop. Just the first step. Just step out far enough for a glimpse.
Your heart rate is 55 a minute. Do you feel all right?
I feel cold.
Your temperature's at 95.
I feel heavy, but I feel all right. Yes, I'm all right. I feel strong, Frank. I feel strong.
It's still too early to tell. Only 48 hours.
No side effects, nothing.
Another 24 hours. If you're still all right. But not here in the lab. Too many students. At my house, I have a partial lab set up in the basement. Sheila knows it's off limits to her.
Let Manfred out of the cage.
I don't know.
Now, you said I could take him for a run.
He's not right. Listless. I'm having a blood sample analyzed.
No, it's just from being cooped up in a cage for 2 weeks. When are you going to let me take him home?
Not yet. I have to be sure.
Come on, open the cage. Look at him. He's like a young dog again.
Take him out this back door. You can get onto the boulevard through the alley.
Come on, Manfred.
What's wrong?
I don't know. It seems as if the sun hurt his eyes when he looked out. Come on, Manfred. It's all right.
Close the door. Easy, Manfred. Easy, boy. Good Lord, he's terrified.
I suppose that happens with a lot of drugs, doesn't it? A reaction to bright light. It can happen. Besides, 2 weeks inside, all of a sudden runs out into that glare.
I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with him. You're all right, aren't you, Manfred? Huh? Aren't you, old boy?
Maybe you'd better go. I'll phone you tonight. Easy, Manfred. Easy, boy. Back in your cage.
I got the results of that blood test, Dr. Marley. He's running a low red cell count.
His red cell count? How could... Well, that's nothing serious. Just a touch of anemia. If worst comes to worst, we'll give him a small transfusion.
Sure. No problem.
Manfred, What's wrong, old hand? What's...
Dr. Marley, what's wrong?
It's all right.
Did he bite your hand?
It's all right. It was my fault. I startled him. Just get me something to wrap it with.
God, look at him.
What?
The way he's lapping at the blood. It's like he's starving for it. Hey.
Easy, Manfred. Easy.
Geez, the dog's going nuts.
Get me a sedative for him.
Is that you, dear? Frank?
I'm home.
Tom Kittredge is here.
Where is he? Does he look all right?
Why, yes, he looks fine to me. Why do you...
You're sure he doesn't look tired or...
Or what? He looks fine to me, Frank. I told him to wait in the living room, but he insisted on going to the basement.
Good.
Frank, dinner's almost ready. There's enough for Tom.
I have work. Please don't disturb me.
Frank, what's come over you this last while? You can't keep driving yourself.
I'm sorry, Sheila. I have work. I'll tell Tom he'll have to leave. He'll use the back way.
Frank, I'll put dinner in the oven for you.
Tom? Oh, there you are. Why don't you put the light on?
No, leave it off.
What's wrong?
Weakness. This afternoon, in the sun.
What?
I can't explain it. Just weakness and pain. I don't know. Fear. As soon as I stepped into the light.
It's just the reaction to the drugs.
As if I couldn't breathe. I couldn't swallow.
You'll just have to try to stay out of the sun until your system adjusts.
But it's dark, and I'm still not feeling right. Aching. Tired and aching as though...
The blood.
What?
It's nothing serious. You're probably running a low red cell count. Manfred's the same way.
What's wrong with Manfred?
It's nothing to worry about. The treatment seems to be producing a mild anemia. It was upsetting him. I gave him a small transfusion.
A transfusion?
And he's fine now. I'll get some blood for you. We'll watch Manfred. He's our safety check. If there are any more problems, we'll stop. But I think it's working. God help us, Tom. It's working.
Tom, what I'm trying to...
Waiter! Waiter!
It's always busy here at lunch. It's all right.
Jody, it's not all right. God damn it. Are they all deaf, dumb, and blind?
Tom, please. We have to talk.
Then talk.
Tom, I'm trying to tell you that I don't think we should be seeing each other anymore.
What?
For a while, anyway. I don't know. Things haven't been working. Maybe if we see other people or something. Look, why don't you take off the dark glasses so I can see your eyes?
So, May finally tires of December.
That isn't it, Tom. Really, it's
My way of life has fallen into the sear, the yellow leaf. Hey, no need for displays of remorse for the lacerated old heart. I'll survive without you, Jody. It's not as though there's anything special about you.
What's happening to you, Tom? You're changing.
That's quite true. I am changing. Changing in a way you wouldn't dream was possible.
Tom, what's wrong with you? It's like you hate the world.
Oh, no, Jody, that's not true. That's not true at all. I like this world a great deal.
Don't make a scene, please.
I love this world. That's why I'm going to stay in it for a long, long time. Frank,
all right, Tom, all right. Why don't I just check your blood pressure? Now, just a minute. There now. Oh, that can't be right.
Frank.
I'll take another reading. Oh, my God. It's all right, Tom. It's nothing serious. Your blood pressure is just a little low.
I feel...
Yes, I know. Now listen, Tom. We can't take you to a hospital. There'd be questions. We're the same blood type, so I'm just going to give you a direct transfusion, my arm to yours.
Blood?
You're all right. It's nothing to worry about. I just have to get the lines ready.
Help me.
All right. Now, you'll just feel a little pinch.
Yes.
There now. Can you feel it?
Yes. Don't stop.
I'm not stopping.
Don't stop. Don't stop.
Manfred, please. No, I can't help you. I don't have any blood for you. Please. Tomorrow morning, I promise. Midnight. 9 hours. Don't. You're breaking the cage. No. Stay back. No. He's out. Oh, my God.
The paper says the victim was Amanda Smythe, age 72.
All night I looked. All night. I phoned you, but you were never home.
The corpse partially decapitated and drained of blood.
We don't know for certain it was Manfred. It might have been something else.
Do you believe that?
No.
It wasn't his fault, of course. Let's be very clear on that point. He needed blood, and you wouldn't provide it.
How did all this happen? How did we let ourselves begin?
You don't know how it feels when the craving comes. Sweeping over you, crushing and choking. I wish you could suffer like that. Just once. It might change some of your perspectives, old friend.
Like hamsters on treadmills. Blood, more blood.
The corpse drained of blood. That's what the paper says. Can he sustain himself that way without a transfusion, just by drinking?
On Tuesday, he bit my hand. I thought it was just bad temper, but... God help me, Tom. I don't understand it. It isn't just the red cells. Somehow the process just seems to use blood. Just so long as there's extra blood in the system. Transfusion, orally.
So, where does it stand with me? Or don't you know?
Where it stands with you is... the drugs are taking hold. Your temperature is starting to stay down.
When the treatment is finished, will I still need blood?
Manfred's treatment is finished.
So, what do you propose to do, old friend? Set me loose in an alley once a fortnight?
You tempted me, you bastard. It was you. Take a glimpse, just a glimpse.
I repeat, what do you propose to do?
All right. I'm going to find some way to reverse the process.
Do you know how?
I'll work it out.
Oh, what about the side effects it would cause?
I can't foresee any side effects.
That's been the problem all along.
All right, I can't predict the side effects. All I know is that we've done something unholy and ungodly and unspeakable. Yes, we did this together, old friend. We killed an old woman just as surely as if we'd torn her throat out with our own teeth. So, what we're going to do now is to find and exterminate the beast we've set loose on the streets of this city. And then we're going to find some way to reverse your treatment.
Wrong, old friend. We're going to do neither of those things.
What?
Manfred is out there, somewhere, waiting for me.
Waiting to slaughter someone else?
I'm going to find him and bring him home. But if you touch him, old friend, I'll tell the world what he is and who made him that way.
He isn't your faithful old hound anymore.
As far as my position is concerned, old friend, I have to be realistic. Now, I could choose to let you try to reverse the process with God knows what results. Or I could simply choose to live for a very long time with regular supplies of blood.
You must be mad.
You will supply them. To loathe the sun, that's a price I'd pay for who knows how many years of life. A lecturer on Byron, haunting a world of shadows with his dog. Just so long as we have our weekly transfusions. It seems to me that you have a moral obligation to provide that for your old friend. Old friend. The waves were dead. The tides were in their grave. The moon, their mistress, had expired before. The winds were withered in the stagnant air, and the clouds perished. Darkness had no need of aid from them. She was the universe. The poem, then, is Byron's vision of desolation at the end of time, when all life ends. A vision of inhumanity. For to be human is to live. To live. To live. For implicit in Byron's vision of desolation is an image of its opposite, the vigor and the flowering of
Professor
life.
Kitteridge?
No,
Sir?
excuse me. I'm not myself. I'm ill.
Open the blinds.
No.
Give him some air.
No, don't touch those blinds. Get away, you bastards. Get away.
Frank, is that you home?
Yes.
Frank, it's 10 o'clock at night. You've been at the laboratory since 7 o'clock yesterday morning. You can't do this to yourself. You'll kill yourself. You're... Good Lord, Frank, what's that?
Have you seen this evening's newspaper?
Is that a real rifle?
They found the body in some bushes. It's a child this time, a 9-year-old girl.
What are you talking about? What are you doing with that rifle?
I'm going hunting.
Hunting? For what?
Please don't ask questions. I'm too tired to answer them.
Frank, what on earth are you talking about?
The telephone.
Frank.
Go answer the phone.
All right, I'll get it. Hello?
The body was partially decapitated and drained of blood.
Frank? Frank, it's Tom Kittredge. He's at home. He says it's an emergency. He sounds terrible.
Tom, are you in there? Tom, are you... Oh, my God.
I need your blood.
Can you stand up? Can you make it to the couch? Here, let me help you. You had blood 2 days ago. When did this come on? We'll do another direct transfusion. Just hold on.
I need your blood.
Hold on. Just let me get my coat off. Now, give me your arm. There. Can you feel it?
Blood.
I can't make it flow any faster.
More blood.
I'm doing all I can.
More.
Tom. Pump. Goddamn you, pump. Pump. Oh, God. Tom? You're alive. You're alive.
Yes.
Tom, I swear.
I am going to stay alive.
I'll find a way to reverse the process. I think I've almost got it.
I'll stay alive because I'll never let myself go short of blood again.
You don't understand. You won't need blood. I think I can reverse the process. It's almost there, but first we have to stop Manfred. God help us, Tom. He's killed again. We have to... Ow.
What's wrong?
Stop him. We have
I'm
to...
not through yet, Frank. I need more blood.
My chest.
A heart attack, Frank. Just bleed a little more. Bleed a little more for your old friend.
Tom, help me.
I'm feeling stronger, Frank. I'm feeling younger. I almost died because I waited for someone else to bring me blood, but I'll never make that mistake again.
Help me.
Me and Manfred. The two of us together in the shadows. But what are shadows in exchange for lives that could last? Who knows how long our lives could last? So long as we're not squeamish about our needs.
Help me.
He's waiting for me. I'm going to go to him. Just as soon as I ask a favor of another cherished friend.
You bastard.
There. Thank you for your blood, Frank. You can keep the drake. You arrived just in time, old friend. Another minute and I'd have been lying there and you'd have been standing here. Goodbye, old friend. We all have to die sometime. Jody? Hello, Jody. It's Tom. I'm calling to apologize for the way I behaved at the restaurant. Could I see you just for a moment? Thank you. Will you be at home in a half an hour? Good. I know it's late. I won't stay long. What it is, you see, is that there's something of yours that I want.
You have just heard A Glimpse of Eternity by Ian Weir. Featured in tonight's cast were Norman Browning as Tom Kittredge and Lee Taylor as Frank Marley. You also heard Karen Austin as Sheila Marley and Kira Harper as Jody Stevenson, with additional voices by Tracy Olson and Norm Groman. The recording engineer was Jerry Stanley, with sound effects by Joe De Silva and Chris Cuttress. The production assistant was Ann Elvidge. A Glimpse of Eternity was produced and directed in Vancouver by Don Kowalchuk. The executive producer of Nightfall is Bill Howell. And now, here is a final word from your host.
Hello again. The English critic, Dame Helen Gardner, once wrote, "Drama, like law, can more than handle crime, but all too often falls short when it comes to the subject of sin." Obviously, she hadn't heard next week's Nightfall.
Hey, don't take it personally. I like you. What are you doing now, anyway?
Back to work.
Stay a while. Have a drink.
Goodbye, Mr. Smith.
Hey.
Goodbye.
Oh, hell. George. Oh, thank God. What the hell are you doing here?
I've been looking for you. It's Ted, George. They found him.
Found him? Was he lost?
Floating in the lake, George. Dead.
Beyond the Law, a melodrama by Vancouver writer Steve Petch, produced and directed in Vancouver by John Giuliani. Radio that knows who's doing what, to whom, and when. That's next week on Nightfall. Until then, careful of the edge.